go every morning. Come, let's go every morning. Hey, yeah. Woo. Oh, yeah. Hey. The water in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. Looking faced by its shadow, the sea knocks me out. And now I'm free, yeah. Hey! The water in the soul beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. And it sets me free. Take on the world, let's begin. Now turn away, so much to defend. Let the sun come down, we'll start anew. Let the sun come down, break the world in two. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. It's not too late. Get on board. Follow your face. Open the door. Take it all in. Hold your breath. Now let's begin. Give it your best. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over, start it over, start it over. It's time for a redo. I was a young boy in New York City. I worked the night shift until it hit me that you are what I'm living for. My father taught me for years to be a strong man, hold back my tears. My mother taught me love, and she told me I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. got your back forever. Just wanna let you know, love to watch you grow. And we're in this together. Got your back forever. I will fight for you. 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 Everything I do, I do it all for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I will fight for you. I don't know where I'm going, but I know I'll get there. I find peace in knowing the journey doesn't care. Drive all night into oblivion. I'm alright, it's just around the bend. Drive all night into oblivion. These street lights guide me further in. The wanderer, the wanderer, the wanderer. It keeps running, oh, it keeps running. A vagrant in disguise. I keep on getting by. The road it never ends. The road it is my friend. Drive all night into oblivion. I'm alright, it's just around the bend. Drive all night into oblivion. These street lights guide me further in. The wanderer, the wanderer, the wanderer. It keeps running, oh, it keeps running. Oh, I don't know where I'm going, but if it leads me to you, I'll be alright. Drive all night to oblivion. I'm alright, it's just around the bend. Drive all night into oblivion. These street lights guide me further in. The wanderer, the wanderer, the wanderer. It keeps running, oh, it keeps running, oh.
Baby, I'm looking at you. You're the prettiest girl in the room. I know I'm not the only one. All the other boys want you too. Old jeans and those eyes. You don't even try now, do ya? I'm praying I'm your type. I'll be anything that you like. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Baby, can we dance? Can I leave here with your number? Asking for a chance, baby, after the party, come on over. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. And I know that you want it from that sweet look in your eyes. Do you wanna leave this party, baby? Go for a ride. I can be good, I can be bad, I can be anything you like. So come on over, come on over, baby. Make me feel alive. Sugar, sugar. Make me feel alive. Come on, baby girl. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive. Make me feel alive.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
ESL 1 Birmingham is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Good morning, Birmingham, and welcome to the last day of ESL 1 Birmingham 2024. I saw people rushing to get in here, claim their seat for the final day. Lower bracket finals into grand finals. 3 teams remain. It's Tundra Esports, it's Team Falcons, and waiting in the wings for their grand final opponent is a BetBoom team. We brought 12 teams here, and now we're down to just 3. Group stage is done. So much of playoffs is done. We just got one more elimination ahead of us right now, and then we can crown a champion after a second elimination. Welcome, everyone. My name's Tsunami, and I'm joined by Tigov, Kezu, and a very special guest, Celery. To what do we owe the pleasure?
Glad to be here.
Glad to have you. It's many a time that we see you on stage for the last day, so what a privilege it is for you to be here. I'm sure you would prefer the other way around, but you're joining us, and I appreciate that.
Happy to be here some way, at least.
You made it to the finals, right?
You made it to
lower
the final
finals.
day.
Nice.
Put an asterisk by it. I don't mind regardless. And T and Kezu, how are you feeling, Kezu, about this very last day now?
Pretty good. We had a lot of things that maybe didn't go quite according to plan for a lot of teams, maybe even, for Celery himself, but it does happen sometimes. Tundra, I'm very excited to see them play. I feel like they've been on the up and up. They're a very exciting team, so just expecting some good duels, and we'll have to see who can actually take it to Bedroom later in the finals.
I want to request again, UK crowd, Ari's already out with OG, so now you have to adopt someone else. 2019, 2018 Birmingham, we didn't have anyone, so we cheered for everyone. So now I'm hoping that when we get to see some of these games, we have the energy that we had when OG was playing, when Liquid was playing. We want to have the UK crowd showcase why we are one of the best audiences in Dota. So please, just be loud during the game. That's all I care for. Thank you very much.
Let's do a test.
There it is, see? And this is we're 50% full. Because when we came in this morning, people were sprinting. The people by the trophy, they're fiends. They're the ones who are playing 20 pub games in a day. They were the doors opened and they rushed right there. Look at them. Look at them, they're happy. You can't really see, the lighting's not there, but I can see them. I'm planning.
They're there, but trust us.
Yeah,
there.
The energy here is great. We're only half full, but yeah, I can't wait. Honestly, can't wait. UK crowd, one of the best.
Those are the chain queuers up there, ready to see the next game. And so I'll show you all the games that we had that brought us to this point. Let's take a look at the bracket of ESL 1 at Birmingham 2024 and the teams that made it through. We had 8 all the way at the beginning, but so many of them have fallen by the wayside. But one thing remains consistent, and that's the fact that we're actually getting a rematch. If you look at the very top of your screen, you see upper bracket, the first series, Team Falcons lost to Tundra Esports 2-1. It knocked them down to lowers, and then Falcons had to fight their way through. They beat Liquid, they beat OG, and now, Celery, you think they have enough growth to get the rematch versus Tundra?
I would say Bedroom are probably the favorites, but I'm rooting for Tundra, for Toby. Played with him a long time, so hope we can show up here.
Yeah, some off-lane history with you. How long did you play together, actually?
Almost 2 years, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
And then you went your separate ways, and
we were done with each other. But, I'm glad he's doing good.
found a separate success elsewhere. And in the meanwhile, this is what everyone is playing for in terms of prize pool. All of the 4th through 12th has already been claimed, but $120,000 goes to the loser of this upcoming match, $175 to maybe the winner, unless if they claim the first place of $300,000, the prize pool for ESL 1 at Birmingham. But it's more maybe the points that these teams are excited for, because we are already starting to lock in some of the guaranteed invites for Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. There are not many opportunities left. In fact, Dream League is pretty much the only one aside from the 3 teams remaining. And for them, it doesn't really matter too much because they are high on the list. And someone else high on the list is Game & Gladiators. You kind of happy with how these other teams shook out, that you're feeling pretty safe now getting an invite?
Yeah, I guess we did a great job securing last. Let's go.
Good enough.
Listen, you put in the hard work at the beginning, but it's these other teams that are remaining right now that need to fight it out for the remainder of the points, because there are not that many opportunities, Kezu. Like I said, it's basically just Dream League, and it's Tundra specifically that's really hoping they can scoop up some points.
I mean, Falcons and Bedroom, they're pretty safe. They've played all the tournaments before, but Tundra, they're still looking to really, rise up in the points, and they're doing good. I have very high expectations for this team. I feel like they're doing very well, especially in this meta. I always talk about their Kanda, how they play in the mid game, abusing some long-range team fight Celery. You also played against them in the groups. Think it didn't go too well? Do you feel like what would you say is the specific or nice thing that they actually do?
I think the way they play is quite weird in a way, but they're really good at playing the mid game.
Yeah.
Something is weird where, I think it's a meme now, people talk about it, Toby's also a support, but it seems to work really well for them. Yeah. So I'm not sure what they're doing, but it's working really well. They're just really good at fighting. They have good coordination right now. That's why they're here.
Informed. They know what's up. I feel like Pure kind of taking over this leadership role, maybe taking all the space from the 3 supports. Oh, kind of makes sense.
I have another question. Coming into this tournament, did you expect there to be a big patch pre-tournament? Because I heard some teams actually weren't really scrimming and preparing because they expected just new things to be happening. So then when they got to Birmingham, they're like, oh shit, oh fuck, we didn't scrim, we didn't practice. Was that the same thing for gaming, for example, or did you just treat it like another tournament?
It would be a nice excuse. No, we were practicing.
Okay.
We got paid. It's Quinn said, I think the patch will come tomorrow.
Classic win.
It's okay, Celery, I don't blame you, because I know that you have other aspirations outside of the realm of Dota. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like a few years ago, you had mentioned somewhere on Twitter that you have a passion for animal sanctuaries, and you were hoping that with your prize pool earnings, you would be able to contribute to something like that?
Yeah, that's correct. That's after Singapore. I was looking into it. And it was a bit more complicated than I thought, so I'm happy I'm able to support one that already exists.
Yeah, that's right, because Celery did in fact find a sanctuary to contribute to, and we actually took him on a little trip over there. Let's take a look.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Hello, lovely to meet you. Come on in.
Thank you. Right before the event started, I got the chance to visit Search Sanctuary. They're an animal sanctuary based in the countryside near Birmingham.
Hi, my name's Amy. I'm a volunteer here at the Surge Sanctuary. I've been volunteering here for about 2 years, and I usually do things like cleaning out and feeding the animals, stuff like that. So I'll show you around and we'll meet some of the residents.
Yeah, I'd love to meet them.
So how long have you been vegan?
Almost 10 years now, I think.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
That's quite a long time.
Yeah, it's been quite a while.
What made you go vegan? I think a lot of people have different reasons why they go vegan. Some people have health reasons, some people go vegan for the animals, for the environment. What was your reason?
Yeah, so it was definitely just for the animals.
Yeah.
That was the main reason. You find out about more reasons after, environment and health and other things. But the main thing I thought about before I went vegan was when I was not feeling too well, I thought a lot about this, where it's very unfair in a way, depending on as which species you're born.
Yeah.
Your death might already be decided before you're even born. You're born and in a few months or weeks or however long you're going to die. There's like no, that's just that's just how it is.
That's how it is if you're a sheep.
I'm born as a human, so my life is undecided and who knows what's going to happen. So I thought that's definitely not fair, and that's something I want to fight for it to hopefully change, because I don't think anyone agrees that's just not how it should be.
Round of applause, please, Birmingham. That is just a taste of the trip that he had. It's a full 10-minute video, so be sure to keep your eye out on the ESL socials, the Twitter and the YouTube for the full thing. How did you come across this sanctuary in particular to be your, I guess, choice?
I think through social media, because they do a lot of activism as well. And they opened a few years ago. And I thought it was very cool how much they've grown in a few years. And they're doing a really good job, so I'm happy I'm able to support them.
How likely did you think it would be that you would get to go by and see it?
Yeah, I thought I probably wouldn't have time. And then ESL said, yo, you wanna go there? Come one day earlier? So all right, that's perfect.
How long was your trip in total then? Because our video is actually going to be 10 minutes, it's a little mini documentary. But how long was your trip?
It was only 1 hour from here, so.
Oh, okay, nice.
Not too shabby.
Nice. Well, be sure to take a look out for that on the social media to see what else Celery has been up to, because you get a lot of animals in your games, but pay attention to the real animals out there and show some compassion to them. And I want to show all of you guys right now. So let's take a look at what's going on the stage right now.
Hello.
Oh, hello. We're not on the stage. I wondered what that cue was.
We're in the pits with the filth, the
With the
gutter
people.
snipes.
I'm going
Yes.
to start with this gentleman here, if I may. Hello. Wait, what does your sign say?
It's a shout out to my pregnant wife.
I see.
Where is she?
She's at home with my 4-year-old.
With your 4-year-old?
Yeah, she's at home with my 4-year-old.
Goodness gracious. I forgive you, Ice Frog. Oh, very good. My goodness gracious.
I see. And who do you think is going to win today?
I honestly don't know, and I don't care. I just want to watch good Dota.
Good stuff. Sit down.
Wonderful.
And hello there. Have you been here the whole weekend?
Yes.
And who do you think is going to triumph in this battle?
Tundra.
Tundra? Very misinformed young woman. No, I'm just kidding.
What about you? Which team? Oh, hold on a sec.
Come
Hold
on,
on a
why are you
sec.
even
They're
asking?
the last hope for the UK. They're based in London. That's all we've got left at this point.
Fair enough.
Why are you not working, sir? Where is your job?
I can't say.
It is a Sunday, but Slacks doesn't like people taking
I
Sundays
don't
off.
like it. I want the people to work for industry.
Okay, I've got to ask you a question. Which team? You got Falcons and you got Tundra. What do you fancy here?
Honestly, Thompson is gonna get shot, but he's out. So I'm just gonna wish for Pugna to be better than yesterday, so Thompson can avenge himself.
I see.
I don't see it all. I don't know what the hell he was
No,
talking
indeed.
about. Fantastic.
What is this? Lighting guy, take it easy. We're hungover, says the sign.
That's your fault, young man. Take off your glasses and stare into the sun.
Every time Zeus uses ulti, I just get flashbanged and can't see anything.
Yeah!
He's shaking. He's hungover. He's actually shaking, this poor lad.
They want him to drink his booze.
Oh, no, God.
Don't do
He's
it.
too hungover. Don't do it. You'll kill the man.
Wonderful.
Yes! Well done. The toilets are that way if you start feeling peaky.
You've reached your peak, young man. Well done, well done. I miss Nyx back there. Nyx Assassin. You like that hero?
Chance.
What?
Give the little bug boy a chance.
Probably a bad time to try to do that, my friend. If they pick Nyx, what are you going to do in the crowd?
What's that?
They pick Nyx. What will you do? Entice them? Convince them?
I will stand up and shout Nyx, Nyx, Nyx every time they get killed.
Okay, whatever, sure.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Fair
All
enough.
right.
All right, let's send it back to the panel. I hope you guys see people here are ready for a day of Dota.
Ready!
I'm ready as well, but we gotta get to some more of the information. So before we get to the game, we're gonna go to a commercial break, and when we return, lower bracket finals will be upon us.
It's a late night. I think about your face and your bright eyes, and now you're not with me. It's a sad sight. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out, loving you out. It's your t-shirt, the way you walk into a room makes my heart hurt. I never felt alone until this best curse. I wish I was your light. I wish I was your light. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. I see silhouettes dancing in the dark. You took a chance on me. This heart has been arrested. You're my chest and feeling to dancing. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out, loving you out, loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out, loving you out, loving you out. I wish you were in love with me. As much as I'm in love with you, a silhouette inside to see. I'll wait for you, I'll be the fool. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out, loving you out, loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. You know I'd be loving you out. Loving you out, loving you out.
Let's start talking about the teams, friends. It's time for lower bracket finals. Tundra Esports going up against Team Falcons. for the second time, actually. Because TGov, we already had this matchup once during playoffs. It wasn't in the arena, but it was still a playoffs match that knocked Falcons down to lower bracket. How could such a thing happen?
I mean, this was like kind of the Tundra way of adapting, especially like game 2, they were doing like Morph, Conquer, Zeus, and then they lost miserably. It was kind of like awkward. I was expecting them just to lose the series, but then they bounced back with the same triple core, 2 changes to supports, and then they crushed them. So I think Tundra just showcased that they are super confident in what they want to do, and if they do find problems, because it's the best of 3, there's time to adapt. They know how to adapt. So at least in this matchup, Tundra had the edge that time around, but coming into this series, I still think Falcons are kind of the favorite.
Sel, are you inclined to agree? You think Falcons are favored in this matchup even after already lost to Tundra once?
I think it's hard to say. What is cool when Tundra played Falcons is that they also just gave them the heroes, they gave them the Timber and the Razor. These are the absolute Falcon classics, and they beat them. So if you can show that you can beat their best heroes, then you're probably in a good you're in a good spot.
I mean, I would say like it is important that you make sure you stick to like your ideas, right? Because they love their Morph, they love their Zeus, this like long range stuff, and not like overcomplicate what the enemy team actually wants to do. You should be ready for it, but not like over prepare. So I fully agree that, you know, they kind of gave them what they wanted, they were prepared, they just played well. Like the strength of Tundra is just this type of mid game. I would also like to highlight one thing that I don't hear too much when people talk about Tundra is their coach, Moon Meander. Once he joined in, like they were losing a lot of finals before he joined this team. Obviously, you have a very good coach in CY2. Would you maybe want to elaborate a little bit on what you think he could have helped them with? Like, is it just like gameplay that can easily like fix something, or like just fixing like one pick in the draft so suddenly things make more sense?
I mean, I have no idea what's happening behind the scenes, right? So it's hard to speculate, but something that I find odd in this team is their nationalities, just the people they've put together. So I think maybe he could have helped just bring them together.
Like bring ideas together?
Or like help people will be on the same page. That matters a lot.
Yeah.
If you want to win these fights in these crazy games, you better be on the same page.
Yeah, if nothing else, I can imagine that in regard to the nationalities, Moon Meander's familiarity with having Whitemon on his team and coaching him back in the days of TSM probably helped him assimilate into this very, very multicultural team, like you're saying. It's 2 Russians, a Finn, an Austrian, and an Indonesian with a Canadian coach.
Yeah. It's been everywhere, and I think that's also the thing with Tundra, like their drafts as well. Some of them look immaculate, and sometimes, because Topson and Pure are such star players, when in the draft, they probably go, what hero do you want to play? Sure, we'll pick it. And now during the draft, they're having to try and like fix some problems. And like the best example is game 2 against Betboom yesterday. They're picking this mid Topson hero, going for a Pugner. If his lane doesn't go well, there's no other like plan B installed into their draft. So sometimes they put themselves in such high pressure situations of, we're going to go for the quirky heroes. If we don't connect on them, then we can just lose the game default based on draft. And maybe they've reformed that just a little bit, reeled it back in it, because if they do that against Falcons, they will be punished.
But I feel like Falcons also, they have been relying on their old standards. Like you mentioned the Timbersaw, the DK as well, Celery, that I think is, in my opinion, Falcons' most versatile hero. Do you ever consider that these flex potentials that can go 3 different lanes, are you like, I have to get rid of it? Or you look at it as in like, okay, I know they're gonna pick DK no matter what. Let's just deal with the DK.
It's very annoying. It's very annoying. It's nice to get rid of these heroes, but there's too many right now. They play all the meta flex heroes, and you have to pick your poison, right? So when we play them, we like to give them Timber, but you have to give them something. So you need to try to work around it.
Like, also to add on, I feel like the DK is the most annoying one. Type of like they play it on 3 lanes. Like Skeeter plays it really well. It gives them tempo. Like they're also probably the best team at like playing the map with their Naga Sirens, the DK Manta and whatnot. So I wouldn't be surprised if they like give up some Timber and they will like try to pick heroes that will counter it in both lanes, or like where you have some Luna, you feel good about it. Maybe some Shadow Fiend. I've seen Topson play it in pubs, and also Pure. You know, maybe there's some spicy stuff today. We won't know, but you need to be ready and have some ideas when it gets later down the line in these tournaments.
I have one question, Celery. Twin Gates. Big patch on the horizon. Do you like Twin Gates? Do you like the fact that we allow teams to break down the map so quickly pre-10 minutes? Or what's your vibe on Twin Gates?
I think the map would be too big if there's no Twin Gates. Now it's gonna be unreal to catch on the map. It's already, no one knows how to do it already. If there's no gates, the games are gonna be 60 minutes every game, I think.
That's true, good point.
I feel like you're leading the witness here, T. You're already kind of trying to put it on the chopping block. So it's still a fresh time to be experiencing the Twin Gates. I don't know if we've harnessed the power yet, but I like that you were mentioning about the fact that Tundra does not really oftentimes have plan Bs. And that's exhibited by the fact that they actually have the fewest number of unique heroes played throughout this entire tournament. These are the bottom 3 teams in terms of unique heroes debuted at ESL 1 Birmingham. And Tundra, despite having more games than G2IG and Heroic, has only 32 unique heroes between their team.
I mean, that is very, very low. I'm not sure I've seen a stat this low ever, but it kind of makes sense for Tundra if you think about their playstyle. It's like they always have like 2 ranged turrets in like Pure and Topson. They have Whitemon on a body 5, like Clockwork. Then 9 class plays some range offlaner, range 4 that just dishes out damage, and Toby is your Kanka Brewmaster, I'm your team fighter offlaner.
Yeah, I think at least in recent years we're showing from teams that if you have stability in draft, you can then lean on making better plays in the game. I think the teams that try to be overly creative, suddenly every draft it's a new element you're bringing in, a new hero, a new construct. Maybe you're going aggressive or defensive. I think having a set 6 or 7 heroes per player allows you to each time draft within the same kind of region of what you want to do. And I think Tundra did it really well, Falcons do it really well, and yeah, it's clearly proving to be at least a successful kind of strategy these days.
We can look a little bit more closer into Tundra as well. And I guess given your history with him, Celery, tell me about Toby. Are you going to advocate for your boy? Are you going to roast him? How do you think he's been joining in to Tundra as a unit?
I think he's doing a really good job.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Ride or die with them.
I think in the past, maybe he farmed too much. Now he's turned into a support, and it seems to work for them.
Working.
So,
yeah, because
Black or white.
I think that so oftentimes he is taking the blame of it, but if you look at Pure and Topson, if you had a greedier offlaner, I don't know if you could get away with what Tundra gets away with.
Yeah, you couldn't. It would be nearly impossible. Like the moves that Topson makes, you need to have someone sacrificial to enable him, because if he's by himself, he's going to get picked off. So you need Toby to like alleviate the pressure a little bit by stop farming, join him for these moves, and then you need a star player like Pure to be able to relish in all the farm. And I believe the balloon's out, so I don't know. Just a segue again, like 2019 Birmingham, the balloons were a big thing. Hopefully we see them at some point.
Memories.
The balloons.
The balloons.
I can imagine you kind of feel a similar thing to an extent on your team, Celery, because like Duraccio oftentimes gets a lot of abuse because he ends up being in a lower farm priority, but that's because Ace and Quinn are vacuuming up so much of the other maps. So one of the cores has to suffer.
Someone has to take the blame, right? I don't want to do it, so...
That's the privilege of being a support player, but Kezu, yeah, ultimately, I think Toby is doing the job necessary for Tundra.
Yeah, like I would just say they fit in very well with the strike core. I would say, I said it yesterday, like Topson needs the type of carry that will make use of all the space, but Topson also needs the offlaner that he can go to that will join him in these moves that maybe other offlaners wouldn't want to join you because they're like, dude, what the hell, I want to go hit my Ancients, I want to go farm this. Whereas Toby, he has some split, you know, he has some level 8 Kanka after farming Ancients. He'll go with Topson and invade the enemy jungle, and what you know, in the meantime, Pure is farming, and it just makes it all come together, and that's ultimately what you need to be a good team.
In sharp contrast to the offlaner of Falcons, because I have never seen an ATF lineup where he doesn't get everything that he wants. That man runs the show.
Yeah, and I think it helps for Falcons at least. Maureen is the one that is explosive in the mid lane, also likes to make the moves, and I think Skidder, he is the sacrificial one on this team. We have the highlight of Maureen here, but the fact that he likes to, I think there was a game where he was level 4 Timbersaw, he's running to top lane and just ganking a Mars lane. Because like they identify in the draft their opponents, like which hero is going to be the most active post-laning phase. And 9 times out of 10, they will run Skidder at him, they'll run Maureen at him, they'll run Amar at him. They'll run some big core with the supports at the biggest threat on the enemy lineup at the earliest point for them to be online. And I think just having that being replicated game after game, it shuts down these teams that are a little bit more one-dimensional with how they want to enter the game.
I noticed that Falcons came in...
Ganked by the chair.
Ganked by the chair. Falcons came into this scene and they were like instantly oppressive, Celery. Was it like any other experience? Because this mishmash of players, we've never really seen it. Did you feel a different energy playing against Falcons for the first time that you were like, oh, this is like a style of Dota that I'm not really familiar being on the receiving end of?
It's hard to say. We lost a lot on the row during those tournaments, so it's just another team that we lost to.
Then what would you consider their secret sauce to be then, Kezu? Is it the fact that the rotations, like T-Gov was saying, or is there something else that you always look to whenever you see a Falcons game?
Well, I always think that they have good drafts, but I wouldn't say that they always outdraft their opponents. I would say that their special thing that they do is that they are the best individually at the set of heroes that they play, and they can always interchange it with each other in the draft. Like Celery, you can tell me after what you think, but I would say that they sometimes do item builds on their heroes that no one else would do, which then means sometimes other teams would lose with that draft and people be like, ooh, what a shitty draft. Yeah. But Amar Razor, he can beat Morphlings like, you know, they're just a joke to him. It doesn't matter. Their guys' individual skill and their hero understanding is just on another level.
Yeah, that's a good point. Their individual skill takes them a long way, I think. I think in terms of strategy, the 3 teams that are left here are on the same level. It's going to come down to if Falcons can get their nice drafts that they want, I think they're going to be very scary.
Yeah, it also helps with Falcons that because of the individual skill, they're not ever wasting their TP. They're not using the twin gates poorly. Like in the early game, if you see cores overlapping on Falcons, there's a reason behind it. Like some other teams in this tournament, you're a bit confused. Like, why is the mid now suddenly with the Kunkka and offlane? There's no kill potential, there's no tower threat. But Falcons, they make sure that if they are together and there's 2 cores, sure, there's no farm to be had, but there's kills to be had or objectives. Like, they are really good at deciding where to be on the map.
Got individual skill, 2 TI winners, a TI winning coach and player. But Topson has 2 Aegises, and Seb was trying to flex that one. Why don't we bring all of these players out onto the stage, Birmingham? Are you ready? Then let's get this lower bracket final started.
I mean, we worked pretty hard from the start of this team, honestly. We got some stuff going on with our main roster. Group stage was rough for us, but we made it. We kept growing, and I think we're gonna learn a lot from these mistakes that we made. And we'll try to come back in the finals. We got our own ideas, I'll say, like with our own heroes that we are kinda trying to make meta. I mean, we are stronger than Team Falcons because of carry difference, and that's it.
For me, I don't really think how we're gonna win this event. It's more of like how we show our best Dota, and if we lose, we lose, but at least we didn't lose to ourselves, and make sure we lose to our opponents, if anything, and we actually get to learn from them. So next time we can have better idea how to beat them. I think Falcons is different from other teams that I played on, is they have like a lot of fundamentals that we follow. Like, we're not also scripted at the same time. Like, we will not like just stick to one thing and never like do something else. If someone wants to like break it, he has all the power to this.
Oh, the black hole from 3-3! He's caught the troll warlord, but he's dead! Mickey gets turned on, TA down, and Crit is in! The Earthshaker smacks them down.
Tundra beat us, of course, I understand, but we're coming back and we're just gonna destroy them this time. They will have no chance.
All right, let's get this started. I can see the crowd is already ready. We got a nice full house today, Slacks.
Absolutely. The boys and girls wake up early out here on a Sunday to come see some Dota 2 action, baby.
All right, let's get some teams out here. I'll go first.
Okay, sir.
They sent crashing down to the lower bracket from yesterday, but it's the UK's last best hope. Let's give it up for Tundra!
Opponents, no strangers to the main stage here. They have been fighting over and over again for your viewing pleasure. How could anyone beat the Crit Hoodwink, the Amario Mars, the Skeeter lowest net worth carry? Let us find out here as we bring to the stage Team Falcons! The match will shortly. But of course, Perry, we need the standard.
Yeah, we need a little bit of bounce, a little bit of back and forth.
There we go. Go ahead.
I'll get my guy, you get your guy.
Get your
All
guy.
right,
I'll
get
get my guy. Toad.
All right, where's Toad? Wait, I've gone the wrong way.
Get Skeeter.
I'll get Skeeter. Skeeter, come here. Yeah.
Go.
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
I'm pretty good.
All right, you see this guy over here?
Yeah, I do.
You got anything you want to say to him?
So... Oh, we should take
We like Tundra, right? So we give you past upper bracket, but that's it. It ends here for you.
Damn! Woo! Woo! Hold on. Let's get the camera on here first. Toby's grabbing for the microphone already. Holy moly. All right. You know what? Screw that. I'm not doing this from over here. Get it close.
Yeah, get over here,
Get
Toby.
into space.
Face to face.
Get into space, Toby. All right. Talk it out, buddy. What do you got?
Skitter, more like shitter.
Whoa!
He's not a falcon, he's some pigeon. Look at his hair, looking like some ugliest pigeon.
Okay.
Can we give him a retort?
All right, wait. We can't leave it there. You must get a chance to come back.
Listen, brother, how about you last big silencer?
Okay, all right. We need to stop. Go to your phone.
Okay,
like,
yeah.
shake hands.
Good luck, guys. Just keep
Shake
it.
hands, for
Yeah,
God's
just shake
sake.
hands. All right, good God.
Holy moly, this is supposed to be a gentlemanly country.
We're in England.
Uncouth. Uncouth. All right, well, anyway. Birmingham, are you ready to get our lower bracket started?
Let's go! Birmingham!
Great bars coming out of this players. I don't even need to see the gameplay. All the fires right now on this stage. And even in that video that we saw earlier, Pure saying carry diff. And as an outsider, I'm kind of inclined to agree, Celery. I've been watching this kid, and these days I'm like, Yotaro, who? Pure to me is the gold standard carry for this tournament. What do you think?
He's talking about difference. Maybe he should win a tournament first.
Oh, we're going all over the place with this one.
Yesterday, Nightfall was shit talking Pure because he's only, ranked 106 or something. So then last night, Pure went back to the pubs. Now he's ranked, let me double check, 98. So he is a top 100. So Nightfall shit talk from yesterday is now invalidated because now he is top 100.
Wow, top 100 carry player. I'm eagerly anticipating top 100 plays. But will they be silenced? Let's get into the draft for our game number 1 of the lower bracket final. I have to imagine all these favorite heroes that we saw, Kazu, are going to be heavily targeted out of Falcons. All these flex potentials are going to be taken out. The DKs, the Razors, the Timbersaws, that kind of thing.
I mean, I would be very, very surprised if DK is to be let through. They did beat the Razor last time around, so if they give it again, I would say it's more up to Falcons to maybe protect it in the first phase bans. Like maybe that's somewhere where even you're like, okay, we're going to first pick Razor, but we'll only do it if we get to ban the Morphling. Then maybe if they ban Morph, Tundra are kind of forced to ban the Razor. So this is kind of just a mind games later down in the line. But the DK, I do not want to see in Falcon's hands if I'm Tundra.
Yeah, the last time they played Tundra, they banned Chen, Pangolier, Doom, and DK in both of the games against Falcons. This was when Falcons ended the first pick Razor, and we saw pretty much 2 identical strategies coming out from Tundra. Game 1, Tundra lost, they adapted, and they beat the Razor in the second game. So it'll be interesting if Tundra do want to go down that same line, and so far, 2 of the 4 bans are identical. It's only the Doom and the DK now that are left out for them to ban if they want to replicate the last time they played in the upper bracket.
And the other ban that was kind of consistent that I would be surprised to see is that Falcons banned out Monkey King in first phase against Tundra in all 3 games. But we saw Monkey King has like an 0-7 score right now.
It's due to 9 class, most likely, right? And also Thompson, right? You got like multiple players who want to utilize Monkey King. I believe the stat was Tundra just has never even seen Monkey King in the first phase, as it's always been banned against him. Like there is so much respect towards this hero.
This is the most annoying Monkey King team. They know how to play it well in support, and now I've played against this. Now your Super Boss 5 turns into watching all your couriers to make sure nothing dies, and you get a headache after 5 minutes.
We're starting strong, guys. It's only it's 12:17 on a Sunday afternoon.
That's prime time for the lads. Yeah! The DK does get taken out, Kazu, along with the Chen and the Pango.
Oh, damn, that was spooky. Look,
it's coffee, guys. Calm down.
In England, anything is
We're
possible.
here on anything, brother.
True.
Oh. I hope Toby realizes what's happening, and then he'll learn, and then...
We've trained him with beverages.
We've conditioned him. Same 4 bans, though. This time the Falcons don't go for the Razor. They go for the Shadow Demon, which is keeping this hero in play. But I do prefer the Shadow Demon opening myself. I think this hero has a little bit more depth in the draft, at least, and doesn't, pigeonhole your draft.
This probably makes more sense. They're not afraid of the Razor themselves. It's one of their heroes. They just get to ban some more comfort from Tundra. This should open up for a lot more for them.
I'm looking at like some casual picks. So I'm not sure if there's a big core that like stands out to me here that I would want to pick. Like generally, when Tundra have played against SD, they seem to enjoy Rubik. I mean, they don't seem to enjoy that many heroes, but Rubik would be one of them. Or let's say some team opens SD against you, Sutter. Is there some core that you would like really eye on? Maybe if there's some Pango in the pool, but he's not.
Yes, banned. Yeah. Always down to pick Pango, but it's always banned.
Yeah.
In
same spot here.
I always enjoy playing some Engine against SD. So.
The Waterman, so Toby most likely has his hero on his hands.
I liked in some previous games against SD, having ways to reposition heroes from the actual kind of save position. Because like, if you have the Tidal Wave, we saw Magnus, we saw the Mars Spear, all these spells just prevent the SD from actually getting to using that disruption. And if anything, just having chaotic fights doesn't really allow SD to thrive. Because he has to think, if I run in too early, I will just get comboed down, and I'll need to think just a little bit. So Kunkka, very stable pick. Nothing too crazy, but yeah. Both picks, just good foundations to build upon later in the draft.
It's encouraging for me, though, because I don't think Tundra has opened with cores very often unless they can pick Morphling or Pango. And so the fact that they're willing to step outside the box and go for a Kunkka, which I would say the majority of other teams would do in this stage, makes me feel like they're adapting to the meta of the tournament.
It's just honestly good, but also with what T-Gov mentioned, like the team fight is just nice, like having this displacement tool too, it's also the same with different matchups like Kunkka Oracle. I feel like it kind of goes both ways. It's not just some like hard counter, oh, I have some save against your team fight. And overall, it just fits to what Tundra want. It also makes their next picks, I would say, kind of easier. You just pick some 2 supports that you like, your body on Wipemon, your range on your little 9 class is going to lane with Toby, and you're just chilling.
The one thing with Kunkka that's kind of been going hot and cold throughout this tournament is picking it so early. If teams just pick really strong mid lanes against it and really strong support combos for safe lane against it, then your flex on Kunkka feels a little bit lost because you don't really want to put it off lane against losing lane. You put it mid, you're giving mid a free lane. So I've seen at least some teams exploit the Kunkka just a little bit. Maybe the SD pick is already altering that a little bit, but what's your take on Kunkka? Do you think it's still just S tier broken, or is it kind of losing some popularity in the tournament?
Yeah, we played a lot against Kunkka, and at one point we realized we always had a strong mid lane and safe lane, and then it went off lane and we won the lane. And then at some point he still just presses all spells in these team fights. Yeah. He has a lot of impact, so well, we got last, so it definitely didn't work for us. So.
Don't worry, Stanley, man. You've won for tournaments, all right? Like,
that's true.
You can speak from previous moments, okay?
Happy to be here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The pudge on the enemy team for that one. The pudge on my team is 1 DHL sign wide.
Looking at kind of what Falcons want, because the Kunkka's teamfight is honestly, it's just very nasty. So having a way where you can start the fight on him, in my opinion, is always like it would be nice if you can craft it in your draft. There's a lot of heroes taken out that would accomplish that, with some Doom. You just blink Doom the Kunkka, you run him down. Seems like they will, Falcons, also a team that I would say they're open, but they love to also stick to their guns, right? You have now this Gyrocopter, you have a good lane. He can tank through maybe this mid game of the Kunkka with the damage because you go your Axe, Satanic, and stand your ground. So I'm not too surprised here.
Yeah, I feel like with the Mirana pick, you just want to have the combo to bring SD to light. And of course, Bane, SD, they thrive with Mirana. The arrow setup is always very good. And you want to be able to dictate a little bit of that engagement. I think the Moonlight Shadow from Mirana is one of the most underrated aspects of the hero. We always talk about arrow and all this stuff, but it is so key for just positioning and finding that jump. If we're already talking about how Kunkka, if he presses his buttons, it feels good. If you can initiate on him, maybe combo him down with that SD arrow setup, it is going to be really good. And now, the repercussions so far with Falcons draft, they don't find the backlines at all, realistically. They are 2 picks away to doing that. And now there's a sniper, most likely tops and mid sniper, who's going to be parked all the way back at the back of the water park, protected by the Kunkka and a Venge swap. Falcons are going to need to find some jump.
The sniper pick might be very annoying. It's hard to get a lot of pressure on him when he's mid. He can shrapnel every wave. You're not going to win the lane against sniper. And these fights, like you mentioned, it's going to be very tricky. They have a lot of backline damage, and now they have a Venge as well. This is one of the better saves against SD. You can just reposition your course, and it's hard to get on top.
And Malrine can't go for his puck here because, sure, it's a backline jumper, but the lane against Sniper is miserable.
Yeah.
So you're preventing them from doing that.
It might be the worst lane in the game.
It is one of the worst lanes. Like, they're stealing the hoodwink, they're preventing the puck, Tundra are doing a lot of stuff here to just annoy Falcons a little bit in the draft.
And does picking Sniper basically prohibit the possibility of a Huskar coming out as well? Because everyone has to last phase Huskar ban against Falcons. But if you have Sniper, do you need to worry about it?
I would say it makes the Huskar way less likely. I at least would not be very much looking into it. This is kind of the counter matchup, so to say. And also, if you're Falcons, Gyrocopter doesn't like being outranged. So it's not like you can pick a Lina here and then be happy either. You kind of need to flip the script and make sure that you have people that go in for the Gyro that will get on the Sniper Venge. But of course, Tundra, very nice protection with the Venge. It's like a double layering. So the next two pick from Falcons, I'm kind of looking at heroes that double get in the backline, like both Malrine and Amar on heroes that will really get in the team fight.
Is this like a Primal Beast potentially for Falcons? Okay, they go for Timbersaw, keeping it alive, but I'm just thinking that overwhelming amount of let me get onto the Sniper. Timbersaw can do it. I think we've seen the early Blink Daggers, of course, be very popular throughout the meta, but they're kind of lacking that little bit of control. Like, sure, Timbersaw can push you back in your positioning, but there isn't that stun kill threat at the moment.
Yeah, at most. This Mirana is going to have to land some god-tier arrows.
Yeah, I would say for Falcons, Luna probably has to go. Tundra are very good. They're really good at like some smaller synergies. I think like you have the Luna aura later with the Sniper. I think it makes it very good. It makes the Timber worse. Oh, a kitty. Okay, Weaver will go out.
How polite.
That cat has seen some shit, by the way.
Weaver gets taken out, but I'm with you. Luna remains in the pool, and that makes me a little bit nervous.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, I feel like I'm more leaning toward... Yeah, I'm leaning towards any hero for Falcons that will get in the fight. Like, Timber helps you, but he's more the body, right? Yeah. Like, he's more the guy that will help enable, gives you vision, he's annoying, but he's not the one that will really keep them there.
Do you have a preference for whether you want that jump to come from the mid lane or the off lane? Because Timber could go to either. But if he goes mid, then you're shoving him into a Sniper.
I could see them looking for a Keeper of the Light, maybe. It's not the most catch later, but in early game it gives them a lot of tempo, which their draft can use very well. And he's one of the heroes that doesn't mind the Sniper too much. These trap modes you can blast, you're good to go.
Yeah. Tundra's frontline is Kunkka being in position. If not, everyone else plays on range. Venge wants to play on the swap, Sniper wants to play for the assassinates and the shrapnels and the headshots, and then Hoodwink wants to play in the tree line. So there's no one right now, if they're defending a tower, who's like standing in front of it going like, please dive me and let me create that opportunity to turn around the fight.
That's Toby's job, right?
That is Toby's job.
That's what he's hired for.
And he has got everything on his back right now. Like, he might break his back with that work he has to do for his team at the moment.
It's good. With the trash talk he showed on stage, I think he's more than capable. Tundra ban out an offlaner, giving the possibility of Timbersaw going mid, and they ban out, I would have considered primarily a mid, but maybe against Sniper, that's probably more of an offlane ban.
They're respecting the Timbersaw going to mid or offlane, right? Like, yeah, it could either go either way. Falcons are going to be picking out of the drafting phase here, so.
And now you got to ban another Tundra pure carry.
I really want to, I don't know why, but I really think, yeah, I like the Coddle suggestion. I still think Primal Beast could be just so obnoxious for Tundra to play into.
Definitely a hero they like to play.
Yeah.
They have this crazy early game, let Malrine do his thing.
Exactly.
He'll make the space for them. Those all the laning tricks.
Like, as long as you make noise in the game, like Gyro from behind, Gyro eventually likes to buy Swift Blink and these type of backline jumps. So you need just a hero to synergize with Timber to make explosive moves, and with the puck ban as well. Like,
if you put the Timber
or Kotl, they're the big two, I feel.
If you put the Timber offlane, is the Venge enough reason to not want to pick a Bad Rider from Malrine? And the hero's very hard to play as a core. I'm just throwing it out as a more spicy option.
That would be very cool.
Could be cool.
That would be the rival. Nice one.
Do you have a preference where it goes, T?
Slap it in the mid lane.
Okay.
Yeah. See that little Dwarven sniper and just plow him out of the lane. Just.
But I imagine that Falcons are banning out the puck because they're considering that maybe Pure could play the Sniper and Thompson gets something else that could abuse a Primal Beast mid.
That's why they banned the puck.
I think so.
Okay.
You think so?
I think there's a chance. Like, Thompson is the type of guy that would, I don't know, put in some whatever, like mid Dazzle or like some weird shenanigans against some stupid melee hero. But I would say it's more likely to just be a carry hero.
Self-proclaimed best carry in the world, right? He needs to give himself last pick.
I feel like you just pick Luna and you call it a day.
The reason I bring it up is because I mentioned at the beginning, Faceless Void, but Monkey King did not get banned out. It was always banned out against them. And it would abuse either melee hero that shows up mid. If they want to swap the
Is there a world where they do like a Bloodseeker potentially? No. I'm just thinking of like, you could go down the Falcons route for the Tundra pick, which is just the super active carry, and then you lean on Sniper becoming the big carry from the mid lane.
I feel like it has to be Luna Void.
Not today.
Monkey is still up there. At the end of show, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Let's go and be pure. Yeah.
Let's just the Luna.
Choose your hero.
With the Luna pick, there is a slight concern for Tundra that we already mentioned how Toby has to do a lot of this frontlining early on with his early boat and his timings. Luna needs a Manta plus Kanda. Sniper needs potentially, if it's Thompson, he's probably looking like an Aghanim's and the Kanda himself, right? There's a lot of just tools needed to create tankiness with most of their heroes outside of the Gunka.
It's going to be very exciting to watch this Primal. He's going to go active very early.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect him to lane for too long. Maybe level 4, he's already looking around which lane he can kill.
Is he even going to lane? I see so many Primals just cut the lane when they're in an incredibly unfavorable matchup like this.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's probably not laning, and then he's also not laning after that.
So two chances of not laning into then killing the map, and that's my big concern for Tundra. I think this is a very, very strong Falcons draft.
Like in my mind, both teams kind of got what they want, like a lot of their bread and butter type of picks. But I feel like Falcons need to create a lot of chaos in this early game, because I love seeing Tundra with these heroes, with this Venge Luna together, give the Luna aura to the Sniper. I'm not quite sure, but I feel like this mid game, I would prefer to be a Tundra player in this game.
Sorry, you leaning one way or the other?
I gotta trust Toby Kunkka. I think he can carry 10 players on his back, so
10 players.
4 should be easy.
Including himself.
Yeah.
T, what are you feeling? You got your Primal Beast.
I mean, I'm favoring Falcons draft, but there's something about the high ground of the Venge, the Luna, the Kanda, the Sniper as well, so obnoxious that if the game's rough, they could just buy so much time that they create the Thompson moments of comebacks. But I think Falcons should have it in their hands for at least the first 25 minutes of the game.
Yeah, because anecdotally, Stellar, you and I were talking before the series began, and you were saying that the high ground, it almost feels random at this point. There's no real clear strategy that teams are able to consistently execute.
Yeah, I think in the mid game it's going to be very exciting. It will be down to the team fights who can execute it better, and both these teams, they're very good at it.
All right, Birmingham, are you ready for some electricity?
Welcome everybody to the final day here at ESL 1 Birmingham. Sunsman here with Cinder. We got the lower bracket finals, and it's a doozy, Cinderman. A real doozy.
Yeah, it's a repeat matchup of the first, I believe the first series that was actually played in the upper bracket, but it was obviously not on stage in that first round. And let's see if Tundra can have Falcon's number once again, now that the stakes are higher, now that the crowd is here and everything is set up for... You know, this is when champions are made, right? It's the final day. This is when you bring out all your big guns, your best strategies. You've had tons of time to research each other. You've seen more games played. And this is also when creativity a lot of the time can reign supreme, right? So we're going to see a little bit of a... I'm not going to say this is uncommon for Falcons to bring out this Primal. They've played it a lot in the past, but in this tournament it has barely even been touched. This is the 5th game of the hero among all teams.
30 seconds.
And Nullreen will be going up against a Thompson Sniper. For me, this is the lane to watch. I think it's very volatile. Primal Beast mid is always extremely aggressive. And whether or not the supporting cast from both teams are going to put a lot of focus there remains to be seen. But, you know, Falcons, they've got their Mirana to rotate there on the side of Tundra. We've got both the Venge as well as the Hoodwink that could also make the moves over if their lanes are free to allow them to make the rotation.
The battle begins.
It looks like there won't be much contest here in the Bounty Rune situation. It will be a split 2 ways.
Gentleman's agreement. Nobody even looked at each other.
That's right. 0 damage has been done so far. That will change very shortly, though. Yeah, this mid lane should be very interesting. Whitemon, of course, playing the Vengeful Spirit, which looks exactly like Skywrath Mage now. So I'm going to have to... Have you seen them together, the 2 Arcanas?
Not in the same game.
One day it'll happen, and it will be glorious. But yeah, of course, this best of 3, the winner of this will face off against Betboom in the grand finals. And I think either way, it would be kind of an interesting story. Falcons, of course, have played a lot against BetBoom recently. Usually have been the victors in that situation. And for Tundra, Pure, of course, has a lot of history with them. I'm sure he wants to get back at his former teammates. A lot of storylines for sure.
I'd like to see the pregame trash talk on that one.
Yeah, we'd need a translator, I think. As Amar is playing the Timbersaw here. Of course, Falcons, such a difficult team to draft against, as they can flex between, in a lot of cases, 3 positions on their core side. But Amar, this is one of the heroes that made him very famous along with his Mars.
For sure, this is one of his 3 best. The bad news for him is he's like playing against Luna, which is one of the best carries in lane against Timbersaw, so I think Pure should feel very comfortable down here. And also, Timber hasn't had the best tournament. I think his win-loss is 7-12 heading into this, so, and I believe that is with Falcons also running the hero, right? I don't know if their scoreline is particularly good either. Definitely had Amar on the losing side of things on that. All right, gonna take some big pressure. Level 2 coming in for Tundra first. We'll put it to immediate use.
We'll have to stick up to stay safe. But yeah, a lot of the magic damage here, like you said, counteracting the tankiness that Timbersaw typically gets with the physical armor from the reactive, but still too early for a kill thus yet. In the mid lane, 13-2 on the sniper, by the way. Thompson is destroying versus the 6-1 on Malreen's Primal Beast. So far, in terms of just pure CS, Tundra in that mid lane definitely coming on top.
And this is a lane that I think on paper is good for Sniper until Primal gets levels and can go for the kill. I think very early on, Thompson should be pulling ahead. Maybe not by this much. I think maybe a little bit of outplay going on here. And as I said earlier, I do think rotations will be coming. Because I think Primal Beast will not be happy to just sit here and trade farm forever, especially because he's trading poorly. Sniper is the type of hero you really want to punish early on in mid if you are able to. And the tools are there. So see when they have the ability to leave, because for the side of Falcons, I guess you might struggle a little bit with leaving the gyro alone for a moment. Oh, 9 class actually in huge trouble.
And Fairy Fire keeps 9 class alive, so still no first blood to come for either side. But yeah, when that rotation, I mean, do they need both Sniper, or sorry, a Shadow Demon and the Mirana to be able to get a kill in that mid lane? Because it had to be just the Shadow Demon, maybe.
Yeah, I think either of them is enough. Mirana might not even need to hit an arrow if you just come in with a leap level 2 Starstorm and then the Primal Beast is on top of the Sniper with everything. That could be enough. Actually, Malreen gonna... Okay, I don't know if that was on purpose. He just wants to pull the wave, I guess.
It looks like it.
Yeah, okay, he's resorted to, okay, I'm not having fun, let's just not play the lane normally at all. He's just gonna pull waves into the jungle and go for the efficiency here.
Amar taking a Blood Grenade, a lot of magic damage with that Lucent Beam as well, up in 2 seconds. Can they get the vision? Another Blood Grenade though, this time onto Whitemon, but Pure gets the kill on Amar first. So first blood to Tundra.
And he will also grab the Healing Lotus, so we'll have plenty of resources when Amar returns on this Timbersaw. Yeah, off to a good start here. I like seeing this from Malreen. I think a lot of players would maybe not consider this play at this in this mid lane, but just whenever there's a camp spawn that he can do it with, he's just going to charge past the Sniper, pull the camps, or pull the creep wave into the jungle to get that added efficiency. It's a 2-for-1 because he also avoids laning against Sniper. Actually, now he might want to go for it. Thompson standing his ground, but all right, we'll be able to bully him away.
And of course, he has a really annoying headshot cosmetic attached, so it's all about the efficiency of the tilt in this series as well. The tipping, the taunting, and all of that adds up at the end of the day. But yeah, still no kill as of yet, but see once we get to that 6-minute power rune timing, if that will cause some rotations to come over. Grit with the disruption, but Magic Missile from Whitemon will keep Amar at bay.
Dire structures are fortified.
And the top lane looking really, really solid for this Skitter Gyro currently.
Thompson got quite low. And Malreen doesn't have Onslaught for another 7 seconds. We'll see if he wants to force the issue. We've seen him dive a lot. He's not afraid of going in really deep here. Speaking of which, Onslaught with the trample, that's enough. Just a very clean kill, and it looks like he'll survive the tower shots as well. Well, now he's just suiciding just to be able to get back as soon as possible.
Malrine deems this an XD-worthy moment. Seems to be his go-to whenever he gets a solo kill.
Yep, I think so. Is Toby taking a full Starstorm, Snake King definitely keeping the pressure on.
This is the most one-sided lane of the game so far. The Hoodwink Kunkka is definitely getting quite bodied by Mirana, Gyro. I also think it's kind of to be expected, this double-ranged hero combination against Kunkka with Hoodwink can be strong if she's playing with a laner that offers a lot very early on, but Kunkka kind of needs those first few key levels before he starts becoming a threat. Falcons are well aware of that and just putting all the pressure they can into Toby, who's only got 14 and 3 on the CS against the 29 for 16 Gyro.
Yeah.
So now Skitter will be left alone for a bit.
Yeah, the Bushwhack is there. We see the TP coming in from Snake King. Torrent does connect. Not a ton of damage though, but they get the X to bring him back.
The
Tidebringer misses, and that just ends the attempt here for Tundra. Even with that, not sure if that would have been enough though.
Probably not, but regardless, they do put some pressure on the Gyro, and that's what you want to do here. Just make him uncomfortable so that when you get your next catch from 9 class, it could lead to a kill. 9 class closing in level 3. Pretty meaningful upgrade for Hoodwink in terms of overall damage.
Pure, left alone for the time being, will be tanking the damage just to be able to get that Lotus. As top lane, Whitemon finally reveals himself, the X into the magic missile, down goes Snake King, but Malrine coming in to take out 9 class in tow, and he still has the pulverize for Toby, and that'll be an easy cleanup for him. Ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Falcons. Good rotation from Malrine.
Yeah, one of the best heroes in the game.
Oh, and the 7-minute wisdom, they're actually scanning him. Can he get away with this? Pulverize is not up for 13 seconds. But does have the onslaught, of course. Looks like he's just going to back away. In fact, a lot of members here for Tundra just to secure this. And I mean, we've cast multiple games now where the first Wisdom Rune feels like it ends up, if it gets stolen, it could snowball into just a loss eventually.
Yeah.
Like it just adds up over time.
I think it's the most important thing that can happen more or less in the first 15 minutes of the game is if one team gets 2 of them.
Toby in a lot of trouble, not realize Malrine was still sticking around. That is just way too much damage.
Yeah, he sat there for a full minute, almost, just waiting in the trees.
Dobson showing up though. See the Bushwhack coming out from 9 class. Malrine in a lot of trouble, no pulverize for 5, so it ends up being a very valuable trade for Tundra.
Tundra with a bit of a different strategy, not going for the XD, but the tip. We'll see how this meta develops throughout the series. Amar's cracked level 6 down bottom. This is usually when the carries don't really want to lane anymore against Timber. There's kind of no carry in Dota that truly enjoys laning into this hero once he hits 6, and Pure is already left. He said, whatever, I'm going mid, and then he's probably going to also be playing around the jungle. Find his farm. With the 2 points in glaives, should be okay.
Yep, a good amount of stacks there. Snake King getting chased by Whitemon with that haste rune, magic missile, and it looks like it should be a kill.
Nice and easy.
Now Skeeter being shown under his tier 1 tower. X Torrent, Topson, Whitemon, and 9 class all converging to kill off this gyrocopter, and they do so. So Tundra finding some good momentum, and maybe they can take this tier 1 tower, although it is quite healthy at the moment.
I think it's important for Tundra to bring Toby into the game, so using their strongest hero in the sniper to make this rotation is a good way to do that. Toby's now going to be level 5, still trailing the Gyro by a large margin. He has 21 CS only, but also was kind of drafted into an atrocious matchup, so...
Yeah.
Ancients now will be scouted. This is a big moment for Tundra. They need to protect these.
Oh, you can see that some XP is being stolen here. I can see that it is being taken, and they do take them out eventually, but now we have the disruption into the trample onslaught, and Pure is going to get swapped, and it's going to be super fine. Malrine and company might not be so. He gets the pulverize, actually connecting onto 4 heroes essentially, but now Malrine has to run away. Skeeter coming out with the call down. That's the death of Whitemon, and it looks like Falcons will be able to retreat. I mean, they leached a lot of experience there. They didn't get any of the actual gold.
I think Falcons also missed a little bit of a beat there. I think they could have killed the Luna, but the overlap between Disruption and the Onslaught was a little bit off. Malrine now gonna die for this wave.
Absolutely punished.
All right, there's the upgraded meta with the 2 sad smileys.
Yeah, that's the double chin, I think. Well, if you want to look at it that way.
Primal Beast is a chunker, so.
Thompson gets a nice regen rune, and I'm guessing we're going to be seeing a similar build to other snipers. Would you like to see anything specific on the sniper for this type of matchup?
No, I think just standard, you know, high. I don't think this. So the XM thing with going for the Ags Conda that he made trendy for a bit seems like it's not as popular right now. I think Thompson just going strong right-click damage is the way to go. Also further amplified by playing together with Luna. And you need to cover your bases because I don't think your offlane hero in this game is going to do very much damage, right? He's going to bring the utility from the offlane Kunkka, but Toby's game is so weak that I think if Sniper also goes for a semi-util route or whatever, they're going to be struggling to kill these beefy boys on the front line for Falcons. So just build up your Sniper.
You consider Conda to be semi-utility?
I think the Ags is a little bit of a...
Okay,
The way XM was using it was a lot to assassinate, literally, but to like set up ganks as well. It's less consistent damage and more burst, and I think consistent damage is what Tundra will need here.
Gotcha. Yeah, Thompson looks like he's going to get a free tier 1 tower here in the mid lane.
Yep.
And he is top net worth on his team right now.
Top in the game is Amar, who's just quietly playing 1v0 for the last 5 minutes on Timber. This often happens, so not out of the ordinary. 126 CS on him, just been able to farm every wave bottom as well as jungle. That is obviously going to make for this kind of a scoreline. So he's got the Kaya, he's working on an Eternal Shroud. Obviously when you're playing against this much magic damage on the side of Tundra, that's going to be an incredibly valuable item for Timber. You got Luna, you got Kunkka, you got the Venge. Hoodwink, also a lot of magic damage. Even the Shrapnel.
Yeah.
It all adds up.
And I just realized something that Amar does. It didn't click until now. He looks for high fives when he thinks they may have vision, even if they didn't, which they did not. But just in case they see me, they'll think that we know that they know. That's actually kind of next level thinking. As Whitemon's going to get caught here by Malrine. Pulverized should be the death of the Venge. Moonlight Shadow was used as well. Thompson using the cover of the trees here to TP to safety.
This is still looking very healthy for Falcons, just step by step developing their lead. The vast majority of this, actually the entire net worth lead is the offlaners.
This is a really important kill. They don't have the Pulverize quite yet, but the call down is there. TP's coming en masse. Is it enough to save Pure? No, just barely dies. Now you see Tundra needing to get something out of this. They bring back Malrine, still really tanky thanks to the uproar, but too tanky for them to do anything. So a free kill on Luna essentially for Falcons.
Yeah, and they can allocate resources to start hunting the big heroes for sure. They can just keep going for the Luna and the Sniper. These two heroes very vulnerable. They don't have much to protect themselves, so really rely on the supports to cover. And Falcons will poke and prod wherever they can. They know Skitter is having a good game and just farming up. A Storm, of course, so is Amar, as we've already covered. And they should also have to read that Toby's game is this bad that I don't think it's a problem for them to just give him a little bit of comeback space. I don't think you need to keep shutting him down over and over and over again. I think that job is already done. So keep on focusing on the game-winning heroes that Tundra are trying to reach that state with. Luna kill. Arguably the biggest kill of the game here. This hero really wants to get ahead and stay ahead, and not the case so far.
Yeah, it feels like every Luna game that we've cast, at least, it's been Luna on top, and a lot of times it's just them with a huge separation.
Top tower is under attack.
But of course, Pure definitely has the ability to come back into this game. It's a 3K lead for Falcons, nothing insurmountable, but definitely a decent lead at this stage for Falcons.
Yeah, it's definitely meaningful. Also considering we've been focusing on the cores, but look at the support net worths too, right? This is going to translate into one extra key save item, for example, whether it's a Force Staff or a Glimmer against these Radiant heroes or an Aura.
Amar, he's going to be found by Thompson. Magic missiles there. Lots of damage being applied. They have the X now to bring him back. Big kill for Thompson and company. That was the top net worth in the game, and now Thompson replaces him on that list.
Yeah, finally Amar gets... I feel like he just had this false sense of security. You know, you've played 1v0 for like 7, 8, 9 minutes bottom. You're like, are there even any enemies in the game? That time he went too deep into the jungle, and Tundra were ready to get the punish.
Crit looks like might be take some action here. 9 class and company grouping up to... Yeah, they will find him with the bushwhack into sharpshooter. Thompson again with the kill. So a very good start for the sniper. Has the Shadow Blade and Dragon Lance right now.
Something we didn't talk about, both these teams, I would say, the 2 best teams of the tournament at running the Hoodwink, right? And now they're playing it against each other. So,
yeah, that's true.
Curious to see if Falcons have some sort of a plan, since they are exceptionally good with this on crit as well. If that was a part of the mindset, maybe also behind picking the Primal Beast. Obviously, if he gets on top of Hoodwink, you're in big trouble. Trample constantly breaks trees around you, so it can be very difficult to land the Hoodwink combo to protect yourself. Might have been a part of the logic behind the pick. We haven't really seen that interaction too much just yet. Falcons. Snaking's going to spot out 9 class. Lots of pings going out.
Yeah, dust is used just in case, but nothing is found. Although we can see Shadow was activated, and now Tundra run right into Malrine, who onslaughts in, but the entirety of their team is here. The Eclipse solely on the Primal Beast. It's likely to be the death of him very shortly, but a disruption save at the last moment, and they've already taken Thompson out of the fight. Pulverize to follow, and the swap comes into play. Malrine somehow still alive in this fight, as now the rest of Tundra on the retreat. And Whitemon looking for the snipe on Malrine, but it's not to be, and instead he will likely be chased down instead. He'll get a courier kill, and I think that's all Tundra gets in this fight.
Toby's not out of the woods yet, quite literally. He's stuck in them.
Yeah.
He has no TP, and he cannot fly a courier up here.
Pure being spotted now by Amar. TP in the form of snaking is here. Lots of pure damage applied to Pure. That Whirling Death destroys him. Still alive though, double leap from Snaking. Acorn Shot's gonna slow them down a bit. And eventually brought down by Amar's Chakram.
Such
and Falcons, man, they're on top of it.
Godly Whirling Death. He dodged the bushwhack as well. So he did the damage to the Luna, but also at that exact moment, the bushwhack was flying in and he blocked it. We're going to see a replay of this fight first. So Malrine, as you said, surviving through all of this. And this is something that I think Tundra is probably the best team in the world at. They're really good at getting information by using heroes for it. So a lot of their strategies, you're going to see either a tanky frontliner mid or a tanky frontliner offlaner that just... When they have the read of where the fight is going to take place, they send in their absolutely tankiest hero, they soak up a ton of spells and damage, and then they disrupt him. And so much just out the window. A little bit of a return kill here at Tundra.
That was like a little mini game there. Try to dodge all that shit. It's Thompson now. Damage Rune looking for a target to go on, but yeah, Falcons extending their lead a bit, ever so slowly. I mean, the good news for Tundra is that wasn't like they lose 2 heroes. It could have been a lot worse. And I'm not sure if they had seen the blade mail of Malrine up to that point.
I think he used it bottom in the previous team fight, and it's very standard, right, on this hero. Not an item we see as much as we used to. I think a lot of people will be happy about that, but there's still a short list of, I want to say, maybe 3 heroes that still frequently buy it, and Primal is at the top of that list. Almost every game this will be picked up, and now Malrine with his 2nd tank item here now. So now we've got the double shroud on the side of Falcons. Their frontliners are really, really tanky, and Tundra don't have the damage to deal with them just yet, but they do have the damage to deal with.
Oh, nice. The disruption at the last moment. Snake King will live thanks to the mech. All of that long-range damage. Actually takes an assassinate after the fact and still alive.
Nice concussive grenade there to halt the advances of the Primal.
Yeah, I was going to say, when did you think he was going to pick that up? And he already has it, so...
Yep.
Definitely needing that with all this backline jump that Falcons have. But, yeah, just being able to do that much damage. If there's no Shadow Demon in the vicinity, that's definitely a kill with this long-range aspect artillery, if you will, from the Tundra side.
Toby has his Axe. Has gone for a 3-4-2 build, so no maxed out X. Makes for worse catching potential for him for now with these levels, but has the highest amount of damage he can on that Torrent Storm. Oh, gonna miss the sharpshooter.
Oh my, initiation from Amar, not afraid at all. Arrow not gonna hit. And Thompson able to rain free from above. No kills to come.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, definitely having these two really tanky frontliners with the likes of Gyro, it's only going to get worse from Tundra's perspective. As you can see, Skeeter has his Aghanim Scepter to go along with the Chrysalis. And just going for some tankiness next with that BKB.
This
looks like Roche will be free.
Completely free, yeah. Tundra are nowhere to be seen. They might know this is going on, but feeling unable to contest. They're still doing a quite good job at playing the map, Tundra are. They're getting good farm across the board. I think the Kunkka now will slowly but steadily start recovering a decent amount. Not that the Ags really helped him with the farming speed, but just the levels and getting that efficiency going around the map now. He's closing in on Malrine, who oftentimes when Falcons do play this mid-primal, he will be lowest net worth among the three cores basically the entire game. He's spending a lot of resources making rotations. He's going in first and will die in a lot of fights to set up for Amar as well as Skitter to have very easy working conditions.
Thompson revealing himself to Snake King. Sharpshooter misses. Snake King will leap and mech, and Thompson continuing to chase with the concussive grenade and just immediately TP's out.
The next level play of
They'll never expect this.
Pike into grenade and then insta TP out.
Yeah, bottom lane, Toby caught off guard and absolutely destroyed. No reinforcements for Tundra, and now the tier 2 will take heavy damage. Fortify comes out first.
There is no hero on Tundra that will survive that initiation there. All of them will just be beaten to a pulp, but they will get themselves a little nice shard here for the Venge.
Yeah, that's a pretty good shard, I would say.
It's quite reliable in this game too. Sometimes this can be a little tricky to use, or I mean, it's still the same as using your normal stun, but you don't always get the value of the bounce. But in this case, you're playing against a Gyro who will often be somewhat close to get his flat cannon shots off, and two other melee cores that will be in the middle of the fight. So you will get this bouncing stun, I want to say, almost every single time in the fight. Nice pickup for them. Skitter will get the tier 2 tower. First of the game.
The drums are popped. Acorn shot will connect onto Crit for the slow, but here comes Amar popping the Veil. Boat is coming. Not really to any effect. Even the Torrent Storm used. As Crit taking some more artillery damage. No kills to come as Pure will be spotted in the top lane against the likes of Snake King. And he has his BKB now. So definitely able to fight if needed. And the fact that the net worth is so close, despite, it feels like Falcons are getting a lot of the better trades, but the farm around the map, Tundra, are definitely keeping up.
There's a lot of efficiency coming out from the Luna. I think what Tundra are doing a really good job at is buying information for Pure to feel safe with farming maybe a little more aggressively than he usually could.
Let's get started.
And making sure, and it's obviously coming at the expense of Toby sometimes, and this is what the panel talked about, the way this team operates. They probably have one of the poorest offlaners on average in terms of net worth in the games, but the value is going elsewhere. You can see the top two, just now Amar just barely overtaking the Sniper again, but the Luna and Sniper looking very healthy at the expense of the Kunkka. And this is one of the better heroes to not have that much net worth on, because so much of what you do is just spells, right? As long as you get your Torrent Storm off, as long as you get your boat off, it doesn't really matter whether you have 7k net worth or 12,000, like as long as the spells land,
yeah,
and you've done your job. And usually that extra 4k net worth would be going into a BKB to ensure that you get the spells off, of course, and that's what he's working on right now.
I'm really interested in this Thompson build. Of course, always has very unique takes. I might have to hold your horses here, or my horses in this case.
What is it, your horse?
He did go for the casual Shadow Blade that we've been seeing quite a bit of. I figured it would be an eventual Silver Edge, but doesn't really upgrade as nicely for the likes of Sniper into the late game. But They already have a break with the Sharpshooter for the Timber and Primal, which are two kind of interesting heroes to break because you want to do it before they gain stacks. So it's all timing dependent. But I wonder if this will eventually be a Silver Edge, but looks like it'll be the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, was not expecting that, but he is already committed with the point booster purchase, so I guess it's going to be Kanda after that. When you are going Ags, is there any way around it? Probably not.
And perhaps it was to align with, well, maybe he's going to get it faster, though, because there's going to be another Kanda for Pure. Yeah, he's getting that very soon, actually.
They do like their Kandas, so it's not too surprising. But like I was saying earlier, I wonder if this is going to backfire in terms of just, do you have enough damage when you take this approach versus having some really significant right click? Because you are paying a lot for this, right? Ags plus Kanda costs about 10,000 gold, and you could quickly figure out that you could have got a Daedalus plus a Butter for that, for example, almost, or, you know, something to that effect. But
no.
Maybe he feels like he won't be able to reliably stand his ground and just keep delivering like that.
Oh, Pure.
Yep, they'll find him.
Rain, reinforcements. He's going to pop the BKB. Pulverize still effectively works there, but now he can TP in safety.
Bit of a misplay from Malrine, just holding that Pulverize for like 0.1 too long. If Pure doesn't get BKB off there, they're going to Pulverize into Arrow, and with Amar around, I actually think that would have been a kill, so probably Falcons' biggest mistake of the game there. Not landing that combination perfectly. And it's tricky because you really have to be a little bit greedy with your spells. You can't just instantly Pulverize after the onslaught. You need to get all that min-maxing out of your damage in between.
Yeah.
That waited a little bit too long.
No. On the other side of the coin, it was his first charge of BKB, so lowering that is valuable in and of itself.
For sure.
And Shiva's now there for Mr. Amar, and there's actually an Ags for crit, so he's going to have that Demonic Purge.
×2.
That's right. Are there any valuable breaks this game for them? Lunar Blessing?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I think it's mainly just about being able to keep heroes in place so that the Gyro gets to attack and so that Amar can stay on them. You're right, this isn't the best Ags game ever, but I think if you just purge the Luna twice back-to-back, for example, you will not get to
I wonder,
play the fight.
Can you purge off the damage mitigation that comes from Venge Swap? Do you know?
The barrier?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's dispellable.
That's pretty good then, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not amazing, but it's something.
But I believe the Moonglave's active is completely undispellable, right?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Because that would have been crazy if you could Demonic Purge that.
Yeah, let me just delete your hero real quick. Easy.
Yeah, imagine becoming top tier meta carry because of your shard as carry.
That's right.
Not very common. But here we are. All right.
Falcons lead. I mean, there hasn't been that much action in the last couple minutes, but Falcons have increased their lead a bit.
Double Wisdom.
Wow,
that's going to get the experience. Amar will just get a nice, easy level 20.
That is really a rare sight to see at the 28-minute mark.
I don't think I've seen it this tournament.
Like, sometimes like when it gets really late game, sure, you forget about it or something. I don't know, but yeah, he is level 20 now.
And Crit will get the shard. So this is a 2-charge Demonic Cleanse as well.
The hunt is on. Peter gets torrented and destroyed. My goodness. Tundra from the shadows using that ward to get the carry off the tables here for Falcons for the time being. And what can they do with this time? I mean, we won't know about Roche for another few seconds. So that would be, I mean, if it was an early spawn.
Yeah, they could actually get it up top if they were lucky, but odds not favoring them, and they will indeed not be able to get it, so.
And we get a long-range assassinate onto Crit. We know he's under vision.
Nice. Okay.
Thompson making his way over to the other side, and the Bushwhack will set up yet another kill.
Going for the finishing blow with the concussive grenade for style points.
Yep, that's right. So has his Aghanim Scepter, so the assassinate will stun for longer, and will be able to cast a lot faster.
Now the Kanda's on the way, and that's when the build truly comes online.
That's right. So the Shadow Blade is just to get a get away from these backline jumpers and
It's
stay on the
multi-purpose,
outskirts.
right? Yeah, exactly. It's one thing for escape, but I also think they've been using it aggressively, right? He's using it to get information and set up ganks.
Yeah.
Which is very Thompson-esque.
Well, another kill will come the way of this ward, and I think Snake King and company are very sure where the ward is. But yeah, getting 2 kills off the top of that is pretty
very
damn
nice
good.
Bandit tier too, so don't think Falcons will be, unless maybe. This is a matter of whether Tundra call. Yeah, okay. There was a potential play there, but Falcons are showing heroes on the map. I think if all the heroes were off map here, if Malrine wasn't showing on the mid wave, perhaps they could have thought there was going to be a smoke coming into a potential Mirana buyback for a surprise fight, but not the case. So it's gonna let things stabilize. Roshan is next on the menu for both teams, and it's now daytime, so usually this will be good news for Radiant as they have the outpost advantage, but Falcons well aware how important this is. They will already have set up shop here. Now what's for sale in this shot? Good question.
It's a good question. Oh, a shield rune available for Malrine.
Yeah.
That is going to be a tanky boy.
Tough one to crack.
Making their way over. You can see the wards are set up ahead of time. And Malrine with the jump, the pulverized to start. Pure destroyed in the blink of an eye. And no way Tundra can fight now. They attempt the retreat. As Amar going in very deep. Actually, the buyback on the Pure trying to turn this around. They X-mark Amar, but look at how much HP he has. They're tickling him.
Oh boy, that's like... That's not the buyback, I think. You also saw the camera of Pure right after buying back. He did not look like he would have done that once more over if he had the chance again.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, because he didn't even get BKB off, so he can still fight, but just not able to find the right opportunity here.
They understand how important this Roche is, so they do want to try to protect it, but the buyback didn't lead to any sort of surprise, good fight going their way where he TPs onto the outpost and gets a flank or whatever. Falcons just stand strong there, and
man, look at that. All that damage, and the shield rune still has some extra barrier on it.
Radiant are scared.
When you see a primal beast with shield rune, it's like, let's not even fight. It's like having a double damage on like a PA or something, you know?
Yeah, it's
like you just
crazy.
Ignore them, I guess. So Roche number 2 will go the way of Falcons. And of course, that is the coveted Roshan's banner. 9 class actually showing himself, but the bushwhack misses. Amar wants to go in deep, gets off the Shivas after the Timber Chain. Lucent Beam will keep him at bay as Pure giving away his position now. Falcons obviously ready to fight. Thompson with the retreat tactics. They get the Torrent onto the Gyrocopter. They're going to be Assassinate off as well. The boat is coming in. Doing a lot of damage to Malrine. No more shield room for you. The Eclipse coming out along with the Torrent Storm. Is he actually going to live? No! Finally enough damage to be able to take down the Beast. So 2 dead for Falcons. All they've taken is Vengeful Spirit, and Pure has to BKB TP. If he gets out, that is not too bad at all. They don't get the Aegis, but getting a core kill at this stage of the game without giving up too much, pretty damn valuable. Thompson is TPing out.
Yeah, and if Pure would have died there, they would have lost a lane or 2, right? Because that would have been a dieback 30 minutes in. Yeah. That respawn time would have been massive. But yeah, they do get out on the side of Tundra, and will now progress toward Pure's Ultimate Scotty here, coming out very soon. It's another 1,500. Okay.
Yeah.
That was close for 9 class.
It's about as close as it gets.
Now, the bad news for Tundra is, despite this fight going okay, when Malrine gets the BKB, I don't think they can kill him like this anymore. I feel like that BKB you have to kite and outlast. I don't know if they have the damage that it takes. For Luna to go and deal single target damage to Primal, she has to come in so close that she's going to be in pulverize range. And I guess you can interrupt it with the swap, so if Whitemon is clutch and you have the right positioning, maybe it can work, but you've got to be really careful about not getting overwhelmed during this this Primal. We have seen the Luna just disappear almost in the blink of an eye when they get the free jump, and you have to always navigate the 2 demonic purges when you go in, so definitely some really key decision-making to be coming up for Pure. And Malrine will now be finishing this in the jungle, so getting this double stack of Ancients as well as Big Camp will complete it.
Now the BKB for Malrine, so these pulverizes will be very hard to stop. It's basically just Venge swap. I guess Assassinate, does that go through still?
Good question.
I don't know how
Maybe
it works
they
with
can use that
Ags.
too. Yeah,
It says
think
it
you
does
might
not
be right.
pierce magic immunity, but I'm not sure about the Ags if that changes it at all. Toby is going to be found by Snake King, uses the boat.
Wants to steal the wisdom here.
Yep, he's going to attempt it. 2 more seconds. Popping the BKB, it's just TPing first. So won't be able to find it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Whitemon and Pure find themselves in a bit of trouble, although Thompson is here as well. Peter and Amar wanting to go in deep again. Whitemon is who they have the sights targeted on. Another beautiful bushwhack, but Whitemon ends up getting bursted. Still with that Aegis from Skeeter, they're not too afraid of getting ultra aggressive right now.
Yeah, this should open up the mid tower. They want to put their Aegis to use, and this is the perfect timing to have a Daedalus deliver. They might just try to go high ground.
Yeah.
Without the swap, you don't have this ability to put Gyro in a very compromised position when he's going to siege, so knowing Falcons shouldn't be hesitating at all about this. I guess they should maybe have Malrine connect first, but all right, Amar is just...
Yeah, he's going to get Tidal Wave back, but that makes the Sharpshooter miss, so they'll not be able to get the break. And he has the Aghanim Scepter now. Boom, boom time for Amar. Will be ignored for the time being. Nice Torrent connecting onto Skeeter. He has that Satanic ready to go. Disruption saves him for the time being. Of course, he still has the Aegis, so wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to lose your life here. So now just wants to heal up, not wanting to waste this extra minute and change on the Aegis timer.
Yeah, not having Malrine there from the beginning definitely helping Tundra defend. He was showing on the bottom wave, so they were confident going for this, just pressuring them out. And they will be successful in defending their base. See the Lunar Blessing damage talent here being taken for Pure. So no Eclipse mini stun, generally very unreliable unless you have Ags, so it's quite far away. Something to look forward to on level 30, which we will inevitably get to in this game since you're casting only 60 minutes.
Don't jinx it. That's what I live for.
And now Amar going to start working on the Wind Waker. This is going to be an insane item against this Radiant lineup. There's so much combination play that Tundra wants to set up with their swaps, with their Torrent Storm into Luna just running straight into the fight and just bursting someone. If Amar can just reliably save someone, having Wind Waker on... Oh wait, did he actually change his mind? Oh, I really liked it. Oh, okay.
Well, he doesn't think he doesn't think he can die.
Yes. No, I specifically liked it for his team, actually.
Oh, using it for... Okay.
Yeah, because I think when you are as tanky as his Timber is in this game, it allows you to play in the front lines and then saving secondary targets that get gone on with that. But either way, looks to be taking a more aggressive route.
Yeah, Octarine, and then, I mean, you still have room to grow. You can eat your Ags and then go for the Wind Waker, since, according to you, we are going to 60 minutes this time around.
I think Tundra would love that.
Oh yeah.
Ultra late game Sniper Luna is very powerful, and never underestimate Venge in ultra late game situations as well. Having a support that has minus armor and damage reduction plus a damage aura and the swap level 3 is one of the best late game support spells in all of Dota. Definitely a lot to be done.
You can see that Ags is being built by the Venge, which still a ways away, but obviously one of the stronger Ags for a support in the game.
Yeah, no doubt.
Tundra teaming up here. Octarine is officially finished for Amar. Moonlight Shadow. Shiva's being popped, but nothing being found here for Falcons. As Tundra all together.
Basically by process of elimination here, Falcons kind of knew where they had to be, right? Because there was nobody farming bottom, their mid wave was across the river, and Tundra were nowhere to be seen. So they had the right read, but they arrived 5 seconds too late with that Moonlight, or they could have maybe found themselves a big kill. Now Tundra gonna fortify this area.
Very tense.
It seems a bit tricky for both teams to find an initiation angle that they're happy with. But I think overall this game stage should be good for Falcons. It just feels like they control the map a bit more, should be getting more gold per minute.
Yeah.
But if it's going to be enough to go high ground, that's the question.
Yeah, once you try to go high ground, then it might just be even. or maybe even Tundra with the advantage, despite the net worth deficit. So finding a pickoff before they go high ground, or just extending this lead slowly. But, I mean, 8K, 40 minutes in. It hasn't really gone up too much, so you got to give credit to Tundra for staying in this game, despite not really having much map control throughout the majority of it. And inevitably, it will come down again to Mr. Roche. We'll know in 20 when that spawn will come to be. Arcane Rune, so lots of good choices here for Falcons. Likely, I mean, Amar would really want to get this one. Thompson, he's the one that wants it instead. Disruption to prevent him from getting it. Onslaught in. Thompson actually uses the grenade to get to the other side. Looks like the ult from Mallory was canceled, but Thompson, he's going to get swapped. He's still taking too much damage, though. He is dead all over an Arcane Rune that nobody ends up getting other than crit. And now the run is Pure. Going to be isolated completely here, so the Falcons getting what they wanted to force Tundra out of their base and to separate them a bit all over the Arcane Rune, as Crit going to take full use of it. Another disruption. And the TP might be successful though for 9 class, and indeed he will survive, but now it's a 2 versus 5. We'll see how much damage Falcons can do. Lanes are pushed up, fortification activated.
I'm actually really surprised Thompson went for that Arcane. Like, risk-reward-wise, you don't see the entire enemy team. It's been a very tense stalemate for so long.
Yeah, I thought they would export or something.
Yeah, at least set some sort of protection up. Because, again, what's the reward? You're risking the entire game for an Arcane. If you get caught and die, you know for yourself you don't have buyback. And yeah, it's nice to get Arcane on Sniper, but the entire enemy team missing. It's easy to say for us with our vision, but that was easily the costliest mistake of the game.
At 1 lane for Falcons, now in a 4 versus 5. Whereas Tundra have the opportunity to make it even, but we'll see if Falcons wants to act. Oh, nice torrent onto 2, but it's the 2 tankiest targets, so still not wanting to go in any further. As Amar basically with full stacks now, as Skeeter blinking in to try to finish the melee for this second lane. Malrine with an onslaught, just to make sure that that button still works, and the second lane now secured for Falcons, and the Moonlight Shadow comes to be, and still Pure holding on to the buyback. So Falcons now with a huge lead. As all right, not safe for work.
There's different interpretations of that gesture.
Pretty much. As the Ag's now online for Malrine. So extra damage and ability to break again.
For the first time this game, at least that I can remember, Skitter might be overtaking Pure for that carry diff. Gonna be down to 0. Pure probably not making the best case for that being how they're going to win the series against Falcons, and this one, the carry difference. Feels like Skitter has had his number this game, and just overall the team as a whole have been avoiding as many crucial mistakes as there's been on Tundra. A couple of the deaths on Pure have been really expensive. And now it feels like we're approaching some sort of last stand situation.
Yeah.
Where Tundra's next fight, if this one doesn't work out, it's just flat out over. Not enough buybacks in the tank.
Scan into the Roche pit, nothing found.
Dire's middle tower is under
Roche
attack.
is up. Now this will officially be considered a Roche off. The 43-minute mark. And Tundra have to find something here. Of course, their bottom and mid lane gone, so those creeps will inevitably just push in, so Falcons can kind of just chill. For a second, I thought that was the Roshan banner. I was going to be really upset.
Amar casually walking around with 5,200 health.
Yep, no big deal. Roshan will roar.
You can't give this up.
No, absolutely not.
You just have to go for this. And Falcons know that they can't give it up, so they will be moving
broken.
in.
And there's the jump in from Malrine, trying to focus everything onto Whitemon, but the Lotus is going to cancel his ult entirely. Toby gets off the boat, not really hitting much, and the Torrent Storm doing a decent amount, but Looks like Tundra on the retreat. They lose their Venge, and Thompson trying to delete Crit on the sideline. He's going to get Demonic Purge, but really the story is Pure, completely isolated, not able to do much at all. And Tundra get decimated here, a 1 for 4, and it's going to be a full team wipe. And that might do it, honestly, as Falcons can now take Roche unimpeded. They can just go down the lane. There's still a tier 2 top, so they can't officially go for Megas. They can just go down and go for the win.
Straight push down mid, see how many buybacks they can force, and then if they don't like the situation, they can back off and still prepare for the top Roche. Let's see what the play call is. Amar will just be easily challenging Thompson here. Isn't going to give a crap. I think even any 2 heroes on the Radiant side, any 3 maybe, can't even kill Amar.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
3v1. So very, very free to do whatever he wants.
Falcons playing a bit more disciplined than we're used to. Amar is the only one that was in their base there.
I thought they were going to value forcing buybacks over getting this Aegis, but I mean, either is obviously great. This is a huge advantage heading into the next fight. Can't help but think that if they would have pushed into mid first, they might have been able to force out 1 or 2 key buybacks, but maybe unable to disengage then.
Is this going to be a Snake King Ags? Doesn't everybody else have Ags at this point?
Yep.
Oh, I think Skeeter actually... Wait, for a second he dropped his Ags. Or did he just sell it?
No, he still has it.
Okay, Snake King ended up consuming it. All right. Yeah. So the old Sacred Arrow Starstorm, very exciting.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Missed the old days where it was just a passive Starstorm.
Yeah.
That was very good. This one, slightly underwhelming, but they'll take whatever they can get. 40k lead, basically, for Falcons. Tier 2 to come as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
As Skeeter, I'm not even sure how much more room there is to grow. The Aegis will be replaced by something. As Tormentor, oh, Snake King getting all the goodies now. That's over 5k injection for him now. He is, he's on par with Thompson. That's actually kind of absurd.
Yeah, getting, how much net worth did he just get for free?
So,
like 7k?
So Ag Synth is 6, right? Plus 1400, so it should be 74, I would assume.
Yeah. Must be nice.
So Aegis, Cheese, and now the Wind Waker comes for Amar, and that means somebody else is going to have to... Oh, wait, I thought that was going to replace something. Looks like he's sticking with the gem as his 6th item. That Shadow Blade will not be a thing for Thompson. Of course, he can't even leave his base, though, so... It's Falcons getting ready to try and finish this game number 1 here in the lower bracket. Here at ESL 1 Birmingham. Malrine looking for an opening potentially to blink and pulverize. They're spotted. It's on Thompson first. It is canceled immediately, but they delete the Vengeful Spirit right off the bat. And now Thompson getting destroyed right outside his fountain. He's dead. Double kill for Skeeter already. Torchstorm actually doing a decent amount, but it's just, there's no damage at all. Look at the HP pool of everyone on Falcons. They can just sit here seemingly perpetually. The buyback came for the Venge, just Pure in 9 class, just taking massive amounts of damage from these Chakrams.
Amar can zone 3 heroes himself.
Yes, Malrine will force out the BKB for Toby. Now they can try to go for these Mega Creeps and likely the game as, okay, some damage finally being applied to Amar. Will it be nearly enough? He's gonna pop the Aghanim Scepter, the swap to save Pure, and Toby's gonna end up dropping as a result. We'll buy back. And now Malrine still zoning along with Amar. The 2 tanky boys just can't get through this beef. As the Mega Creeps come, Skeeter and company can just focus on the buildings. This is 2 raid bosses on the same team, okay? It's getting actually pretty close to killing off Primal Beast. Malrine gonna find the distance with the Uproar. Now Skeeter coming in with the BKB, destroying Pure, deleting Toby, and that's gonna be GG for game number 1. Falcons, it was really close up until that one mistake over the Arcane Rune and just plummeted off a cliff for Tundra.
Yeah, the question is, and I'm curious to hear what the panel has to say about this as well, right? We were talking about potential paths for Thompson in this game. I don't really feel like his build worked. I know that maybe it wouldn't have mattered if he went other items because of the types of mistakes that they primarily lost on. But you got to see there toward the end that damage issue was real. Like, they couldn't kill the Primal, they couldn't kill the Timber. And if you go for this Axe Conda on Sniper, I find this to be more of like a tempo build where you want to get it early, you want to take advantage of it in the mid game and really put pressure, but they weren't in the position to do that this game, so I feel like it just really did not work out. But yeah, for the side of Falcons, they did what they do best. They bided their time, they found the right opportunities, they built up, they got tanky, and once again, this team is so good at getting vision in fights and playing around each other. You have to have a plan against these tanky heroes if they're going to go in and get the vision for free, and on top of that, playing against Moonlight, it's difficult to get the information advantage, so to speak. So I'm curious what Tundra are going to try to adapt in Game 2 to solve that problem.
Yeah, but they did keep up with Falcons. I'm expecting things to change here and potentially this going for all 3 games as we see the end game scores overall. Doesn't show the HP pool of Malrine and Amar, but it was seemingly infinite here as we get the panel to be able to break down this game number 1.
Well, it may actually be a little bit easier than we thought, because that seemed like a pretty clinical victory from Falcons in this game number 1. Looks like they're taking this lower bracket momentum in stride, and Tundra just wasn't ready for it in this game number 1. But perhaps Tundra also kind of shot themselves in the foot a little bit, T, because it seems like itemization was pretty critical for both teams. Yeah. For Falcons, they were kind of taking Tundra by surprise.
Yeah, you know, you could hear Syndrome talking about it as well at the end of the cast, and it felt like Tundra, they were reacting a little bit to Falcons. I think, first of all, Falcons, incredible itemization from them. I think Crit rushing this Aghanims, when we're seeing it at least in Birmingham more, that supports when they know that there's a key item in the game, rather than going for like the Drum or a Force or a Glimmer, and then thinking about this big ticket item, they just rush straight away for it. We saw it with Kaori with Phoenix back in the day with the Hex Rush, and I think this Aghanims was, you know, instrumental in finding the pickoffs. And on the flip side, Topson going for his build, I double checked it. This is the build he goes every single time with Sniper. So it wasn't like he was reacting to Falcons too much and the heroes that they had. It's just his build. So he didn't want to alter the script of his Sniper gameplay to the heroes he was against. And maybe that was the issue with Tundra. They needed a little bit more damage from him.
Yeah, because if you go for this build that he goes for, then it puts a lot on the shoulders of the Luna, Kazu, and it seems that Pure was not able to deal the damage necessary to even make keeping a sniper alive worthwhile.
Yeah, I'm happy that he mentioned the items, because Tundra play for this mid-game abuse on like long-range poke, but both Amar and Malrine go for this Eternal Shroud, Hard, Aghanim, Shiva, so I feel like this poke build, it just becomes, maybe not worthless, but it becomes significantly worse. So I feel like maybe you needed to adapt a little bit, but there's also a lot of gameplay that I feel like went into this game. The lanes maybe not going as well as they should. Also, I feel like, you know, Pure talking before the game about a carry div. I feel like this game had a pretty hard offlane div in this game.
What'd you have all your eye on in this game 1, Celery? Anything stick out to you?
Yeah, maybe this was an issue with the Luna pick, that their lanes went too bad. I guess this was the Kunkka Classic that I talked about, but if you don't get the team fights later on to make up for losing the lane as hard as you do, then it's tricky. And like you mentioned, Falcons itemized really well. And SD is pretty tricky for Sniper, where it actually cancels the grenade as well.
Yeah.
So you try the grenade out and you cannot, so this is one of his items, right? He buys Shadow Blade and Grenade and Pike, and everything gets disabled by SD Aghanims. So that's a pretty big counter to him.
Yeah, that greed from Crit being able to pay off in the spades, and also he's being able to be greedy, but that means Pure may not be able to be quite as greedy as we take a look at Arcadia, Ward of the Game.
In this Ward of the Game, it starts with Toby with the gem. He's going checking the high ground, but he uses Torrent for the D Ward whilst Pure's getting jumped as well. So this is a moment where Tundra feel like they're getting a little bit of a comeback, and you're going to see Pure have to buy back as well, but this is one of those moments where if Tundra was able to execute a little bit better there, it's not really, it kind of Toby's fault, to be fair. I'm kind of calling out Toby a little bit, but I think in regards to the whole team play, the fact that Pure is showing himself in the lane whilst Toby's torrenting the high ground, hitting it for a D-ward with the gem, and then boating late as well, like that, then it breaks Tundra's kind of comeback moment as well. So unfortunately, the Kadir Ward of the Game is actually Toby de-warding the ward to then kill his Luna. Alas.
That was like everything that can go wrong will go wrong type situation. He had to get initiated, Pure had to get initiated like at that moment. I was like, I can't help you. I'm sorry, I was trying to deward.
I mean, you know, the best teams, they will find this 1 or 2 second window where, you know, you're just dewarding, which most of the time is what you want to do. You want to clear the vision, but they see it, they snap it, they go, they know that this is like the 2-3 seconds we need to burst down Pure, who's the most important hero, and the fight is just instantly over.
It looks silly how he dies, but due to the ward, they see Venge is not in position.
Yeah.
Right.
Because Pure feels he's fine. Like, they know that I have Venge behind me, but they see you actually don't. He's not there yet.
Exactly.
Let's take a look at our medium mid laners for our Acer Predator head-to-head. Kezu, why'd you choose these two?
Yeah, so first of all, T already called the Primal Beast in the draft, which turned out to be an incredible pick for them. Maureen played it really nicely. He had early rotations. His itemization was great. And you can also just see in the damage taken, like it kind of reflects, like with him having tanked 71,000 damage, that he just kept going in. Because what you need to do against Tundra, if you make Luna and Sniper not be able to stand their ground or even just run away, these heroes will fall eventually. So having these items like the Eternal Shroud, being able to keep chasing even through a swap and whatnot, and his early tempo, honestly is just what brought this entire Falcons draft together. It allows Amar to farm, to allow him to sit in the bottom lane. It helps Skeeter, who had an incredibly early game. So all of their individual skill with the draft, with the items, is ultimately what allowed them to win this game like that.
Sorry, were you at all also a little bit confused by Topson's itemization? Like, would Quinn go for this kind of build on a Sniper in this kind of game?
Not sure. He usually went for different builds, but we played against him, and we think this is actually a really good Sniper build.
Okay.
But something you saw in the early game as well, we say the off-lane diff, but it's not really fair, right? One mid is a Sniper, he's very static. This is also how Topson likes to play.
Yep.
And Maureen is the opposite, he likes to run around. So they really need to account for this and make sure, if this happens, that either Topson pushes in mid or they have a way to protect themselves against it. Because this, if he's a hero like Primal, he will keep running at you. If you cannot defend yourself, I guess you're not laning anymore after minute 4.
I mean, that's one thing Tundra did do very well. Like in the early game, before the Shrouds came online, the supports were always in position to capitalize on Amar being in the jungle by himself, getting the kill. And if they can replicate that, but have that one core step up as well, that's when the game comes competitive. The issue is they were missing that one core, be it from mid or carry or whoever, and then they fell flat because Falcons, of course, hit their eventual timings that we see time and time again from them.
One piece of the puzzle may have been missing for Tundra, but we got a whole completed puzzle right now in the arena. So why don't we check in with Pyrian and Slacks?
What's up, Neil? We're down here on the floor with the fans.
The fans!
Slacks, I believe you have selected a champion to represent you amongst the fans.
That's right. I was looking around the crowd looking for some cool peeps, and I found something unbelievable. Sir, can I talk to you for a moment here? I found real-life Axe. Look at this man. Please come up here, my friend. Holy moly. Welcome. Please, over here, I need past all of our fans. Why do you look like this and you're here?
I have no idea.
You do play Dota, right?
I do, yeah.
Favorite hero?
Tide Hunter.
I believe it. That fish is good for it. All right, can I get one flex, please? Just one. God damn.
Jesus.
I've chosen you to be my champion. We're going to go give away some,
All right, we got some
prizes. Pyrian, can you please select a champion?
I'll select a champion to face off against your champion.
Okay.
Would you come up here, sir? You could be my champion very quickly. This is my champion.
All right, fantastic.
Come here, come here. It's all right.
What is your name, sir?
Steve.
Steve.
Steve!
All right.
Steve the champion! Yes, Steve. We got this.
All right. Battle number 1 is a bare knuckle fist fight. No, I'm just kidding.
No, don't worry, Steve. I've set something up.
All right. Rochambeau, rock, paper, scissors, my friends. Battle number 1. Winner gets the hoodie. Are you guys ready?
So the rules are 3, 2, 1, shoot.
Shoot.
Okay,
All
so
right.
I'll do the countdown. You ready, Steve? Yeah. Think about it, Steve. All right, just pick rock, Steve. 3, 2, 1, shoot.
Oh.
Double scissors. All right, it's tense. 3, 2, 1, shoot. Oh. Paper. They're in each other's minds. All right. 3, 2, 1, shoot. Oh! Steve. It's all right, Steve. We'll give you a hoodie
Give him
anyway,
a hoodie.
mate.
All
there
right,
you go.
I want another champion. Another champion.
All right, good luck, Steve.
Hurry, Pyrian.
You go sit down. I need another champion who can defeat us.
Okay.
Come on, then. This lad up here.
All right. And don't forget, you get these hoodies at the ESL shop, unless, you're skilled, then you can get them now.
Yeah. What's your name, sir?
Wex.
Wex! Everybody.
All right.
Wex! Well, people like Steve Morwex, but we'll make it work. Okay, what have you got for us, Slash?
MMR challenge. Okay, no lying.
Oh, he's shaking now.
No lying. Okay, what is your MMR? It's not good. Just say the number, brother.
1300.
1300.
Oh. Wex, can you beat that?
Shit!
Right. Can you beat that, Wex?
2.1.
2.1! Well done, Wex. You get a hoodie.
Thank you so much.
And I got one for the big lad.
Yes, of course,
I got a large for you.
A large. That won't be large enough, my friend, but oh my God, it was like touching Jesus. Thank you. Holy shit. It did not move. It was like touching a wall.
I know, man, it's built. All right.
Absolutely.
Well, we're going to throw it back to you, Neil, on the panel. I hope you enjoyed the challenge. Where's he going? We're going to throw some.
We can literally throw it.
Oh my God, look out!
Watch
my
the
arm is
cameras,
crazy.
dog.
That went really far. Well, how far can I throw this? Look out, children.
No, don't do it. Jesus.
Right.
Go.
Neil, look out!
Woo! Woo!
Right, back to the panel, quick. Back to the panel.
Quick.
All right, as Flax continues to assault our crowd members, they were looking for champions, but I'm looking for heroes. And to do that, we got to get into game number 2. Falcons versus Tundra Esports. Game number 2 coming up next.
Here at DHL, we utilize the most contemporary technology like virtual reality to keep our warehouses organized. This is crazy. Oh, it's so real.
This is real. Those are ski goggles?
Ski goggles. These are VR goggles, okay? Just got the high score on the fruit cutting minigame.
Well, that was my lunch.
Oh, that would explain a lot. If you've got some better ideas for how to bring us into the future, sign up.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Hold the hands of time. Promises will follow. Take on the world. Let's begin. Now turn awake. So much to defend. Let the sun come down. We'll start anew. Let the sun come down. Bring the world into. Start it over. Start it over. Start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over. Start it over. Start it over. It's time for a redo. It's not too late. Get on board. Follow your face. Open the door. Take it all in. Hold your breath. Now let's begin. Give it your best. Start it over. Start it over. Start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over. Start it over. Start it over. It's time for a redo. Start it over. Start it over. Start it over. Time for a redo. Start it over. Start it over. Start it over. It's time for a redo.
Charge, Shakira, your hips don't lie. Yeah, shout out Forsen and shout out Shambles.
Shout out to Ruby, thank you for making this all possible.
Hi, my name is Spoink. I'd like to give a big shout out to all the Dota players here today, and a shout out to Clarity League Amateur Dota 2 League. Sign up now. Hi, my name is Spoink.
Shout out to my little brother who's also here with me. We're like here for super good Dota, so yeah. I hope you all enjoy it and see you later.
And shout out to all of you for watching. Welcome back. It's ESL 1 Birmingham 2024, the final day, the lower bracket final. Game number 2 between Team Falcons and the Tundra Esports. Loser gets 3rd place, which is no shame in that, but you want to make it to that best of 5 against BetBoom team. But to do that, you're going to have to survive this draft. As we get ready for our game number 2 heroes, we're already running through it. Tundra, they ban out the DK, the Pango, the Razor all over again. And Falcons, they ban out the Chen, the Disruptor, the Morphling, and this time, the Shadow Demon. As a result, first pick of Tundra goes to a Hoodwink, and Falcons respond with a Doom.
I like this, like the closing pick of the Doom, because I feel like the next following picks that Tundra are very likely looking for Toby. Like, he's super good on Brew, he's super good on Kanka. I would say that this is just kind of good for them. Also, Falcons played Doom mid yesterday. I don't know how likely they will be to do that again, but they're just incredible with Doom.
My thing is here for Tundra, they valued the Hoodwink over the Doom here. Like, going for the skirmishing map play of the Hoodwink compared to just the inevitable scaling of the Doom, they kind of... You expect the Doom to be picked here from Falcons, so yeah, we'll see if Tundra can utilize the strengths of Hoodwink further in the draft by getting more heroes to bring it to life.
Stella, are you on board with moving this Shadow Demon ban up to a first phase? Or you think that may be a little bit overeager?
No, I think it makes sense. They both prioritize it a lot. And you could see last game how much impact it's going to have. It's hard to see sometimes in the fights, but the sniper dies in a lot of fights because he just cannot press anything. His pike, his grenade, it all gets disabled.
It's also the same bans Tundra used when they beat Falcons prior in the tournament from the first pick role as well. So they had those exact 3 starting bans. I mean, Falcons, they love their map play. They love their Mirana. I wouldn't see too much wrong here. I would say just any generic, maybe range hero. It makes it easier for your picks later down the line. Some follow-up damage in the game. Anything like that would kind of fit the bill for me.
Well, you can't get the hoodwink, as that has been denied by Tundra Esports, but Crit still has plenty up his sleeve. They could go for the Mirana right now. They go for an Enchantress instead.
Yeah, securing the lane just a little bit there. Hoodwink in the 4 position. You naturally play with a strong offlane to go for the kill, but the Enchantress will be able to do that. I'll wrap up my point quickly, just so the crowd can go wild.
Round of applause.
To be fair, I am a little bit upset with the crowd that we haven't returned with the DHL chance. Like, we used to do that again in 2019, but 5 years have passed and we kind of forgot about what was our best chance. Okay, maybe in the grand finals.
Maybe in the grand finals.
If they go for the Elder Titan, that's very surprising, because if you end up laning against Enchantress, this is not fun. If you finally get your spirit up, you want to run in, and they burst it. This is a very tricky lane.
Yeah, this could be a little tricky, I think, for Tundra. The one thing is that I'm not... Obviously, Falcons are capable of putting like crit on Ench, or he goes safe and snaking does take the engine to the offlane. So that is definitely something Falcons should consider. Because, like, I mean, ET just thrives off of kind of owning the lane, or at least doing well, getting high levels in your spirit later. So that's most likely also something Tundra will look at, right? Like the long-range poke, abuse it with the spirit, to make sure that the ET, if his lane isn't the best, that he at least has still a lot of game impact.
So then what's the reason for going for an Elder Titan over Whitemon's other classic melee, the Clockwork that he goes for all the time?
I'd argue that Elder Titan's going to be better at deciding the bigger fights to take. Clock likes to play very quick around the map. You hook shots and backline, you open up engagements. Elder Titan, you're kind of baiting them in a little bit more to then use the Stomp to turn around, with the Torrent Stomp with the Kunkka as well. Like, it just combos nicer from a hold your position type playstyle. So maybe it's Tundra looking to play that. And also, if you throw this ET Spirit with the Hoodwink damage on a single target, they are going to explode. Like, the amount of magic damage that you provide there is going to buff up the Hoodwink really nicely.
Falcons round out their second phase of picks with a Sven and a Wind Ranger.
Okay. I mean, I really like the Sven. I think against Kunkka you need overwhelming damage. Also, when you have Doom, I would say you want your fights... It would be nice if they can be more snappy, right? When your Doom goes, Blink, Doom, BKB, that you just get in there and you really get to kill people. I'm looking at Tundra, what they want. I see the Sven. I would like to... I mean, I guess you don't really want to flex the Kunkka so much to mid, yeah. I mean, I was kind of eyeing the Slardar, but then it would kind of just lock in both your Kunkka and your Slardar, so scrap that.
Is it... Oh, Morphling's already banned, don't worry. Take that back.
Morphling's banned, Luna's banned, Lifestealer's banned, Gyro's banned. A lot of the top tier carries are already removed out of the pool.
Hey! I mean, I assume they would be looking at a pure hero here. Do you see anything that stands out to you, Suttery?
Interesting.
Okay.
I was just looking at the heroes he played a lot. I thought maybe it's a decent Medusa game. It's a bit random. It's just the other heroes are banned and picked. So seems like they do go for it.
I mean, it's always very good against the Doom. You're at least one of the few heroes that doesn't care too much. You're the type of carry that can help your ET in the lane, which is what ET really wants to have there. I guess, I mean, you're also good against Sven, but it's not like this is a super free Medusa game. I would say it's good here, but there's still, of course, openings for Falcons, and they have tools to deal with it.
I think the changes from the previous game, Pure was in a position of getting jumped, and then Tundra had to save him. Now it's a Medusa, so that jump, he's going to have a little bit more life. He's going to have time to kind of turn around the engagement, open up the fight. And Elder Titan, it is a super classic combination with Medusa, because Medusa likes to park herself in the triangle. If ET's standing there on the high ground, preventing that initiation, preventing kind of just the engagement, then it will just be just a really nice combo.
Good job, brother. You keep cooking.
Yeah, that's a very good point. They have a very nice front line against Doom now with Medusa. Medusa is fine getting doomed. He has a lot of stats. He likes tanking for his team.
I believe this is the first Windrunner game for Falcons so far at Birmingham.
A funny stat about the Windrunner, we were checking a few days ago and we saw EUY was playing some Windrunner and he was having a lot of success. And then we feel like he's still Crit, yo bro, I'm owning on Windrunner. And then we saw Crit started practicing it as well.
Oh nice, okay, alright. So this is position 4 most likely?
I think so.
It would kind of make sense, I guess, right? You can lane against the ET. Also, you have the shard to like maybe get them away from you, or keep pushing them into your Sven and your Doom later in the game.
And then is a diffusal build viable on her against Dusa?
Maybe. I would like to see the Windrunner lane with the Sven personally, because then they just have stun and the power shot all the time, and the engine against the ET. they should be flexible enough to do
Yeah,
that.
that would be even better.
I think that will give Falcons really nice lanes.
That'd be the one thing here. Because they're second pick, they can decide at the end. But if it does go to mid lane, then like Sonoma was mentioning, the diffuser build against Medusa will be catastrophic. But if it goes into that 4 position, like you've already mentioned, it has life in both lanes. So it'll be interesting to see where Falcons go. And of course, Tundra, they're going to have to, in the moment of the draft, try and decide what role it is. Because again, it's not really been picked. If they haven't checked the pubs and they don't know where exactly it's going, they could be assuming it's in one role here.
They can go for maybe a all-around mid laner as Zeus and Puck are banned out. Coddle remains in the pool, but instead they'll go for Clinks.
Yeah.
They'll go for Clinks.
The last time Topson played this, he went for the Desolator build. He kept playing the map. He was poking down the towers, being super obnoxious. And I think that's what I'd like to see again this time, because Medusa will be stuck in the jungle. This guy's stuck inside his beer that he has just finished. And I feel like they need someone to be doing things in the map, thinking forwards. And if Topson can get out of laning stage with that ability to poke and prod around the map, then it will just buy time. I feel like Tundra's entire line was just buy time, wait for Pure to have 3, 4, 5 items, and then just walk it down a lane together.
Yeah, and that was one of their downfalls in the last game, is that Topson really was not moving around very much. Not that he should be on a sniper, but Clinks is a much more capable hero in that regard.
Yeah, it's going to be very cool to see. I really hope this Clinks has a decent lane so we can start running around with the supports. Yeah.
I mean,
It should be very cool to see.
Do you feel like there's something Falcons could pick here to really ruin his lane? Like, hard? They could put the wind range in mid, but I feel like that's not the most Melreen type of hero.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm not the expert on Clinks.
Yeah, I think me neither. Like, maybe some... How about some, like, Lina? There isn't too much catch. Like, there's some Kanka. You can play high range.
What if they go for the Coddle?
Oh, it would be a nice Coddle game.
Yes,
That's a good point.
Let's see, they got sick.
Oh, the classic Medusa counter.
Oh, offlane anti-mage.
Anti-mage.
And it will be then the mid-Doom.
Well, it's Doom mid against Clinks. I hope
Very
he can find a good creep there. I feel like Topson should be enjoying himself in that lane.
I'm gonna keep my eyes open on this Clinks. This Clinks will make a lot happen.
Yeah, because I can't really imagine it
Keep it up, brother. Keep it up, brother.
You got this. We believe in you. You made the whole country proud.
Let's go! Yeah, I always drink whenever I see an offlane anti-mage on my team also.
Draft-wise, though, I think this offlane anti-mage, there isn't enough map pressure from Tundra to really hit down towers, to progress the map, to overlap the anti-mage farming with the Sven and the Doom. So I think because of that, I expect to see Falcons have 3 cores all with their farm. And there's a lot of pressure on 9 class, on his Hoodwink, to sync up with this Clinks, to try and find some moves to make. But I think I'm leaning a little bit Falcons. I think the greed is good here because of the greed of Tundra.
Tundra need a really good early game. Like, I'm afraid that if their lanes are like even or they're slightly loose, snaking, goes through the gate, comes bottom, he solidifies like a Mars lane against the Medusa, they kick him out, because I'm also leaning slightly towards Falcons.
Yeah.
For Tundra, their lanes need to do good, and I need them to rotate to Topson, and he needs to bring them into this game.
Yeah, I got a side of the Enchantress, my favorite hero.
Yeah.
He's here. I hope he lands against the ET. Otherwise, I think it could be tricky.
I mean, Tundra knew what they were getting themselves into. They saw the Enchantress and they still picked the ET into it. But my eyes are going to be on this mid lane for sure. I think no matter what, Topson is going to have a good lane because you're laning against a Doom.
He should.
But, yeah, he better. But
Yeah.
because you were saying that you hope that they rotate to Topson's lane. Does he need the help?
It depends a little bit on timing, but I think he's going to be the easiest hero to play around. You help him once, and then he goes to the side lanes after.
All right, then. Birmingham, let's hear it. You ready for game 2? Let's pass it to our casters then. It's Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Welcome to game number 2. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. Well, you need to wake up because it's game 2 here in the lower bracket finals, Cinderin. Falcons versus Tundra. Falcons 1 game away between them and another grand finals appearance. Will they do it?
Well, they're definitely familiar with the concept, let's put it that way. This team, since its formation, has basically been, with the exception of maybe the first 1 or 2 tournaments they played, it's more or less just finals appearances all over the place. And yeah, just 1 game off of doing it once more now in Birmingham. And don't you just love the final stages of tournaments when the crazy stuff comes out, when you dig as deep as you can in your hero pools, come up with the creative solutions. Anti-mage offlane for Amar. This is the third game for this hero all tournament, has basically been untouched, but it will be brought out against the Dusa. And I have to say, I don't know if I've seen Amar play this hero before. I know he has, but it's definitely, we talk about this guy and his relatively limited hero pool that he became famous for. I feel like he has expanded massively since the formation of Falcons, and now all of a sudden AM even coming out.
Yeah, it doesn't really fit his MO as strongly as some of these other, a lot of the heroes he plays are very tanky in your face, and, well, AM's not really that, very evasive maybe, farms a lot, and the offlane obviously you're not going to farm as much, and we'll talk about what kind of item build you want to see in this game versus the Medusa. Of course, we've seen that work out, we've seen it not. It's kind of a 50-50 as it were, as Toby slowed to a very high degree, even a Blood Grenade being used by Snake King, and Toby, well, he's in a bit of trouble here if they continue on. I'm not sure if Skeeter wants to expend the time. It is a first blood potentially. Has the Stormhammer at the ready. Yeah, he actually just changes it completely. And Toby will just have to TP back. The question is, he's going to be at half HP when he enters this lane. Does have tangos in his stash, so that can be delivered, but you got some coming from 9 class as well.
I think this lane on a theoretical level is already going to be difficult for Toby once again. Last game, they did a very good job shutting down his Kunkka. I think this one might even be worse. The matchup he's facing here, the Sven plus Ench, I think 9 class once again on the Hoodwink. They're running back the exact same lane that they lost quite hard on in game 1. And I think Falcons will be very happy to see that for their Ench Sven lane. This should be a cruise for them. See when Snake King manages to find his first creep. As the big camp is actually open here, quite surprising to me. They let both camps be open. Yeah, great. Some serious trouble here, but Snake King will now already get a Satyr Mindstealer, and this is going to cause major issues up top.
When you're playing a mid-Doom, when can you even go devour a creep? And at what point do you even get devour
good
on
question.
the hero?
There's different ways of playing this. This is something that used to be played way more than it is now. This is not Malreen's first game on the mid-Doom, by the way. He did play it yesterday. Oh, I'm curious. I'm getting some serious harassment here. I think there is a world where you get multiple points in Devour early and played like really greedy, but I think the way their lineup works, Malreen has to be more of an active playmaker and get involved out on the map. So don't expect him to take many points in Devour early. Probably 1-4-1. But yeah, this lane is no fun.
Yeah, pure
Clinks.
No mana whatsoever. Doesn't have. I think he has some mangoes coming out right now, but 186 HP. Just a couple right clicks from death, essentially, without that mana pool to work with. It has another null and mango on the courier on the way. With this, how important is this Clinks in terms of creating pressure on the map? And at what point does Topson start doing exactly that?
I think it's the way Tundra win this game. I think they fully rely on it. As a matter of fact, this crit will find the first blood onto Pure.
That is, that was not even a power shot. Yeah, it was just casual right clicks.
So the reason the Clinks is so important is that I think the other two side lanes are just going to be too difficult. I think Tundra will win the other two. Like the top laners we've already covered, the Sven plus Ench should definitely do well against Kunkka and the Hoodwink. And then down bottom, we just saw the first blood going the way of AM plus Windranger. So you'd imagine Topson has to get involved and help them recover around the map. So yes, his rotations will be crucial. Maybe we're looking at level 6 for the first move.
Okay, let me ask you this then, because we have seen, maybe not at this tournament, but in past tournaments, the AM picked as a counter in the off lane versus Medusa.
Yeah.
And obviously that's the main identity of the hero, is to counter Medusa, which obviously so far is doing quite well. But in terms of the hero's identity in the game overall, like in the mid stage, what does the AM accomplish? Or is it literally just for Medusa?
I'm not going to say just, but it's 90% for the Dusa. And you can also see it in his item build, right? He's planning to go Vanguard Diffusal. So literally just be the Amara style of I can go in and I can soak up damage and spells, and then instead of being a Timbersaw that is outputting a lot of damage consistently, he will just be trying to make Medusa a non-factor, just jump on her all the time and just be a pest. So That's the plan. They would have not picked this hero against literally anything else. I will promise you that. So
I don't think you buy Vanguard on literally any hero either at this stage. Is Toby? It's a very old school AM item, and then the diffusal, the fact that it actually works in conjunction with the mana burn, not used to be the case.
The double null on Pure as well here.
Malrine gets a very nice ice armor creep, by the way. That should help him survive in this lane. Of course, we can see in terms of CS, he is getting absolutely destroyed. Thompson, kind of expected though, 33-10 versus the 15-0, not remotely close.
I mean, this lane is just flat out unwinnable, right? There's just no way in hell at this level of play that Doom stands a chance here. So obviously a part of the logic here for the side of Falcons, or excuse me, Tundra, with how they set this up. And the question is how Malrine recovers, because this is going to keep happening more and more now that the Clinks is level 5. Every time Malrine tries to go for any CS, he will get hit multiple times by Thompson and take a tar bomb. Now level 6, a full level advantage without a kill in mid is very unusual.
Yep.
5 minutes in.
Oh, is he actually going to dive this? Skeleton Archers keeping Malrine back, and Thompson will be certainly happy with the Doom just being out of XP range. As bottom, a little bit of action. Whitemon with that Astral Spirit does pack a punch if you're not careful from the Falcons' perspective. And they have a good amount of mangoes to work with to make sure that Pure does not find the same fate he did not too long ago. That's one of the benefits of having the Medusa against a Doom, right? You can't heal with Doom, but you just need mana if you're Medusa. As Thompson looking for the rune. It's going to be top.
Yeah, Medusa never cares about healing. She never has anything to heal, so completely pointless. That still doesn't necessarily make her a bad Doom target, though. Like, there's going to be situations where just shutting her out of the fight with the silence is very powerful. But you would imagine that the primary Doom target this game for Malrine is probably the Kunkka, or if you can find the Clinks outside of Skeleton Wall, could also be a thing. But yeah, Doom and Kunkka before he gets spells off is massively impactful for teamfight outcomes, so might be what they're planning for later down the line. But yeah, the game looks pretty even right now. Obviously, this is with the asterisk that Thompson is crushing mid, so what that translates to is the other two lanes are great for Falcons, obviously. And Skitter, how many games have we seen this guy win with Sven this last year?
Yeah, that's kind of his hero this last year and a half or so. When he was on Tundra back in the day, it was the Naga more so than anything, and now Falcons, definitely the Sven. As Thompson did make a transition over, but not able to find any opening that he was happy with. Looks like it'll be the Desolator opener. Do you go Deso and Gleipnir on this hero, like in conjunction, or you just pick one or the other?
Not exactly my forte this hero. I feel like it's rare to see both, though. I'm not gonna say you can't, but as it stands, I guess the Deso is the more straightforward choice against AM, right? Against Sven, it's a little bit double-edged because he also has high armor when Warcry is running, but then I don't know. Can't say with confidence that this is still better than Gleipnir this game, because there is some value to that catch for his team as well, right? Gleipnir sets up ET very well.
Yeah.
It sets up Kunkka very well. It's good against the Sven for kiting purposes. But maybe his read on the situation is just, I need to output really hardcore damage so that we can create space in the fights that way. Will find himself a nice rune here. Perhaps this is going to lead to Tundra's first kill of the game sometime soon. Very quiet start.
Yeah, for sure.
Whitemon
leeching a little bit of XP. He's going to run into Amar, and Crit's going to set this up with a shackle shot. And you have to think eventually this will be a kill going the way of Falcons. The slow now coming out from Amar, now the mana is depleted. The second kill on the board for Falcons. And Tundra have yet to make an opener, but Thompson showing up with that damage rune in tow. Snake King is dead. I guess he would have liked a core instead, but they'll take what they can get at this stage. He's about to get his first Mithril Hammer of the Deso, so really not that far away.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As yeah, a lot of stacks here for Falcons, as Malrine gonna take a couple of them. Still has that ice armor creep and is opting to go for the Veil of Discord. Topson showing up as Malrine will be spotted. Still has the damage runes depleting here relatively soon. All right. His spidey senses were tingling and the pig pole came out. 9 class though. Finds crit in the jungle. Topson, okay, he's gonna be spotted. He's gonna actually be shackle shot, but he gets the death pact off. Nice amount of HP there. Mar blinks in, no mana at all onto Topson. And as the mana void comes out, it's just level 1. Doing a decent amount of damage. A beautiful hammer coming in from Skeeter will lead to Topson's death. Whitemon with the right-click briefcase kills off Amar in tow, and now can get the Echo Stomp in retreat. 9 class attempting the TP, and he will just barely get out.
Pretty good stuff from Tundra there. Making space for Pure, right? This is an AM being involved in the fight and dying. Sure, you're trading your clinks, but I think this is a good outcome for them overall just because of Pure's ability to take 2 to 3 waves for free now. And transitioning into the jungle. Curious to see how Amar is going to play this game overall, right? Like, we see him already eyeing up the defusal, but I'm thinking more in like a macro sense of how hungry is he going to be for fights? Is he going to try to always run to the Medusa's lane, or is he going to give her some space once in a while to just farm up his own? Like, because you can try to play more disruptive rather than focusing on yourself. You know, there's some offlane players in the history of this game that have become famous for that. First player that comes to mind, Ice, who was always focusing more on making the carry miserable than making himself happy. And Anti-Mage against Dusa is that kind of matchup where you could literally be like, all right, I'm going to try to predict Medusa's next move and just be there and be a wall and just be annoying. But a lot of the time it will come at the expense of farm efficiency. So keep an eye out for his movements around the map here.
Topson top net worth right now. And I assume once that Desto comes out, he's just going to be roaming around, trying to pick up those charges for the Desto and upping the aggression overall for Tundra. And from Toby's perspective, as we might actually have some action here, Hoodwink with his first stun and the Sharpshooter to follow, and that's an easy cleanup on the Snake King. Whitemon will get credit for that, but now Falcon's realizing that Toby might be alone. He's going to get doomed by Malrine. Crit, trying to close the gap, will actually just run away, not able to get the connection. So a stray Doom kind of wasted now.
Yeah, too fast with the phase boots. Just walks it off.
And Toby, in terms of farm, like we were talking about last game, he didn't really get off to the greatest of starts, and this time around is not better. That far. Yeah, it's much better than last time. It's essentially equivalent to the mid-Doom, right? Which maybe that's not a great sign for Falcons, but like you said, Kunkka doesn't really need to be in this type of role the top net worth on their team or anything like that. As long as they get the Torrent Storm at a decent pace, they'll be pretty happy. Now some pressure to the tier 1 tower. Tundra
top tower is under attack.
should be able to get this uncontested now as Topson shows up.
Toby will actually get the last hit on this, so he will be going for a Blade Mail this time around. Some decent heroes to have it against. The Wind Ranger's a support, so it's not as important, of course, but can be a bit of an X factor against the Sven early on, can be annoying to deal with for the Doom.
Yeah, Skeleton Walk. Topson showing up with the Desto reveal. Sharpshooter. I don't think that Earth Splitter did anything, but matters not. Topson now 2 charges on the Desto. Will apply some pressure to the tier 2 as well.
Yeah, killing Inch is so easy for Clinks when she's broken.
Yeah, that's true.
Not a problem. Getting the first stack on the Desto and still doing some serious damage here. Falcon's not really responding very much to Tundra's current aggression. I mean, this is something their lineup also is a little bit lacking in the department of, is team fight.
Yeah, Malrine shows up, but they know that he doesn't have his ultimate.
They almost got the tower.
Yeah, not very often you see a tower get this low on the tier 2 side.
Oh, 13 minutes in, getting a tier 2 almost. It's quite uncommon in this tournament, at least. And yeah, it kind of feels bad for Falcons that they have to send up Doom here just to stand there. Like, if he doesn't TP in, the tower falls, but they also know they can't look for a fight right now because they need to hit some timings first with their items. So lacking in the team fight department means you're playing off trying to snowball your lanes and then using that early advantage to just stop the enemy team from making aggressive moves. But they didn't really win the lanes that hard.
I mean, a lot of times it would be Amar going into that top lane to tank things up, but he's playing an anti-mage, right? So that's not really a feasible option. As you see, his diffusal is just about done. And in terms of the build, like, looks like he's going to be going for Manta after the fact. Do you change, like, is this should become like a regular AM?
Well, he's not going to buy the Battle Fury.
Aside from, the opening item.
But aside from that, it's probably going to be quite similar, yeah. I would imagine he's going to go Manta into either a Scotty route or a Butter or Abyssal. You know, the usual AM stuff, I think. I don't see any reason to... I mean, you could buy Axe against Dusa. It's not bad. But more often than not, I'm kind of just a hater of this item. Maybe I'm underrating it.
You're a hater in general. Topson, he gets the tier 1 tower, but Malrine backstabs him here. Shackle shot not going to connect, but
nice last hit from AM. Team fight contribution from AM.
Yep, back to the jungle. Oh, I guess he can't really jungle very effectively without the Battle Fury. Skeeter, God Strength activated. Echo Stomp will hold him in place, but you have to think the tier 1 will end up going down. 9 class not able to get the bushwhack there to go for the eventual deny. Pure getting forced out of his own triangle, and now taking some aggression. Will have to use a Stone Gaze, using a lot of the mana in the process. Mana Void not quite enough to get the kill. Amar wants to finish this kill, but the Echo Stomp holds him in place, and now the boat is coming for him. Do they have the damage to actually finish the job? No, instead, Pure goes down to Malrine, who backstabs again. Sharpshooter hits him right in the ass. He's getting pretty low himself. Echo Stomp holds him in place. Amar in the tree still. Malrine will be the trade, a 1-for-1. That's not a trade that Tundra are too happy with. Again, the Doom, relatively low net worth, what we're used to seeing from a Malrine mid.
Can't say 9 class without saying ass. And he does hit him right in the ass with that sharpshooter. You're absolutely right about that. Living up to his name. Amar's in a very awkward position here. What are you going to do, buddy?
No teleport.
There's some sort of... there's a lot of time being wasted. Like, you can look at the outcome of this fight and pick your favorite of who actually won that engagement. I don't really know, but Amar just being stuck here for an eternity is definitely a bit of a collateral damage for the side of Falcons.
Oh, Pure. Oh my God, there's no way he would have known. And Pure, okay, there's TP supports coming in, so it's not going to result in a kill, but forcing 2 TPs, pretty valuable in and of itself. 9 class with a sharpshooter. Again, the ass hit.
Nice.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Crit also hiding in the tree line. A lot of shenanigans this game, it feels like, from the Falcons side. 9 class will remove the Watcher.
He's trying to find Crit here still. He's just threw out an Acorn shot.
Oh, meanwhile, bot lane had the boat come out from Toby. Malrine taking the right clicks from Topson. Another death to his name as Crit eventually shows up and, well, just walks away.
They are really trying to just disrupt Pure. It's very clear. This is what we talked about. Is AM going to take this route? And he clearly is, but it's not only him. It's also Crit just playing around the neighborhood and just being annoying. And it's working out okay so far still. I think Tundra are quite comfortable with the game state. We have to keep in mind the Medusa matchup against AM has a tendency to get really bad later on in the game. Even offlane AMs we've seen from players like XXS, just ultimately you just overwhelm the Medusa too much. So can Tundra keep this going and close the game before that problem becomes insurmountable? Because I guess they will always have the X factor of Clinks against AM. I feel like it's one of the best heroes at assassinating him even late in the game. You have so much single target physical damage and you can really itemize to solve that issue. And I think Topson will have to do that.
Shield rune for Topson. Oh, he's actually revealed though. The shackle shot into Skeeter's. God strength, my goodness. Wrong place, wrong time for Topson. As the chase is on now for Whitemon, who's very quick with those tranquil boots. Looks like he'll likely get away just fine. Again, one of those Topson deaths. I mean, that one less impactful than the sniper death by the arcane rune.
Yeah, it's not really the metric you want to be measuring yourself against, though. Oh, I died, but at least I didn't instantly lose the game, so it wasn't that bad.
It's something. You got to look on the positive side.
It is the scale. Yeah. Wonderful to hear you being the optimist here.
Yeah.
Refreshing.
I'm coming around, I guess.
Rubbing off on each other. You're becoming more positive and I'm becoming more cynical by the day.
That's right.
It's been a great few years.
Enjoy life.
Yep.
While you can. Very even game, though, here in this second game of the best of 3 of the lower bracket finals here at ESL 1 Birmingham. And Toby getting relatively close to the Agnum Scepter, so Torrent Storm, 1200 away. The ultimate crowd control.
Yeah.
It's almost like the new age Ravage, Cinder. We don't really see the old Watermelon Boy too often these days. Amar was spotted, but ends up blinking to safety.
Yeah, imagine if Tidehunter's Axe was just making random mini Ravages in like little circles all over. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, that's a really interesting design.
Yep.
Almost as interesting as the Tentacle Surprise Impale that he had for a while there. So Amar with the Diffusal, and yeah, the Manta, that's no big surprise. And I was going to say, because you brought it up, I do think he was going to go Ags, and he looks like that is going to be the case. Just the old poke and prod against the Medusa.
Like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of Ags in general, but I do think there's way more cases where it's good when you're against Medusa. Like many more different game states, like whether you're ahead or behind, it's going to feel much better there. We've seen players on Anti-Mage buy this item almost regardless of circumstance, and that's where I don't agree with it, because I think a lot of the time this hero wants to just be able to get in there and get the kill quick with like an Abyssal. And the Axe playstyle is very different in fights, but yeah, against Dusa, can't say I hate it.
Yep, Ward. Decent amount of vision. Not on the high ground, though.
Oh. Did they? Oh, they didn't see him, actually.
No.
They're trying to get their hands on this.
But Pure is going to show himself on the wave now. Little does he know, right above. Oh, he actually pops the Stone Gaze. He's going to get Shackle Shot, but that actually forces Falcons away. Spidey senses again. Good instincts overall. Malrain going to pop that Shiva's going to pop back into the Earth Splitter and the boat. And down goes the Doom as Pure getting really low on mana because of a Mario. Oh, huge mana void! Oh my god! Thompson is dead as a result as well. And Snake King and company are cleaning up pretty nicely. 4th kill to their name, triple for Skeeter. That mana void was filthy.
Yeah, and after all is said and done, was this ward actually a good thing for Tundra? Pure ends
Look
up
at Thompson. Oh my god.
I mean, Pure ends up not dying in the initiation because of this ward, so he gets the Stone Gaze off when he sees them going for the flank, but the ultimate outcome of this is probably worse than just him dying to getting doomed and AM next to his tower.
Yeah, for sure.
But that's just dirty. They have to keep this in mind at all times. What a play from Amar, just jumping into 4 heroes there, seeing Dusa is half on mana and just really committing for it. Skeeter, I don't think this is going to work. It's being a bit of a hassle here. 9th class will get out.
Haste. He'll have a BKB very shortly.
Well, this early butter from Dusa is obviously going to make things a lot easier for her against the AM, but still needs to be careful.
All right.
Oh, well.
Malrain, yep, Shiva's giving that extra little vision, and now the easy Doom onto 9 class. Roshan wanted a piece of it, but Malrain not interested. But still, after all this, Falcon's still only a 2K lead. And this is after, how many times is this the 3rd death now? Yeah, for Pure.
Yeah.
Not exactly, I mean, it's still 2nd in net worth. That's pretty impressive, actually. I feel like 3 deaths on Medusa at this stage is usually a death sentence.
I mean, you can say what you will about Pure. Also in this series, the guy knows how to farm. Like, he's very, very good at finding farm on the map. Amar.
X onto Amar. Torrent. Boat's coming.
Oh,
Earth
nice.
Splitter. Beautiful layering from Tundra.
Very good.
All right, now we can start talking about the old Roshi boy, Mr. Cinderman. Who takes it faster? Who fights better in the pit?
Probably Radiant takes it significantly faster, actually. Just the clinks factor.
I would say they also fight better in the pit area. With we got Earth Splitter, Torrent Storm, Stone Gaze. Not a ton of AoE for Falcons. Very much a single target. Pure. Yeah. That's not a great start. It gets off the Stone Gaze, though. Looks like he'll be able to get away safely.
Yeah, and no Amar alive, so Pure feels very safe going for the mid farm, but despite Amar's death, almost could have got him there. But it is a double whammy here for Tundra. They stay alive on their Dusa and push that mid wave out, and they get the Roche, so essentially completely for free. Skitter also using the God Strength. Will be a little bit of downtime now for Falcon's side. I think Tundra would love to put this Aegis to use sooner rather than later. Don't let Sven get to his next item, which is going to be Daedalus. Just play your man advantage right now with the 6th life. Dusa is obviously ready to fight. The defusal is on the way out in just a second for him as well.
All right, drink up, everybody, says the Kobold. Very brief introduction to the Kobold there. It was like somebody in production just misclicked, and they just happened to have Kobold on the screen. So Aegis now on Thompson. How much can they get out of this Aegis? How much do they want to get out of this Aegis? There are 3 tier 2s up.
I mean, this top tier 2 has to be on the menu, right? They got this so low like 15 minutes ago almost, or 10 minutes ago. When if you remember when Malrine went to defend that on his own, that was minute 13. So it has been on 400 health for a very long time, and it would be nice for them to open that up a little bit, put some more pressure, but for now, looks like mid is going to be the play. That's where they have the wave. Falcons will grab themselves a free shard for crit. So this is a good one this game. The Gale Force, very nice against Dusa and Klinks. Either forcing them into your team when you want or using it as a disengage tool when you want to get out of range. That is a wonderful counterplay tool that they just got in their hands.
Oh yeah, take over that illusion. Doesn't do that much though, does it? Pure working on the upgraded defusal.
Yep, this item's definitely fallen out of favor. Disperser used to be a very popular item, then it got nerfed heavily, and then it was less popular. It's funny how that works, isn't it?
Yeah, it is weird. I mean, if you buy a defusal, then you're going to upgrade it at some point, of course.
Yeah, generally speaking. I actually don't know if Amar will ever upgrade his. I think there's a world where he just sells it later and gets another item entirely. But we'll see about that. His Manta, almost complete. Just needs another 150 gold. That is a very big item timing for him. Gives him a couple of interesting plays. Obviously going on the Medusa and just piling on will be nice, but it also gives him a solution against Hoodwink's Atos. Gives him a way of potentially staying alive just that little bit longer if he gets jumped by Thompson. He can also dodge X-Mark combo if he's really clutch. Dodge the Echo Stomp. I guess if you think about it, you can dodge pretty much anything with Manta, so...
Just about.
Easy to come with a list of great uses for this item usually. Oh, he doesn't have it yet.
Yeah,
so... Oh, they mistimed it.
But they might still have the damage. The right clicks are fierce from Thompson.
That would have been
Torrent Storm just in case.
Yeah, that would have been terrible for Tundra if they missed that kill. Like, if you get the X mark, this combo, you need to be able to land that and chain the stuns, but they got it done. End result is the same. Thompson, okay. Impressive here.
Yeah.
Starting to knock on the high ground. I love this. They have the Aegis. Dusa is ready.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, most of this Aegis has not been used yet for any real purpose, but now they get the tier 2 mid and looks like the tier 3 to follow, but the Gale Force used onto Pure. The BKB popped by Speeder as well. He's very low on mana. Does get off the Stone Gaze in time though, as the power shot will tickle him on his retreat. Attempting to TP out. He's fine. Kobe as well, so good retreat overall for Tundra.
Yeah,
and
if Malrine
they do get the
there,
tier 3.
If Malrine is there from the beginning, that is a dead Dusa.
Well, they wouldn't have been there if he was there.
I'm surprised to see how much damage Crit and Skeeter were able to do to the Dusa.
Oh, Whitemon showing himself. Thompson, though, gonna set this up with that Bushwhack. Malrine has to use his BKB, trying to retreat now. Doesn't use his Doom in the end, as Thompson doesn't look like he might get a kill here, but meanwhile, Toby is taken out by Crit on the other side of the map. Instead, it'll be the usage of the Aegis. And we'll see if Tundra want to stick around and fight or not. Falcons.
Great Gale Force.
Snake King, though, did not get hit. And there is the Doom onto Thompson. And now that leads to an easy one as Whitemon destroyed. And that just leaves Pure on the Medusa alive for Tundra.
It's a total macro outplay. They killed the Kunkka bottom with AM, and then they make this beautiful rotation. The heroes just from Falcons just doing a really good job of playing around each other. And you can understand why Tundra wanted to go for that opening on the Malrine Doom, but he's just too tanky. The Shiva's Guard is running around with 35 armor, offsetting tons of the damage that Thompson is able to output. And will survive and hold the Doom for the second life as Skitter was coming in. Now Snaking gonna get eyes on Pure.
Dire's courier.
Courier.
Will lose his courier for it. interesting situation.
So Malrine ended up changing. I don't know at what point he changed to the War Stomp Centaur creep, but
yeah, he doesn't have the blink.
Yeah,
yet.
he doesn't have the blink, which is interesting that he would get that first. But looks like blink will be next on the menu for him anyway.
I think it's
Mars
one of those.
spotted. Atos. Should be
That's
fine.
that Manta right there. Immediate usage.
He's going to be forced out by Topson now, looking for the high five. No one wants a piece of it though.
So the thing about the Doom taking the Centaur creep, wait a sec, Skeeter.
Yeah,
Okay,
Skeeter,
never
he
mind.
wants to fight. He's going to get Hurricane Pike by Topson, but the Gale Force is there. Whitemon dead. Skeeter's BKB is down though. Let's see if Tundra can try to capitalize on this.
I think so.
It doesn't look like they want to fight, as Pure does connect here. Still with the Stone Gaze at the ready.
Where are you going?
Has the Disperser, Butterfly, Manta, and looks like Daedalus is going to be next for the Medusa.
And Malrine's dagger is now only 200 away. And I think he just took the Centaur creep so he doesn't have to worry about finding it later.
Yeah,
right?
trying to find it is a real pain.
Yeah, it's really annoying if you're unlucky and you don't get the right camp. It's like, okay, I'm going to have a minute and a half of essentially a dead creep. It's
Or when
very
you
hard
spot
to
it, your carry ends up killing it. There we see the beautiful Kobold. Let's get a shout out from the Birmingham crowd for Mr. Kobold himself. Will he drink the cup?
Come on.
What is even in the cup? It looks quite empty. Oh, yeah! That's the stuff. Oh my God.
Oh, wow. He went for
What a beast.
We saw someone in the crowd do that yesterday as well, the combo.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe he got inspired.
I'm waiting for the buff of the Kobold. That's more than 3 damage. That's one of the coolest models in the game. It needs to be like an ancient creep at this point. Just pours beer on everybody.
Should be able to toss his cup.
Yeah, or that.
It's like a stun. Very creative.
Yep. We call it stun as well.
Yeah. Shout out to Slardar. Good old Slardar.
I do miss those. Doesn't look like this is going to connect on much, at least not initially. As the scan comes out onto the Roche pit, but see that nobody's there. In fact, somebody didn't take their timer, Cinder, and it can't even spawn for 30 seconds.
Well, even then, you still want to start controlling the area.
True.
So
Dire's middle barracks
Falcons know that this is the next play of the game, so they will already be preparing.
Now the scan
Scans
is
coming out of plenty here, yeah. Falcons spread relatively thin here, so this could be a moment of opportunity for the side of Tundra. If you look at the map placement of the heroes, Tundra very tight. Falcons all over
trying
the
to
place.
cut off the other side. The focus is onto Skeeter, but he's going to get a Stormhammer off first into the focus fire. Gets put onto the low ground. The Gale Force is helping out. Topson's just stuck here. Looks like he might be able to trickle away. Yes, he finds the move speed, and Skeeter gets a courier in the midst of all this. As the Doom comes out onto the Kunkka, the Torrent was cast first, though. Malrine will die as Amar looking for more. Skeeter can't get the clinks in the end as Whitemon will die to Snake King's impetus. And 9 Class and Company trying to retreat, but that damage from Skeeter is overwhelming. Stormhammer to follow. Toby's dead as well. 3 down for Tundra. Started out as a good potential fight for Tundra, but Topson just got stuck in a corner. He did end up making it out alive, but just a really awkward engagement overall.
Yeah, it's also just not it's not the ideal way for this to start, right? Like Topson pops out and does a single target damage, but didn't really get a full combo on the opener, and they get the BKB off on Doom, and things just get awkward really fast, kind of falling into a similar situation to last game where there's this tanky frontline hero that they're running into. They can't really burst it, but they kind of have to do something about it, and without enough damage in the tank, Malrine, yeah, sure, he ends up dying in the end, but gets everything off and provides that vision that we've kind of talked to death with about this Falcons team. Just so good at getting that vision in the fights. Should mention as well about Skitter not going Ags is quite unusual for him on the Sven. I wonder what the rationale is here, because almost every game we've seen of them playing Sven in the last 3 months, Skitter has had Ags in as part of the build-up. This time he's not even buying it, even 5th item.
Yeah.
Just completely bypassing it, feeling like with the dagger he has enough of an ability to connect on the targets he needs to find, and rather just get that raw mega damage output early on with a very fast Daedalus instead.
And he's waiting for that Ags on the Roche, of course. He's sick and tired of Marana getting it like last time. What a waste.
Do you think Soxa would have destroyed that Ags that game?
Perhaps. Acorn shot. Bushwhack actually does hit. Toby with the Torrent. Gale Force.
Good damage.
Making it pretty awkward for Pure, and they force out the BKB. So the X not going to do much, but now the BKB down. Let's see if Tundra can do something with that as Topson approaching from the north. This Astral Spirit is so insane in these types of situations. Round number 1 for Whitemon.
Radiant are scanning.
Malrine and Amar looking to potentially retreat. His pathway is blocked off by Thompson. Atos now. Damage done to Malrine, but here comes Skeeter trying to focus on the Clinks, but can't get into arm's length. Now the Stone Gaze comes off. You can see the Halberd used now onto the Medusa. Can't do much, but Whitemon destroys Amar with the Earth Splitter, and now Tundra with the advantage in a 5 versus 4. Snake King, they're kind of ignoring him. Skeeter trying to come in for a last backstab here. He only gets Whitemon and dies for Pure. And now Snake King attempting the TP behind the trees, but that's not going to be, as Tundra with a 3-for-1. Huge fight for them, being able to take out Amar at the early stages of this fight.
If they can, oh, Pure. Might want to take the gate on the left side, buddy. Gets bashed up, but he'll be on time. They have plenty of time to get this Roche. Skinner going for that second kill is just batshit crazy to me. I think that was ridiculous to even try that, but yeah, finding the kill on Amar is what really broke that fight wide open. Despite having these tankiness items, he has the Manta, the Halberd, and the Vanguard. They still pierce through it and get him down. And as soon as the Anti-Mage is down, Medusa has a totally free fight. Pure is not going to be scared of anything, and he can just walk around and do what he wants, and this is huge. The game was looking very Falcon's favor. Now we're back to even, and Medusa with a very, very big gap now down to the Sven, which is a heavily Medusa-favored matchup. It's why we're running this AM on the Falcon side, but if Amar can get taken out like that,
yeah,
I favor Tundra heavily in any fight that AM is dead in.
And he used it in that fight, but we should mention that Amar did opt to not go Ags yet. He went for the Halberd first.
Yeah, great item.
Switched it up at the last moment. Thompson finds crit. Burning Barrage not nearly enough with that win run. And Pure, it looks like they really wanted to finish him, but no connection there. You do have the creep wave coming in, so the tier 2 tower might be on the menu for Tundra. That Aegis and Cheese ready to go. And this will be the last outer tower for Tundra to go through. And of course, remember the tier 4 or the tier 3 was taken out in the mid lane, so the barracks are exposed.
It's just all this is going to take for Tundra is one good fight, and they might just end it. Skitter's also committing. He's bought out. His bank is empty. He broke the piggy bank now to get Satanic.
A little Tormy steal action.
Tormy, yep, they're feeling themselves. They have this Aegis advantage, so take
sure they want the Toby if they can get it.
9+ is not bad.
The old boomerang. But yeah, the tidal wave's insane. A little bit surprised. I mean, I guess he's going for the refresher for the double Torrent Storm, but tidal wave to counteract maybe the Gale Force.
True. Could be a bit of a pseudo counter. Doesn't seem to be the plan, though.
No,
just one.
Refresher, too good.
Too many water parks to make. Swift Blink complete now for Pure. This is close to full inventory. Obviously, he still has Shard and Scepter to go, but I guess he could think about replacing the Treads for something else now that he has Swift Blink, but that's pretty much it. Wonder what his item of choice is going to be.
Mindbreaker for Thompson. This is insanely good on Clinks.
Yep.
Just to get that opening silence. 2 seconds of free reign or forcing a BKB of some kind.
It allows him to potentially kill crit out of Invis, right? He gets the first hit off before crit uses Wind Run. He can just get burst.
That is a good one. That is a good one. As there's a fly really bothering Tundra Falcons right now. Need a fly swatter. Somebody get Slacks in there.
I think they have enough to deal with one pest.
Maybe that's what all the pauses were the other day when they say bugged. Maybe they literally mean there's a bug.
Slacks. Just keeps going into the booth. Level 25 on Dusa.
Oh yeah.
Split shot uses modifiers.
Not too shabby.
Huge DPS upgrade for Pure. The standard talent you take almost every single time. The Mana Shield can be interesting in some niche situations, but yeah, Split Shot one is just too good.
But he is just fully stacked. I mean, backpacking the butterfly right now for the Aegis.
Yeah, just so he can have this damage rune, as you like to call it, in his bottle.
I do like to call it that.
Oh, can we just mouse over the bottle real quick? Here, on the Medusa. Do you see what this says there? It says rune double damage.
That's right.
That's right.
Unplayable. Restart the game.
They never fixed it.
Oh,
initiation.
Shit.
Nice 4 steps though as Whitemon's caught off guard. That's going to be an easy kill for Falcons to start things out. Now Gale Force used on the 9 class. Looks like they'll get both supports in all likelihood. Impetus, no, not quite enough, but Malrine with the Havoc Hammer finish. Nice pick off there for Falcons.
Yeah, 2 supports, it's something. But most importantly, for this, they just... Tundra miss a potential timing, right? Aegis is going to run out. They didn't get to put it to any use. Kind of surprised they maybe didn't actually try to force it down mid with 5 heroes with that Aegis. But respecting Falcon's defenses, Thompson will be on the run here. Hiking away Malrine. Big damage.
Yeah, BKB comes out. He's going to die to the right clicks very casually. And now the TP out. It's like, excuse me, what was the point of that?
That was bizarre.
Hurricane Pike pretty damn good in that scenario.
He's getting killed by like 7 skeletons, and he just kept running through the fire to get off a Doom that he didn't even have backup for. Toby now on the receiving end.
Completely
all his
out of mana. And keep in mind, getting that Bloodstone means that the Mana Void, if he wants to go on that target, actually will hurt a lot on Toby.
Yeah, it's a secondary target aside from the Dusa. They actually have comparable mana pools now. Dusa with a 1900, Kunkka with a 15.
Well, in his death, Malrine able to finish the Octarine core. Amar, ooh.
Good read.
Yeah.
I think he might have seen a glimpse of someone on that ward, actually. Above him.
God Strength activated. Pure already out of mana. Oh my god! He's deleted, and now the Gale Force again used onto both supports. Mana Void to cancel the TP of Whitemon. Havoc Hammer into the right click. 9 class will be the 3rd casualty for Tundra. Medusa does not look tanky at all when AM is able to right-click there.
Skitter jumps in and 3-shots him. Nice carry diff.
Jeez.
The MKB reveal just completely obliterating him. Not enough in the tank. And it was very clear Tundra were not ready for this to even be a possibility. Like, that caught them completely off guard, the entire team. And once again, now we're back to the conversation we were just having. Begs the question, why did you not push with the Aegis? That's when this could have been avoided.
Yeah.
But now that Dusa is down to 1 life, Skitter, no hesitation. I actually can't believe he killed him that fast.
Ooh, Gleipnir actually finds his target. Thompson has to TP. He'll be fine. Really fast play from Falcons there, I have to say. Skeeter able to blink out of the X-Boat.
I wonder in that kill on the Dusa how much mana crit burnt from him, because he's got... We need to start thinking about this Windranger as a 4th core here as well, right? He's got Diffusal, Gleipnir, and Pike.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And if he gets enough Focus Fire attacks through with this Diffusal Blade, it is making a really big difference for the kill speed. I still felt like Skitter did 80% of the work there at least, but it adds up.
Tier 2 tower bot
Malrine
is dead. Malrine gonna get Echo Stomped. Bushwhack to follow. Earth Splitter not going to connect. Force Staff was there from, and the BKB, but Whitemon, again, just Skeeter showing how much damage he can output in such a short amount of time, and showing why that this is a hero that they have picked many a time this year, and many tournament victories, tournament championships, rather, off the back of that, Sven.
Wonder what he's going next. The Ag slot is still available. He could buy it if he still fancies it.
Upgraded Blink, perhaps?
Yep, upgraded Blink is probably first. I think maybe he even, I don't know, do you buy the Moon Shard over the Ags in this game based on how he's played so far? Perhaps. Nope, he's queuing it up.
Okay.
The Aghanim's Blessing is next on the menu. 5,800 gold for that bad boy. He's got 5,700. Let's see if he once again doesn't save for buyback and just goes for it, or he'll be a little bit more cautious this time around.
Yeah, before you mentioned, didn't realize that crit had really caught up on the farm.
Ah, yes, my favorite anti-mage item. We were talking about AM going standard build. Octarine core now.
Yeah, very normal. Thompson is focus fired. They have the vision. He's going to pop the cheese. Focus fire's still on him, and now the stone gaze has to be used. And that's a position 4 forcing. Oh my. And they're not done yet. Falcons continuing their approach. The Tundra in the cover of the smoke will back away. And you can see Pierre what he's opting for next. And I mean, I feel like he's not really right-clicking that much. Because when he's initiated on, he just dies.
Yep.
There doesn't seem to really be much of a response here from Tundra in those scenarios.
And Amar with his Octarine build can just throw in blink fragments way more frequently, right? I thought we were going to see him go a little bit more like we talked about, maybe more traditional items, but he feels confident that his team has enough damage and he has no reason to worry based on what we've just seen.
Yeah.
The Wind Ranger and the Sven are absolutely destroying Medusa, so he can go full utility route.
Skeeter with the Aegis. Refresher Shard was there as well as Malrine. He's spotted. Pops the BKB, but to no avail.
Got a gem. 9 class will
indeed
hoodwink in and grab that, and hoodwink out again.
Gold from my chest.
A good pickoff for Tundra. They're going to need a little bit more of that, as they have found themselves in a 9K deficit. So the animation for that is so weird.
Yeah.
It's the same animation as the blink. Yep. They didn't really add it. I guess that's part of the point. You don't want them to know.
Amar just pushed out the wave with 3 blink fragments. Very low commitment way of pushing. And now we saw Tundra not really put their Aegis to use. Let's see Falcons if they're going to take a similar approach. Obviously going to be waiting for Malrine to respawn, but I have a feeling that Falcons are not going to sit back as much. Want to do something aggressive with it.
Thompson Knight not quite fully upgraded on the Desolator. A few more charges to go. Snake King is going to show himself here. The Astral Step does hit. Bushwhack to fall. Look at the damage onto the tier 3 tower from afar. But Skeeter wants to fight. God's Strength already used. Pure with the Stone Gaze. Will force Skeeter and company back. The Torrent Storm keeping more at back, actually. Skeeter getting really low. Gale Mana Void deletes Pure and Whitemon from the face of the earth. And now Thompson and company probably will have to try and fight this out. But Toby already out of mana as Skeeter continues to just beat upon him, now with the help of the Shackle Shot. Thompson destroyed on the back line as well. 4 dead. They don't even lose Aegis in this encounter. Falcons just perhaps putting themselves in a position that leads them to this grand finals today.
Skater is playing an insane game, with except the one jump he had around the Roche pit where he went in and traded his life to kill a support. Everything else can't really put a finger on it. Just so confident in his moves and his reads of how fights are going to play out. He's just setting his team up for success as a Sven. Sometimes we've seen, like we talked about with the Ags, like maybe you're like a follow-up hero, the fight develops, then you get in for an assassination. In this game, it's just full-on leading the charge every single time, and he keeps finding success. This Dusa counterpick against the Sven has, I think it's just fair to say, has not worked. It's looked like a Sven-favored matchup, which I can tell you it isn't, but
yeah,
Skinner making it look easy, and this will be the first lane of Barracks.
Already up again. That is the Barracks for the bot lane in Falcon's favor. Now they go to the mid, and I don't see what's stopping them right now. Even a BKB will be purchased by the position 4 Wind Ranger crit. 10 seconds on the cooldown here for Thompson to show up. They're going to focus fire the melee racks, try to get this and run potentially. They're going to back away for the time being, playing it very disciplined here, knowing if they just win one more fight, it likely is game.
Yep. And they have ways of winning this fight. They still have the...
Oh, dear.
All right, this is going to help. Malrine also has the Refresher Shard from the Roche still, so that will also be nice. Honestly, it hasn't really felt like Malrine has had to do that much this game, except just go in and soak up spells, cast an occasional Doom, but it's been...
Yeah, it hasn't really felt like a mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, obviously by design, he also isn't meant to play this exactly like a mid laner, but I think everybody else in his team has played such a stellar game that he doesn't... And that's not to say he's played poorly, by the way. I think it's by design. A lot of his deaths are he is going in, he's making space. But I think it's maybe been a little bit easier for him than it could have been. All right. Step one for the epic Tundra comeback.
Yes.
Thompson will have more damage.
Yes, that is to say the least. As the God Strength activated again, Skeeter will get the melee for free.
Forced on the range barracks.
Yep.
All right.
Very normal things from a Sven. Now Falcons backing away. More shards coming out as Pure. God, how annoying is that? Well, the Aegis is about to expire, so that's the main reason the Falcons have backed away. And obviously with the God Strength now on cooldown, want to just chill out a bit. But Tundra and company have a long list of things they need to accomplish in order to get this back on track. There is a tier 2 top still, so can't go for the mega creeps as of yet for Falcons, but have to assume that that is the next objective for them, that tier 3, or tier 2 I should say. As Pure is going for the Scotty, and that will likely be his final item, because that's probably a BKB usage into swap item kind of deal, so 7 slotted essentially.
Yeah. I don't know what else he can replace, really.
I mean, based on how these are going, there was a time where AM was picked more commonly as a position 1 counter to the Medusa, and Medusas would opt to not go stat items at all because the Mana Void would just hurt so bad.
Yeah, the meta at that time was actually quite interesting in that matchup where the Medusa would, a lot of the times, just try to get Manta, Butterfly, Aegis, and then end the game. But in the pacing that Dota has right now, I think the AM is a much, much stronger and more reliable counter to Dusa than it was back then, because hitting that perfect timing on Dusa is so much harder. So a lot of the time, AM will get into the right situation and bring a victory home for his team. So Ench now, with an AC on snaking, offering so much attack speed for Skitter.
Yeah.
With the Solar Crest, with the AC, they just have everything they would want on the side of Falcons. Crit with the BKB, 9-seconder still to be used. He is working on an Ags. He's level 25 on the Wind Ranger as well now.
25 finally achieved for Thompson. I was actually going to ask you what you think he was going to take. He took the 9-second strafe cooldown reduction. I mean, the Tarbon multi-shot with Divine, though. He has shown it now in that wave earlier. As Malrine TP's out. This is a very scary time. Tundra absolutely has to win this next fight. Down 32k. Now we're going to see an Arcane Rune picked up. As we hear Cause in the audience.
Oh, I wasn't sure if they were mimicking Falcons or if they were playing with the balloon. I actually don't know. There's a lot of things you can cheer for.
And Falcons playing this very, very slow, knowing that Roche will be on the menu relatively shortly. Question is, what time range will it be? I mean, is this something Tundra has to defend, like has to actually try to go for, or do you think this is just a high ground defense game?
I think it might just be high ground. I think taking the fight outside of base now is just too difficult. Falcons have so many ways of one-upping you in the fight, so usually I would be a big proponent of fighting here because the push will be too hard to deal with, but I actually think in this case it's best to just let them have it for free and then look for some sort of ridiculous high ground defense where you use your rapier and just get in there with the right heroes and kill. Ideally, you kill the, I want to say Sven now. It doesn't even feel like Medusa's fights are safe if AM dies first, right? The Wind Ranger is a problem. The Sven has proven to be a problem for sure. So, going to be some really tricky target selection for the side of Tundra.
Malrine finally showing on the wave here, but
it looks like they will contest.
All a wait for the old Roche. Which still about a minute away for that, as we're gonna have the smoke break. Whitemon gets some vision thanks to the Ashes. Okay, he's gonna get doomed right off the bat, and there is Superman time for Skeeter, deleting Whitemon off the face of the earth. He takes considerable damage though, but now forced staff to safety. Pure already using the Stone Gaze. Now Malrine really deep in, gets the second doom. This time it is on the Kunkka. He gets Gale Force into the right clicks as well as Malrine just melting, but Pure basically out of mana now. Manavoid comes in again from Amar. Pure is dead. Thompson attempting the TP, just barely. Back to Fountain he goes. They get the spend, they get the doom, but it is at considerable cost for Tundra.
It is. That was pretty much perfectly played by Toby, right? He used the X mark just so that the Sven BKB would be expiring when the pullback came in. They do find that kill with their Clinks and was starting to look a little bit promising, but even killing Sven. See, here's the problem. You need to kill Sven and AM to protect your Dusa. One or the other is not enough anymore.
Thompson is going to get Gale Force, able to find the move speed though. That Divine is something to be very scared of. Lamar will actually dust in. He's going very deep. Okay.
He forced 2 buybacks with that play.
That is pretty good value. That's good value, I would say. 1 blink, 2 buyback.
Wow, they got so psyched out by that. Feeling like they had to protect Thompson from the AM. That was a 3-on-3, and he just blinks in completely alone, and they bought back 2? I think that was completely unnecessary, but... Well, now that you've done this, you better turn it into something, Tundra.
Yeah, they are in a really rough position. 36K deficit now. As Tundra. Okay, I mean, they do have the Rapier.
Yeah, this is fast.
They're going to be spotted by the power shot. Looks like they will be able to get the Roche. Echo Stomp, not able to really fully connect, and there's the Aegis for Pure. A lot of goodies on there. There's an Aghanim Scepter as well. We'll have to see who takes that maybe after this fight, if there even is an after this fight.
Oh,
Focus fire. Thompson is found! The Divine Rapier on the deck! He buys back! We'll see who picks it up, though. As Stone Gaze used from Pure, a lot of havoc, though, coming out from this Taurus Storm. Crit takes the tumble. Whitemon on the retreat. Snake King. Oh, Malrine actually missing the hoof stomp. Thompson coming back without the Divine Rapier, still doing considerable amount of damage. The Manavoid comes in. Toby is dead on the sideline. Amar pops his refresher. Is silenced for the time being. Whitemon finally gets off his Earth Splitter. Not doing much with it, though. Will pop the cheese, it looks like, to get to full HP, and Pure, remember, has that Aegis in tow. Stormhammer is there from the Sven. Down goes the Aegis. Manavoid again, this time almost Whitemon with a sliver of HP. 1 right click will finish him off. Now Pure basically in a 1 versus 5. He's doomed up. He's destroyed. That should be it, as Go Home is exclaimed from Amar. And Falcons will be going to the grand finals here at ESL 1 Birmingham.
Damn, they just stood absolutely no chance in that fight. I know they're far behind on the network, but they had the Aegis in their hands and still couldn't stand a chance. Amar with the flank play first off, just starting off the fight together with Crit. They get the Klinks kill, they pick up that Rapier. Klinks buys back, returns to the fight, gets 2-shot by Sven. Just instantly taken out. Falcons. It was a 57-minute game. It looked promising for quite a while there for Tundra, but they couldn't get it done. And I guess going back, we're 20-25 minutes earlier in this game. Once again, wonder what the panel thinks about that Aegis that just wasn't used on the Dusa.
Yeah.
They just didn't put the pressure when it felt like that was the moment to strike. Tundra hesitated. Falcons got to bridge the gap in those 5 minutes. And after that, they won 1 big fight, and then it was just all them until the end, winning every single engagement.
Now, I have to say, Tundra, very good showing, though, at this tournament. They get 3rd place. And of course, we get to see a rematch of Falcons versus Betboom. It's been very Falcons' favorite, but we'll see. Them coming from the lower bracket is not a normal occurrence, of course. But Skeeter ends this game 18-2 on the hero that no one was surprised that he got his hands on, which is, of course, the Sven. But Pure, very good performance in this tournament. It was considered maybe the best carry of the tournament up until this point. Just not able to find his groove in this game number 2 on that Medusa.
In all honesty, it did feel like Tundra got a little bit outclassed in this series. I think there were a couple of key moments in both games where Falcons just have primarily better formation, I want to say. Just approaching the fights better with the right heroes. And Tundra unable to match the same level of play that Falcons had. And I love seeing the draft too, right? The fact that they're running this Amar Anti-Mage in this game, bringing something new to the table, and getting an immediately great result with it against Pure on Medusa, who he was farmed, but couldn't really play his hero for the whole game, more or less.
Yeah.
No tough times.
All right, looks like Purian is ready for an interview. Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, hi, I'm here with Pure from Tundra. Obviously, they just lost that game. You must be very disappointed, but how happy are you with your performance in the tournament overall?
I mean, we are a new team, guys, honestly. It's our first LAN tournament as 5 players, so we also changed our main player not that long time ago. I think it's a really good performance from us. Thank you for your support, guys. We really tried our best.
Well said indeed, and you have something else to say.
Yeah, I mean, even if it didn't really look like we tried our best, guys, we really tried our best, you know, they just better.
They're just better. Well, very magnanimous words there from Pure. Thank you very much. And crowd, can we get another round of applause for Tundra, who played so well for us? Thank you. All right, Slacks, I think you've got someone over there.
Absolutely. We are here with Skeet God himself. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Can we give it up for Skeeter? What an amazing game there. Very, very expertly played. Gotta feel good getting something like a Sven and just deleting these guys, huh?
Yeah, it feels amazing when you can just kill someone in a stun, for sure.
Who do you think was MVP of that series for you? Was it you? I mean, ATF doing a lot of work, of course, but in the back there, who's making those calls, you know?
I mean, I think, especially the last game, Amar had like a hard call to make if he wants to do the anti-mage to Medusa, and I commend him for like manning up in elimination game. I think it takes a lot of, I don't know, like self-discipline, I guess. And yeah, so I want to commend him for that.
Absolutely, no fear. Can we talk about that moment? Because that's kind of crazy. Elimination game, everything on the line potentially, and we go with the off-lane anti-mage. What, did he have to sell it to you guys? Who came up with the idea? Walk me through the whole thing.
No, I mean, we understand that if you're planning on playing carry Medusa, you need to always worry about this offline anti-mage because it's an extremely hard matchup to play on the lane and throughout the game. And yeah, I don't think they understood what's coming.
Absolutely. Well, indeed, they did not. Of course, you know what this means. You are going against BetBoom in the grand finals. Big moment for you guys again. I gotta get your prediction. Only you would give me the real answer here. How do you guys think you are gonna do? Are we gonna go to full 5 games? Gonna be a 3-0 shutout? What do you think?
Well, this whole experience is new for us, coming from low bracket. So I was telling my team this morning I'm ready to play 8 games. Amar wanted 5, so I told him we can do 0-3 in the finals. Like, it's easy to happen. I can make it happen. So we'll see how it goes.
We will indeed. Well, thank you for such an incredible game. It was a blast seeing you. And we will see these guys in the grand finals coming up shortly. Thank you so much as we will throw it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Slacks, and congratulations to Falcons for progressing, and condolences to Tundra as their journey ends here. But it was a journey who people's expectations, getting to top 3 in the first place was a feat and an accomplishment that they should be proud of, T. Not many people had Tundra on the radar for this ESL 1 Birmingham.
Yeah, you know, Western European teams, it's an incredibly competitive region, so to top the qualifiers, you expect them maybe to be, you know, a top 8 team, but they just put something together that was, you know, able to put them in such a strong position. But unfortunately for them, they weren't, you know, disciplined enough as the BetBooms and the Falcons to be able to really get to the top 2. But again, like Pure said on stage, they are a relatively new team due to the recent roster changes. So to get top 3 is incredibly commendable on their first LAN, you know, debut.
I honestly even thought that they had a pretty good shot at winning this game. It's almost like at 25 minutes, they have like ages, they have this butterfly timing. But Falcons, they found them both then and later on, where I feel like they just vibe checked them. Like, top tier Dota is about how often can you force these mistakes out of your opponents. You find one guy out of position, they make it happen, they find him like 1 or 2 times. And even though Amar had an incredible game on this anti-mage, I think the god and the king of this game has to be Skeeter. He's always going in at the right time. Like, this type of carry where you're not just solo carrying, but like finding this balance of not just enabling yourself, but also your team is like kind of the hardest to make work. And honestly, they just look so good in this game.
Yeah, I look towards the grand final celery, and Falcons 100% has had BetBoom's number in the past. It is consistent, and most recently that we saw them go down in a best of 5, which only ended up being 3 games, it seems like Falcons had the advantage. So looking towards that grand final, do you have an edge for one team or the other? You think BetBoom has grown enough or not yet?
I mean, I think Falcons definitely has the edge. They've shown that they've been able to win, and BetBoom has been really good at getting second, a lot. But it would be nice if they can break it, because they keep getting here. At one point, it can feel like a curse, but you're not cursed. You just need to step it up.
Have you ever felt any different energy coming in from a winner's bracket run all the way to grand finals versus, did you guys ever have a lower bracket run to grand finals or no?
Yeah.
Which one?
At TI.
Oh yes, of course, yeah. Well, so I guess TI, the stakes are a little bit higher, but how do you feel the journey is of having to go through way more games in the bracket? Do you lose stamina or you feel like you gain experience?
Yeah, it can be nice, but it's true, you said with the stamina, you can definitely be tired. But I think Falcons is not tired, they're really ready to play, so then it can be an advantage. They got to play some more games, and if they can use this to their advantage, then they might be ready to smack them up.
Was your TI lower bracket final a 3-game or a 2-game?
Well, we got 3-0. Yeah.
Yes, but the lower bracket final.
Oh, lower bracket. It was 2 games.
It was 2 games?
Yeah.
And then what do you do in between? Because that's what Falcons are now regenerating after defeating Tundra. They got some time to hopefully prepare themselves for BetBoom.
Yeah, I mean, you also just have to relax a bit. Try to take a chill, just eat a little bit. You don't want to stress out now. You're not playing yet. You need to save your energy for them.
I have to imagine that they are conserving that energy. T, any closing thoughts on this series, the Tundra versus Falcons lower bracket final?
I mean, Falcons just look to be the better team today and also going to grand finals. They, on paper, look to be the better team again, right? There's 6 series between the 2 of them, 4 wins to Falcons, 2 draws. Like, BetBoom have never beaten Falcons so far since Falcons' inception. So if there was a time to beat them, maybe grand finals in front of a crowd, it could be a good time, but Falcons, they are just looking so scary.
Yeah, the history between the two is in BetBoom Dacha Dubai, Falcons 2-1 to BetBoom, and then in Group Stage 1 of Dream League, they split, which is the best result that BetBoom had. Group Stage 2, Falcons won. Playoff, upper bracket, Falcons won.
Yep.
Grand Finals, Falcons won. So history is not kind to BetBoom, but what progression have you seen out of them, Kazu, as they've advanced their way through the bracket? I mean, they're in Grand Finals already for a reason.
I do think there's like less kind of maybe tilt going on. I would say that they're helping each other more when it comes to the games and also knowing when to rotate to who. And the most improved thing for me when I look at them is Miero just seems to fit in way better. I think it gives the type of space to the other players to also call more. And Nightfall, that he's just overall helping the team more. He used to have like this type of meme, oh, you know, the Nightfall, the BKB, TP out. They're just so individually raw skilled. And this is what you need going up against Falcons, because in my opinion, that's also their strength. So I'm looking for a 5-game series in the grand finals, but I have no heckin' idea who's going to win.
I realize my statement is a bit awkward because Celery's here, but I feel like this tournament is about the best supports and what they can do. Like, to get into the finals, it is about the support duos and how crazy good they've been. Like, save Toronto Tokyo, the moves that they made. Again, I'm really sorry, Celery, because you did get eliminated and you're going to die. But, like, the point is, like, they have had exceptional positioning and map play, and I think the unsung heroes of every team is always going to be the supports. But, yeah, just I'm really looking at both teams now, what supports do. Crit in this game popped off incredibly with his win runner. I'm expecting Save to make some equal plays like that to match Crit's energy so far.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna, love to all the support players. He can handle it. Because we oftentimes attribute BetBoom's lack of championship success to their mental. Because Celery, we watch their game performance, they're all all-star players, but then we can't really pinpoint a reason as to why they crumble in grand final situations. We say the mental. What do you notice? Do you think it's, draft instability, gameplay instability, or just aren't keeping it together at the very end?
No, it's mostly mental. They know what they want to do. They know what they need to do. But can you do it now? Now you feel like, okay, now is the time, right? Until now it was, oh, we're doing good. Oh, upper bracket final, cool, we're owning it now.
Maybe
now it's their chance to win. This is their chance. You have to take it. Don't make a mistake.
you know, like maybe when they mispicked, maybe it's like some master plan. The coach actually did this on purpose. He's testing them.
Yeah.
They got through this series. You mispick a hero, you lose that game, whatever. You go game 3, you make it look easy, you win. Now suddenly, you know, maybe there's some hidden psychology going on, you know, some forehead moves from the coach. And maybe this is it.
They nearly won with the Lifestealer mispick as well. Like, it was actually a really close game.
It was a competitive game.
Yeah, for a Lifestealer offlane, it was hella competitive. But of course, that's why they're in the top 2. They are very, very good.
Yeah, for anyone trying to remember what Kezu's referencing, they opted to try to ban out a Lifestealer as their very last pick, and the reserve time kind of ran out, and they ended up picking a Lifestealer, which meant that, what was the laning situation at the point? They sent the offlaner was the...
Lifestealer, and they put the carries devoid.
That's right.
And Lifestealer had to lane into Troll, which is, you know, not the greatest matchup, but he made it work. You know, it kind of also goes to show you this freedom when you can do very well against other top tier teams, randoming your hero. It's got to be a little bit of a confidence boost.
And at least they should have the confidence of at least being the favorites. Coming into this tournament, Celery, did you have any teams in specific that you were like, these are the guys that we're most worried about? Or, I mean, aside from everyone having to worry about you?
No, I mean, it's always Falcons and Bedboom right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we always have a really hard time against Bedboom. We also have this meme with Bedboom that they like the BKBs. BKB refresher, we always have this meme. If we see Nightfall talking after the game, we say this is what he's telling him. Don't fight about the BKB and the refresher. Wait for the BKB.
That's their timing.
That's how they play. No?
And that will be hopefully their timing up against Falcons. But that means that we have to get ready to the grand finals. That'll be it from me and T, Celery, Kezu. It's been a pleasure having all of you. But we got a DHL drop to prepare for. Friends in the arena, gather around because we got some more stuff for you. And when we come back, get ready for grand finals.
Get ready. Hold up your DHL drop sign now to be a part of the DHL Super Drop happening this Sunday. You can participate whether you're watching from home or in the arena for a chance to win fantastic prizes. Hold up your sign to get selected or type !DHL drop in the chat to participate. Visit the link on the screen for more information.
That's right, my friends. It's time for another DHL drop. We will have a wonderful drop here. Make sure that you have those signs up, those creative signs up, and we'll pick the crowd's favorite. However, just in case you forgot, we are doing the super drop this year, where right after our DHL drop, we're going to go to the stage and have our 3 winners, one from every day, compete for the ultimate grand prizes. So the time has come. Let's go see some signs. Everybody, are you ready? Yes? Of course, my wonderful everybody. Time to go look at some signs. Hello there. Oh, those are my hotkeys there. Thank you so much. Very good. I don't want to look at those. Wow, that is some beautiful art there. Thank you so much, friend. Absolutely gorgeous. Don't show it on the camera, though. That's not for us. That's fine. Don't worry about that. Wow, beautiful art. I like this one. The very hungover caterpillar. A lot of bald guys, the peaky boulders. Okay, that's pretty dang. Beautiful art there. Skeleton. Oh, guys, the art is unreal. This is so hard. Magic is an abomination. Beautiful. Oh, Ebony Cooking Stream. Not one of my favorites. Bring back Dota Cinema Fails of the Week. Suns fan, please put all your emails there. Guys, these signs are actually so good. My twin Skeeter, my twin top. Wow, you actually look like their kid. That's incredible. Very impressive. All right, look it over. Look at, oh, DHL's king. So good to see you again.
It's a pleasure, honestly.
Where's your sign, DHL King?
It's on my top of my head. It's still, I love Lena's feet.
Well, I keep trying to help you win, and you just keep talking about Lena's feet.
I don't want to win. I just want to be here tonight. It's been a dream.
Love you, DHL, man. Thank you so much. 3rd day's a charm, and the Omni Night drawing, we've been really trying. You did beat at Rock, Paper, Scissors.
Important one's more important, because UK crowd, best crowd. Valve, so TI 14 London. Let's go.
Playing to the crowd today. I like that strategy. Very good.
Doesn't matter if I don't win. I just want TI 14 London.
Okay, all right. Let's keep taking a look here. Beautiful Tether Me Tea Governor. You don't know what you're asking for. Mr. Artman is back with the beautiful art there. Oh my goodness gracious. This is so hard. And more beautiful art. Wow, every day you came, beautiful stuff. Heralded alcoholism. Yeah, me too, buddy. Thank you so much. A good stinking pints. I haven't had any alcohol help. Good, bless you. The only sober person in the building. Thank you so much. All right, fell in love with Amar. I love my girlfriend, but no. Oh my goodness. Don't show that on the camera. I'm gonna not let you in. No, it's not the time. No ball game. All right, posture check. Okay, chat. Dude, where is my courier? I like that. Very good. All right, it's time for us to pick a winner here. This is so hard. We've had so many peeps over and over again. Should we just give it to the guy that keeps trying to win every single day? He's been trying to win for 3 days. What do you think, crowd? Do you want that? Will you win the contest if I bring you up there?
I mean, I'll try my best.
Okay, and since you guys don't want to win, you can accompany him. All right, let's do it. This man tried every single day. We're going to give it to him. Follow me. We're going up on the stage, my friends. It's time for the super drop. But of course, before we get there, we're going to need you to open up your beautiful box. Open that box. Oh, there you go, your golden ticket, which we will be using right now, and your beautiful little hoodie in there. Take out your little hoodie.
I have one, right?
Have one. Now you can have one for whoever falls in love with you after seeing you on the camera. Congratulations.
Give to one of my players on my Dota team.
Or you can do that, I guess. I mean, I tried to give you an easy alley-oop there, but all right, no worries. We're going to go see a little video, and let's get up to the stage. Follow me.
Get ready for the DHL Super Drop. Stick around to find out who's taking home the coveted first prize. If you're watching from home, type !DHL drop in the chat now for a chance to win the same fantastic prizes. Visit the link on screen for more information.
Up to the stage, my friends. Here we go. Watch your step here. It kind of feels like a real pro player now, huh?
Yeah. I never thought I'd be on this stage, actually. I really never thought.
Well, you might never be again, so soak it in. Hello, one of our winners. How you feeling being up on the stage?
It's exciting and terrifying.
Great, yes, I'm terrified every time I have to talk to anyone. Hello, are you ready for the super drop?
I'm shaking.
Good, fear will keep you alive. Well done. You're in my zone now, my friends. We are gonna be playing a fun little game. In front of you, you guys see some DHL drop signs. Gonna need you to pick those up, pick up some markers. We are gonna do a Dota 2 quiz. Now, this is in varying difficulty, all right? We're gonna test many different aspects of your Dota knowledge, from lore to items to teams. Now, this will work. I'm gonna ask you questions. As soon as somebody gets something wrong, they get third place, etc., etc. If you all get it wrong, though, we'll go to the next question, okay? So hopefully there's no smarties. In the horrible event that 2 people get it wrong, and then 1 person gets it right, and it would be an automatic winner, I will also restart, because that's lame. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, are we ready?
Yeah.
And?
I'm Guardian.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give it up for our 3 our 3 contest winners there, as we go with question number 1. All right? This is the easy one. Sorry if you get it wrong. JK, it's actually very difficult. What is the name of Luna's mount? Luna's mount in game. You have no cheating, crowd, please. What? Is spelling important? If you have to ask, you probably don't have the right answer. Luna's mount. Okay, are we ready? Everybody done? Pens down? Okay, what do we have here? Please show the camera.
Nova.
Nova, what is this? What is this?
I mistook Salamene first as the mount name, but it's not.
Okay, I'm gonna have to keep my eye on you. Okay, what do we have here?
Nova.
All right, show the camera. Who's Nomu?
I can't understand her Scottish accent very well. So
Come on, do the voice.
Nova.
See, it's not Nobu. All right, fantastic. Okay, what do we have over here?
Nova.
Nova! All right, you're all still in. Well done, well done. All right. Time to increase the difficulty here tenfold. Which of the following was a real neutral item in the past? A real neutral item. Was it the stout shield, the oak heart, the precious egg, or the tome of Aghanim? I will repeat that for you. Was it the stout shield, the oak heart, the precious egg, or the tome of Aghanim? A, B, C, D. Now, only one of these was an actual neutral item, and only a neutral item. Pens down, you guys done? Did you put in an answer? Okay, what do we have here?
Precious egg?
Oh, the precious egg.
Not sure, I can't really remember. It's been so many years and so many neutral items.
So many different years. I will tell you if you're correct. What do we have here?
Tome of Aghanim.
The Tome of Aghanim. Oh, very good guess, potentially. What do we have here?
Well, I'm wrong. I put Stout Shield.
What do you mean you're wrong? I didn't even say the answer.
I don't know. I feel like I'm wrong.
Oh, you're definitely wrong, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, the precious egg was in Siltbreaker. So close, not a neutral item. The Stout Shield, unlike the Poor Man's Shield, never made the jump to neutral item. And Tome of Aghanim was correct. It was only there for a week. Well done. However, I did promise you guys that I would not cancel the contest if both of you got it wrong, because that's lame. So we will move on to esports now, my friends. BZM and ATF were both in the building here, and they were both on OG. But what team did they start on? What team did BZM and Amar the Friendly begin their careers on, my friends? I'm not gonna lie to you, one of them still tags up in-game as that. So take a look, think hard, esports lover. You guys look more confused about it. You're in the building for esports. I thought you knew. All right, we're taking guesses here. Taking guesses. Crowd, does anybody know? Don't cheat. All right, here we go. We're writing it out. Okay, time's up. What do we have here?
Yellow Submarines?
Yellow Submarines, a good guess. What do we have here?
EG.
A bad guess. No, not EG. And
I took a stab in the dark and said Liquid.
Liquid? Guys, that's Creep Wave. Anybody know that at home? Creep Wave. Ah, that's Dota history. Guys, we're getting very close to our lightning round. I'm very afraid. All right, this one is definitely gonna knock some people out. Which has more? Morphling's total polygon count or trees on the current map? Which has more? Morphling's total polygon count or trees on the map? Sir, what did you pick?
Trees.
Trees! And what do we have?
Trees.
Trees! And what do we have?
Trees.
God, guys, it was Morphling. It was Morphling. Morphling has 2,474 polygons, and there's only 2,357 trees on the map. So not by too far. Okay, well, I really didn't think we'd do this here, but we're down to the off the top of my head lore showdown. Where I just have to make shit up until finally we have somebody that loses. These are extremely difficult from my vast bank of lore. So we'll begin right now. Lifestealer is a hero in Dota. He is a part of a specific fantasy race. What fantasy race is he? If you don't know the name of it, I will accept heroes from his fantasy race. What is Lifestealer? He's not a human. I'll give you that one hint. All right? Do you know any, even if you just write down a hero name that you think he's the same. Are you ready?
Nice.
That's his name.
I mean, I don't know, so I had to just guess right.
That's his name. All right, we'll come back to you. You have to write down what you think, if he's a human, an elf. Try again. All right.
Same as Tinker.
No, Tinker is a keen folk, I'm afraid. No. What do we have?
I think I just misunderstood the question. I put Necromancer.
Why did you put Necromancer?
Misunderstood the question.
Okay, guys. All right.
Isn't it? He's like undead. Because he's owned by Lich, right? Or something. Lich kind of, he's like a pet or something like that, right? Is it? I'm not sure. I can't remember my Warcraft lore.
Oh boy. Okay. No. Lifestealer is an Oglody, much like Axe and Warlock and Disruptor, my friends. All right. We're gonna go a little easier than what I prepared here, everybody. Okay, ready for this one? Okay. Who are related in Dota lore? There are two heroes that are related in Dota lore. Okay, here we go. What is it?
CM Alina?
Yeah?
Lina CM.
Yeah?
Lina and CM.
Damn it! Okay, guys, where are you? You guys are like right in the middle of completely wrong about everything and then okay. All right, new sheet. All right, guys. Whew. What was Meepo's profession? Meepo's profession. This is very hard. I'm sorry. Here we go.
Thief.
Thief.
Miner.
I also put minor.
Okay, well, you guys are definitely closer. So with that, my friend, I will give you third place.
Fair enough.
I'm so sorry. My friend, we have one of the bigger boxes here. This one is for you, this big old box. Meepo was a pseudo treasure hunter. A little treasure hunter, but he did have to dig underground as a miner. So yes, please open up that big old box. Let's see what's inside for you. Your prizes, show the camera, my friend.
Is it all of them?
It's all that, baby.
Oh, wow. It's, what is this? This is...
That's a keyboard. You must play carry. You don't seem to identify what that is.
No, I'm a spot player.
A headset?
A headset, yes. I need a new headset.
Oh, great. And a little guy, a little squish toy.
Hey.
A little squishy toy. Well, thank you so much, everybody. Can we get a round of applause for our third place winner? All right. Head to head, my friends. Okay? First person to get one of my impossible lore questions wrong loses. Coming up next, Anti-Mage's eternal nemesis is who? Okay? Take a guess. Take a guess. Are these really that hard? I'm sorry, guys. I thought everybody knew the cool lore. That's my bad. Ooh, that's pretty close. What do we have there?
Necrophos.
Necrophos, incorrect.
I said Medusa.
Medusa, incorrect, guys. That's going to be Undying. For Undying's dead god did destroy his monastery. So yes, I'm afraid not. Okay, we got to get some real easy ones off the top of my head. All right, which hero is from the GD Isles? The same places that mangoes come from. It's a very poisonous place, a very deadly place. What hero used to be a herbalist on the GD Isles? Very dangerous place. Here we go. We have a guess here.
Viper.
Viper. And
I said witch doctor.
no, guys, it's Venomancer. I'm trying to make it easy. Oh, Lord. Okay, all right. We got to go for the easiest lores here, okay? All right. Let's see. Dawnbreaker is the great to infinity granddaughter of who? Are you kidding? Guys, come on. The Omniscience. No, okay.
Said Omni Knight.
Oh, guys, it's a set. All right. Easier lore. It's very hard to me to think of easy. Okay. Sniper was kicked out of his hometown because he did what? He did what? What did Sniper do to be exiled from his people? Oh my God, he's writing a paragraph. I feel pretty good about that. All right. What do we have over here?
Killed someone?
I like that. And what do we have here?
He hit the pupil in the eye of a goat that was really far away.
That's absolutely correct! He shot a goat's eye from an incredible distance, making him the chosen one. Well done, incredible. Second place here, congratulations. I believe this box is for you. Hopefully, I am correct. Oh, a small box right here. This is for you. If we could get this. Wait. Oh, that's you. You got second place.
Wait, I did?
Yes. He didn't kill anyone. You got second place. Well done.
Oh, okay, good.
We're all very happy. Could you open this up, please? Very good. What do we have inside? Oh my goodness, that is the unreleased, I believe, new Intel Core processor. Well done.
Huh?
And a squishy.
Let's go.
Oh, congrats. Give a round of applause for her. She was absolutely amazing. Congratulations. Well done. And of course, our big winner, the man that knows the lore. Well done. Within this box holds your grand prize. But the biggest prize I'll give you is I will let you hold the microphone and say whatever you want to all the fans out there. This is your big moment. Say whatever you'd like. What do you want to say to the people watching?
I'm going to give a shout out to my godson. He is 1 year old and better than most of you at Dota already.
Give it up for the godson! All right. I think your prize is in here. I don't really know how to open up this item box, but give it a, oh my gosh, it just lifts like that. Fantastic. And inside of our great item box here, for our first place, we have a laptop, baby! That is a full laptop for you. Acer laptop for all your gaming needs in a little squishy.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Thank you, DHL.
All right, thank you guys so much. It was a very hard competition, but we made our way through. Coming up soon, we have the grand finals, so don't go anywhere. DHL, don't forget them, and stick around because we will have that grand finals coming your way. At DHL, couriers are our backbone, so we empower them with cutting-edge technology to make sure that they are delivering efficiently with innovation at every turn. Oh, that's crazy. We really are living in the future. Doesn't even have a steering wheel. European self-driving car. Okay, take me to Buckingham Palace, DHL Mobile. What a time to be alive. Really?
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
When you told me that's how you felt inside, did you mean it or were you just messing with my mind? When you told me that's how you felt, did you mean it or way deep inside yourself now? Your lips I'm kissing on the white cliffs of Dover, see my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all I know, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine and I'm hers. Now I'm sitting here in deepest contemplation about how you came into my world, about the fact that we would never really date. You very quickly became my girl. Your lips I'm kissing on the white cliffs of Dover, see my heels and now my head has fallen over them. And all I know, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine. We love this sunny side up. Sunny side up. We love it sunny side up. We love it sunny side up. Yeah, yeah. Your lips I'm kissing on the white cliffs of Dover. Now my head has fallen over them. All in all, she's rarer than a four-leaf clover, and she's mine and I'm hers. We land is sunny, oh, 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 we land is sunny, we land is sunny side up. We land is sunny, oh, we land is sunny, oh, we land is sunny. We land is sunny, yo. We land is sunny. We land is sunny side up.
Pyrian Flax here. UK Special. Hello, how are you?
I'm doing all right, thank you, Jake.
Thanks. He's my fellow host, so it's very fun to introduce him like I've never met him before. Sir, I have found something very special for you today. Some fans came up claiming to be goons. These are gentlemen that are big fans of you, and they said they had something for you. Okay. Now, in America, that means something very different, but here I believe it's fine to go meet with them in an isolated space. So let's go ahead, and I will introduce you to your goons that, quote, have something for you.
Okay.
Hello, sir. A pleasure. What are the names here for the goons?
Just the goons.
Okay. You don't wish to identify? You're just one singular organism?
My name's Redless. I'm from Pyrion's Discord.
Oh, fantastic. I do know you. Hello. Can I get all the goons, please?
I'm Bleak.
Okay, fantastic.
Nutkin.
Fantastic.
Karen the Wise.
Oh, God. Oh, I mean, good to see you in real life. Fantastic. All right, now, you have something for Pyrion here. Is it safe for work?
Yes, it is.
Thank God. That would have been a terrible segment. All right, what do we have? Please present. I'll even let you have the microphone so you can do a speech. Go ahead.
Okay, so Pyrion, we missed your birthday last month. We felt really bad about it. So we got you this card. We've managed to get lots of your friends here at ESL to sign it. We didn't know how old you were, though. So hopefully the date is correct.
Okay, we'll find out. Right, I'll open it up.
Open it up.
I'm opening it up.
Live reaction of him opening it up.
I hope it's money.
He hopes it's money. There's that for you ASMR kids.
All right, it is. God, why did the goons have sealed this up so well? Hold on. It says, happy 60th birthday, Ethereum Flats. And, oh, wow.
Wow.
There's a very special message here as well. It says, "Do you enjoy your
Happy birthday and enjoy your retirement. Is there something I don't know?
Congratulations, Pyrion Flash. You're retiring. It's finally time to put you out to stud or whatever they call it. Congratulations. Ooh, a round of applause, please, for his retirement. Goons. Wonderful.
I am not retiring, but thank you for the card. I love it. Thank you, chaps. And thanks to all the...
There's a lovely picture of you on the back.
Oh, there is. There's me as a very old man on the back. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll miss Pyrion Flax so much. 1954 to this blessed day. May he always be in our hearts. We'll never forget him. Thank you so much for watching and enjoy the rest of the games.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Hi, Lunchi. It was fun staying here in Birmingham. Team Liquid's out sadly, but we'll be seeing them in Copenhagen, I guess. See you there.
Shout out to my friend Tony who invited me here and who is currently back there buying merch and really regrets it right now because he wanted to be on camera all the time.
Hello everyone, let's go Bet Boom, the colors of Belgium, you can win. Shout out to King Wilhelm, his birthday yesterday, it was a big party in the Netherlands, I gave it up to be here. Go Belgium, Belgium colors, Bet Boom.
Oh. Shout outs to Dendy for the hook and to the Gang server.
Falcons, let's go! Caw, caw.
Go South America, Dota! Woohoo! Shout out to Taylor Rixham, the poor lad who couldn't make it. Wish you were here, mate. Miss you, Radcliffe. Best carry in the game. Best carry in the game.
Oh gee, what happened?
Seb, next season.
Seb!
A big shout out to Bad People, Chariot, Steve-O, Dirge, Dean, Andy, the rest of the Bad People crew, Tara, my lovely girlfriend. It's a shame you can't be here. It's been very fun.
Hi everyone, my name is Spoint. Shout out to all my P5 players. Keep dealing with those toxic trolling P1s, and I hope to gain all the MMR. And also my name is Spoint.
Big supporter of Bad Boom. We hope they win. It's supposed to be a good match versus hopefully Tundra, because we're also kind of rooting for them. So yeah, we hope for a lot of games today.
Hello to my younger sister and my dad, and Sissy as well, my older sister, and also my gaming friends as well, who are also interested in Dota. Hope you're doing well.
Okay, we want to say hi to Inter
Manchester. Hello Manchester, we are here in Birmingham. Saying hi from here.
I just want to send my love to everyone from Visit Network and shout out to my mom.
Welcome
ESL 1 Birmingham is coming to you with the grand finals very soon on your screens. We got Bedboom and Falcons ready to go. But I just want to make sure that you all know, you saw the start time, so you saw it's not there yet. But we have a lot to go through. We have a fantastic opening ceremony coming your way as well. I just want to give you a heads up so that you don't wait all the way till the actual start time of the draft, because then you would have missed a large part of something amazing. So make sure you're, especially if you're here in Birmingham, make sure you're in the arena for that one. But of course, first, let's talk about these two fantastic teams that we have got in our grand finals here at ESL 1 Birmingham. And we have got Purge, Effie, and Jenkins to talk about those three teams. Two teams, rather, obviously. Three teams would be a little bit weird, Purge.
It'd be a cool final. Somebody lost today, unfortunately. Won't be the last team, but still to be determined.
How are you doing with this grand finals? Are you excited, Effie?
I'm very excited. I mean, I think going into this tournament, this was probably the expected result. There were a lot of, curves along the way. We saw a lot of good things come out of Tundra, come out of OG, teams that people didn't expect to do this well. So that was fun. But Bedboom and Falcons in the finals, did you really think it would be any different?
No, this is definitely the expected result. Just the way that it went was a bit unexpected. This is one of the few finals where I feel worried for the upper bracket team. I think Falcons kind of powered on in the last few series that they played. They look amazing, but I'm also really excited to every time just to see Bedboom get the opportunity to prove themselves. Like, they're such a good team. This is one of the few star-studded rosters where it's just like all god tier, like high MMR players that seems to click, where they can actually consistently get good results as a superstar team, but they haven't won yet. They need the win. Like, they are hungry for it.
Yeah, let's focus our attention first on our team that came through the upper bracket. It is Bedboom. This team historically has done good. They have done well for themselves, Purge. But as you heard, they're not winning.
Yeah,
but this is different. Is this different?
I think that it could be different. I'm not necessarily sure that it will be. But yeah, they had a more straightforward path. Falcons having to go through the lower bracket maybe lowered their confidence. Bedboom has way more LAN experience, I feel like, at this point. The org has been pretty solid for multiple years at this point. So they have a really good shot. They're definitely a stronger version of Bedboom compared to last year as well. And so far this tournament, they've looked solid. It's just they always fall a little bit short in those lower bracket finals or those grand finals. So hopefully they can change it around.
And honestly, yesterday I had Bedboom to win this whole thing. I really did. To me, they've looked better than they ever have. They've been cleaner than a lot of other teams, especially when it comes to late game execution. And the way that they've been using smokes has been better than everybody else. It just honestly has. If you watch them and how they smoke, they've just been positioning their heroes in the most nuisance of places, and they only go for opportunities that they know will work out for them. So up until this morning, when I saw Falcons come with some unusual flexes with the offlane anti-mage playing the mid Doom again, I thought Bedboom would have their number, but now it feels like Falcons has drafts we haven't seen before, and maybe Bedboom hasn't prepared for that.
Yeah, Falcons has momentum for sure, and this is something. I mean, we saw this in the last Dream League too, where I know people talk about the Falcons drafting like it's something that's set in stone, only because of the Grandmaster heroes, obviously, that they play, especially on Malrine and Amar. But I think that they have consistently changed the way that they draft throughout a tournament. Maybe in this one is because they weren't scrimming at the start, but maybe that's also just how Aoi thinks. Like he said in an interview, teams aren't necessarily like, we're going to copy Falcons. It's just that they're winning with those heroes. So people play those heroes, and then they get good at those heroes, and then all of a sudden people know how to play against and with Falcons heroes. And so the whole spectrum of Dota, they've all figured out how to counter this team, but not really intentionally, The meta just evolves that way.
Yeah, and then when you're talking about how team wants to be consistent and having that consistency, I feel like we have to talk in regards to Bedboom, how consistent they have been. This is a squad that has been around for like a year and a half by now, but of course these players have even a longer history than that as well. The only new-ish kid on the block in the squad is Miero, who joined at the very start of this year, and it felt, Effie, that this was just a missing piece of the puzzle. Obviously, also Nightfall has switched roles a little bit here and there, but back on the safe lane, I think, works out as well. But Miero has had a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, he's honestly looked so good the past few months. And I know that when Miero joined Bedboom, a lot of people did pose questions in terms of skill level. Because when you're looking at their former offlaner in Pure, who we just saw play earlier, he was an incredibly high-skilled player. In terms of laning mechanics, he was one of the best. And that's what BetBoom were known for, just their stronger laning than any other team. Miro joins, and people thought that they might just downgrade their laning, they might be worse, but that hasn't been the case at all. Miro and Save have been winning most of their lanes, and what Miro provides this team is what Pure didn't, which is a hero pool. Like, Miro is a true offlane player.
An actual offlaner.
He's an actual offlaner. He plays every offlane hero in Dota. Not only is he a summon specialist, but he's also a Mars specialist, a Timber specialist. He plays all of the typical offlane heroes of this meta, and he also has the sneaky picks, like the Lycans and the Beastmasters.
Yeah, this is the one team and the one player that will actually play the summons heroes. That seems to be off limits to every other team. And one thing I do want to say about Miro is I remember during Dream League, we were interviewing a lot of offlaners, maybe like a few days in a row or something. And we always ask the question, like, who are you looking at right now in terms of watching the replays, trying to get better? And a lot of them actually said Miro. And the reason they said that was because they're like, he just all of a sudden shot up the top 10 rank in the world. Like, his MMR climbed tremendously. And then we talked to Miro about it, and he said, I'm just learning a lot from this team. So there's like a gelling that happened, some sort of synergy where he's obviously providing a lot to them because they're winning.
Yep.
They're doing very well, but he's also taking from the experience that these players have, and he's putting it into his playstyle.
And I love that you brought that up because he has been gushing about his teammates. Like, if you watch him talk about his teammates in interviews and you ask him, who do you think the best mid laner in the world is? He will say GPK. Who do you think the best 4 is? Save. Who's the best player on your team? He'll name somebody on his team, how much he respects them and how much they've taught him. So not only is he eager to learn, but I think being in awe of his teammates made him so humble coming into this that he just learned so quickly.
Yeah, and when we're talking about how Miro is learning from his team, I hope that they're all learning from Toronto, Tokyo, because this stage behind us is quite big. The audience can be quite daunting and loud as well. And for 4 of these players, this is the biggest stage they have ever performed on. We can take a look at our US Air Force Wisdom Rune right here, at the history of what they have done, the highest tier 1 placings. Of course, Toronto, Tokyo is the exception here. That's the guy that I hope they learn from because, of course, he has had major successes. He has won TI, has won Arlington Major as well. So that experience coming onto the stage, Pert, feels very valuable to the rest.
Yeah, and it's something that's easy to overlook. I mean, 3 Dream Leagues in a row here. That's a non-crowd tournament, and we've seen them in so many lower bracket and grand finals that I just kind of assumed that they had lots of LAN experience, but it hasn't been the case. So lots of experience playing together as a team. They're very talented Dota players, but being there with the crowd, especially with as much all chatting as we're seeing, that can really affect your morale and your momentum. That'll affect whether or not you win the game.
Toronto, Tokyo might have the most all chat of any player. Usually it's towards admins.
Yeah.
But he does all chat a lot. I think they'll be fine.
His is very interesting. It's very it's like funny all chat. It's not like I'm trying to get in your head, be mean. He's just like, I like
He's just
talking.
doing comedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he likes talking for sure.
Well, I also want to focus, of course, on the opponents of BetBoom because Falcons, when we're talking about experience, there's a lot of experience on the side of Team Falcons. Obviously, we also got TI champions in that one. But as this roster has only, Effie, been around for like 4 months. 5 months at the moment, which is fairly young still.
I mean, whoever assembled this roster and this combination of players, they had a vision. Aframish, by the way, shout out to Aframish. It was mostly his idea. But even though they haven't been playing together that long, there are synergies within this team, right? You got the Tundra winning, the TI winning safe lane duo of Skeeter and Snaking. You got Amar, who I think he was the one who actually suggested to bring Mallory over. He wanted to play with Mallory because they had been teammates during Creep Wave and they have really good friendship. And everybody talked about Mallory as this up-and-coming sensation from the mid lane, but he never got that chance. So Amar brought him over, there's synergy there, and Crit just seemed to be like the missing piece. Crit not having synergies with any of these players, but playing into this team, it looks like they've been playing for years.
I like the role that he has talked about taking on this team, where he's like, I'm a bridge for the different insanities that are on the team. Like, he seems like he's the team therapist in a way. Like, watching him in interviews, it just seems like he's grown so much, not even as a player, but as a person, where he's just a good, solid person to have around on any team. The guy could go work in, insurance, and he'd be like an asset to the team, right? And speaking of assets, like Aoi, even though he couldn't carry Fart Studios to TI, of course.
He's bad.
He's very good, Perch. Aoi is a fantastic, the way that he thinks about Dota is unlike anybody else. He is able to figure things out in an instant, and he doesn't think anything of it.
Yeah.
Like, he just solves these problems where it's like, dude, you realize people have to sit down for like hours and like write these things, you know, some sort of drafting thing. He's like, oh no, you just pick this, which forces them to pick this, and then we get this. We pick Clockwork, even though it's a dog shit 10% win rate hero, and then we win the game. It's like, all right, dude, relax, man, chill.
That takes a team therapist to do it, and that's what I wanted to focus on for Crit, is that he didn't necessarily have synergy with any of the players, but he's such a talented 4 position that he did fit into the squad, and he solves the problems that need to be solved. I mean, some of the games we saw, one of the ones yesterday, he had been in all of the team's 16 kills or something like that. There's so many times you see him participating in a gank, someone gets dove somewhere else, and he TPs to show up for that one as well. Like, he is really fitting all the pieces together and allowing them all to
He
shine.
must have some of the highest assist ratio to deaths in Dota right now. Like, this guy makes the entire early game for his team.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see him be that glue both in the game and out the game as well. And if you are, by the way, not in the arena yet, and you are here in Birmingham in the Resorts World Arena, you probably should be finding your seat right about now, because it is time. We're gonna go to a quick break, but when we're back, we're getting this grand final started in style.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Hey, I'm gonna get you there. Speed like wind without a storm. So come and get it while it's fresh, while it's warm, yeah. The water in the storm, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Lies from down the way, leads the fools astray. So now there is more for us today. Yeah, yeah. The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. Come, let's go every morning. 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 Hey, yeah. Woo. Oh, yeah. Hey. The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. Recognized by its shadow, the sea knocks me out. And now I'm free, yeah. Hey! The water in the soul, beneath the purple tree. It's the same that fills my soul with eternal energy. But it sets me free. I'm on a speedway,
Wishing I could let it go, but I've been losing my I've been losing my I know we can work it out. Tell me what's the harm. Let me spell it out loud.
Birmingham! Let's raise a cup before battle! To become a champion, you need to master all elements. Stand firm, both feet planted in the ground. Balance is essential. Let the storm rage within you. Harness its power and channel your fury into your bow. Burn with passion, but don't let it consume you. Focus your anger, ignite the crowd to gain their favor. But sometimes you need to add a little chaos. Be unpredictable. Be cunning. And if you can combine this lesson, you will be champion. Birmingham! It's time to brawl!
Yeah, Birmingham! It's time to get things started. I hope you lot are ready. Jake, are you ready?
I'm absolutely ready. We have seen so many incredible teams make their way through this tournament, sent home, and we are left with two of the greatest teams in Dota right here today.
Just 2 teams left, like he said, after a week. It's gone so quickly, I can't believe it. It always goes by in a flash. Do you at least promise me a 5-game series?
I have nothing to do with it, period, but I do know some people that do. This crowd is gonna make this one of the most legendary series of all time, am I right?
All right, shall we get some teams out here, Jake? What do you reckon?
I believe it's about that time, sir.
Okay, baby, let's do it. All right, well, first of all, I think they were most people's favorites coming into the tournament, but they've been up and down more than Virgin Media. Let's see if these guys are pigeons or if they are indeed venomous birds of prey. It's Team Falcon!
We have seen it before. They've made it to the finals, and today they hope to achieve that big win, cementing themselves in Dota 2 history. But they need your help. Birmingham, I want you to explode! For Bet Boom!
Now, let's get the pre-match hype even more built up. Toronto, Tokyo. Do you have any words to say to your worthy opponents today before you face them on the field of battle?
Okay, Team Falcons, like, you can TP as much as you want, but after this game, do not look down in the elevator with me, okay? And also, I want to say to Team Falcons, I hope this time their mid player will not cry like a bitch, like after game.
Wow, Jake, over to you.
Goodness gracious. Any words for your opponents here before you 2-3-0 them?
I think, guys, it's time for you to biggie TPL from this tournament.
I think they might just be ready. How about we send you guys for a nice, friendly, professional handshake?
Let's shake hands and then to your moves, gentlemen. Best of luck. Good luck. I can't wait to get this started. It's been a long week, and now it all comes down to this.
Absolutely, the two best teams in Dota 2 fighting in the grand finals of ESL 1 Birmingham. Are you ready?
We are preparing for the finals and we feel really confident. I think in our team we all love Dota and playing so much. It's like our rule #1. Everyone has to be fan of Dota.
My journey in this event, it was supposed to be playing with Sumail. Obviously, every time we go to a tournament, we have no expectations. But in our house, obviously, we're always gonna win, and we're always gonna try to win. But then in the middle of the tournament, Malarain actually got his visa, and he got, so it was kind of random, but like we're progressing with this.
I think we are gonna win this whole tournament because we're just better. Yeah. We're just playing better, our players are better, and our preparation for this tournament was really good. I really enjoy playing like on LANs in front of crowd. I really love it. I hope and I will enjoy. I mean, I'm not home, but I'm sure I will enjoy the games. For me, to win this grand finals is pretty important because I didn't win tournaments for like a lot of time, like almost 2 years. So it's really nice to get back.
Playing against Beto in the grand finals is really hype for me, and I think for us, because we always like had like last placement, like top 1, top 2, top 3, like fights between them and Betboom. So and I really like this team. Like I really like Nightfall and all the players. Like so, yeah, I look forward to playing against them.
They drag him back in. Pure, they decrepify by the heels. Thompson trying his best to keep Pure alive, but Thompson's gone down. The tideway brings the match. DG is called. Betboom will be moving on straight to the grand final.
Winning Betboom and winning this whole tournament means a lot to me. Like I want to just win every tournament. It doesn't matter like who I'm beating in the end. I just want to win tournaments and beat anybody.
We are gonna win against Falcons because like our mid player way better than their mid player. His pool is like it's over for him. Like patch now it's meta, but not his heroes, so he's gonna suck. So it's gonna be easy for us. Yeah.
Against the Garand finals against Betboom, I'd say we'll always destroy them. I don't think this is something new for us, even though we were in the lower bracket and the upper. Easy for us.
It is grand finals time here in Birmingham. Betboom and Team Falcons, they're going head-to-head in one best-of-5 to determine who is the champion here of the first LAN of 2024. And we are moments away from getting the draft started. I'm joined by Jenkins, Effie, and we have a guest on panel, Saberlight. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm super freaking let's go!
Let's go! Birmingham's ready for you as well. I always get goosebumps with those openings. How are you? Are you good?
Yeah, I am super excited.
Yeah.
2 super strong teams, Falcons, Betboom. I'm excited to see who takes it.
I am excited for that as well, and because we're so close to the draft, I do have to get into the nitty-gritty of things, Jenkins, because we've heard it from Falcons just now. They came in here without prep, without scrims, and they're like, you know, we don't know if we're going to be with our full roster. They get their full roster, and it has been the official games that were the scrims, basically. So how have you seen their pattern change over the course, and what are you expecting from them in this game 1?
Well, they've started drafting some different heroes. They're no longer just first picking the Amar Doom. They're getting him off-lane anti-mage, late pick, things like that. So they've clearly figured some stuff out in the draft. But I think a lot of that goes back to the attitude of this team. Amar was talking about it in one of his interviews where he said something along the lines of like, I don't care if we win. I just want to play our best Dota. And then if we do lose, I can learn something from the team that we lose to. And I think that's a real championship mindset. As long as you don't suck, that's a championship mindset.
It only works when you're doing well for yourself, I think, Effie.
Yeah, it does. But honestly, all of Falcons players are so good that even if they don't come prepared, I mean, it's the same patch, right? Ultimately, it's the same heroes that are good. They've already shown us that their flexes are exceptionally good, better than any other team in how they flex their heroes. And they've even surprised us. They started flexing their Doom to mid. 2 times they flexed it to mid. Earlier today in the lower bracket finals, and yesterday, they flexed it to mid and they last picked the Mars for Ammar, and it turned out incredibly well. So even though people know how this team is going to draft and all of their heroes are telegraphed, they are still surprising us with the way that they are setting up their lanes.
Yeah, Saberlight, do you feel like BetBoom, I mean, you've seen their success and their struggles, I think also over the last couple of years, couple of months maybe even as well. This is a team that I would imagine as a player, you see them do well. What do you think is holding them back from taking a title, even though they came so close so many times?
It's hard to say, because I feel like BetBoom is the type of team that is very stable. They're very like execution oriented. They will like do their thing and they will do it really well. For Falcons, they kind of have this magic. I feel like getting the visa late and then, but the guy coming to the tournament anyways, and then going through the, well, more or less entire lower bracket, it just, you know, it hypes you up. It makes you feel really good. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if they have some idea against this BetBoom playstyle, which I know AY is a very smart coach, so I'm sure he has something prepared.
And because it's on the same patch, because these two teams, of course, faced each other in the grand finals for the previous Dream League season 22, and it was a 3-0 in favor of Falcons. But do you feel like, even though the patch didn't change, the Dota has changed since then? Because obviously we only see the patch numbers, but for pros, it looks very different, I think.
Yeah, I think even when there's like long periods of time with no patch, it kind of develops. Like we start to see new heroes. Maybe not so much in for Falcons, because they like, you know, they like their free heroes on Ammar and on Marine. But I think they have like some new ideas. I also think there is like a different meta in grand finals where kind of the Dota goes out the window and you just kind of play this one team and you do your best.
What do you mean? Is it because of the best of 5 or is it because of the crowd?
Both. Okay, guys. I'm gonna be honest. From playing on the stage, like you have to stop leaking. The crowd needs to stop leaking. You're very loud. You know, when someone's doing Roche and the crowd's like, yippee, Roche. It's like, oh, guys, I think they're doing Roche. So it's actually a little bit different, like playing Dota normally and playing Dota on stage.
What do you think about the cheering that is not for anything, you know, gameplay related? We sometimes cheer because there's a kobold that likes his drinks, and maybe that helps with displaying the
false positive kobold. Dude, whoever came up with it, true genius, is competitive integrity and a good meme at the same time.
Yeah, have you seen it?
I have seen it.
Good.
Have you been drinking?
No, guys.
No comment?
I could not.
Okay.
Water only and Monster. Yippee!
There
you know who's been drinking, guys? The cup of victory. I would say BetBoom have looked super good recently. Like Saberlight mentioned, they're a very execution-oriented team, and honestly, they have stood out so much when it comes to these late-game team fights. They really, really know their late game very well, so I'm curious what kind of approach Falcons will take. Do they want to take BetBoom to the late game, or do they want to just try to run them over as early as they can?
I have something so tangential that it probably shouldn't be mentioned in a grand finals panel, but it's really funny. I want to talk about it.
Okay.
BetBoom accidentally picked Lifestealer.
Yes.
And Falcons denied the fucking Aegis.
Yes.
These teams are in the grand finals and they have the 2 biggest blunders of the tournament that have happened. That to me just goes to show like how much pressure there is whenever you're in front of a crowd, whenever you're at a LAN, that stuff like that can happen and then they still win.
That is true. I mean, they didn't win the Lifestealer.
No, they didn't, but they win the series.
But they actually looked so good in that game, and that just shows that if you give BetBoom a certain set of heroes, then you have to be a little bit scared, because even though they had this griefing Lifestealer pick from the offlane, they had GPK on that Coddle, and GPK has looked like the best Coddle in this entire tournament. So I would be very surprised if Falcons just gives it away freely today.
It's also funny that one team is playing the offlane Lifestealer and the other team is playing the offlane AM. But somehow the AM is...
The AM is not griefing in the Lifestealers. Yeah, that's a bit weird.
Very, very true. And as you can see, the draft has begun. It's on your screens, game 1 of best of 5. We got Falcons on the Radiant side with 2nd pick, and therefore overall last pick. A nice strategic advantage there. BetBoom is a 1st pick, and Dire side. Don't forget that their 4th pick overall will be also a strategic pick from them.
Oh, there's the Coddle.
Where it goes.
All right.
And instantly, indeed, the GPK Keeper of the Light or Flex pick.
I wanted to ask you, Saber Chat, about the Coddle. Like at the start of the tournament, we saw a lot of Zeus mid, and then some response pick Coddle where you just kind of like up the tempo, play really fast, win between like the 5 to 10 minute mark, gank all the lanes before Zeus could respond. Zeus fell off, then Coddle fell off. What is with this hero? Is this a good hero or is it not?
I really like it, especially in GPK's hands. I feel like it's like his special hero. Just farm so fast, you can kill anywhere on the map. You can like 1v5 the game and on Coddle. And it's also funny if you look at the draft for Team Falcons, they banned 4 heroes that are like Enigma and Chen are the the Zoo against Bedboom, who really like their Zoo. Miro is like a Zoo specialist.
He's the one Zoo guy right now.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas for Bedboom, they ban all the flexes. Pango, Kunkka, and Dragon Knight, all the like Amar, Marine specialties. And both teams take their like main hero straight away, which I feel like that's like it kind of develops during the tournament where you just want to play your hero and you don't really care about counterpicking that much.
Yeah, and you'll often see that if they give away a hero, I mean, when you're thinking about Falcons, Razor is often in the first phase, but if you're giving away the Razor, it's because you're considering other heroes too. But if Batboom happen to lose to it, or vice versa, Falcons lose to the Coddle, you're going to see that banned out in the next phase. And that's what Saber means about these Grand Finals metas developing, because it does feel like a process from the start to the finish, where the ideas that you had coming into a series just change entirely by the end of it.
Very true. We got, after those 3 bans that mentioned the flex pick from Bedboom, they ban out the supports because we do still have quite a few high-profile supports in, but now Shadow Demon and Oracle removed. I feel like I have to mention the Hoodwink. That is, for me, the obvious one that is still left in Jenkins. Is that a hero that you think we'll see a lot during this best of 5? Because I feel like, especially in Crit's hands, but also on the side of Bedboom, it has just been that strong.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like Crit is just very comfortable on it. Falcons likes to play these supports where they can win any lane by just like poking you. Like I feel like a Hoodwink plus any melee offlaner, which pretty much all the Amar offlaners other than this one is like a melee offlaner, you're gonna win against any counterpick, and that's what lets them do their, we're just gonna first pick Amar's hero. So I would say like, yeah, the Hoodwink and Mirana, like these heroes are always super good for them.
I do like Mirana for Falcons. It just feels like they play the heroes so well. And when a team plays versus Coddle, the approach is either one of 2 things. One, you're bringing all of the pain to the mid lane with some Shadow Demon Mirana roaming combo, or you just get heroes that can jump on the Coddle early on. Heroes that have a means to gap close on it and kill it before it just hits all of its timings and kills side lanes.
I would like to see a Tiny here from Bedboom. I feel like it's extremely good with the Coddle. You can refresh his nukes. You can jump and kill the Hoodwink very easily, full to 0. They go for the Enchantress. Usually they will pair this with a Tiny or some sort of melee support, Tiny Tusk sort of thing.
Yeah, you need a hero that kind of enables this Coddle mid. They decided to go with the Tiny. Very good call, Jenkins. Because then I feel like the meta kind of developed where it's a lot of fighting middle, where both teams bring their supports. I think Gaiman were the one who like started kind of doing this. Now everybody does it where you just bring your supports. There's going to be Tiny, there's going to be Ench with a creep and a Coddle blasting you, and it becomes very difficult to both control the runes and to defend your tower.
How was Mirana in terms of responding to the Ench tempo? Like, is killing the creep with the arrow that important against this hero?
It is a viable option. I think Mirana is not a bad hero. You kind of need some other stun to set up the arrow in the mid game, so they could take Mirana and then pick a mid or off lane that like synergizes well with the arrow.
I think the issue with Mirana would be you're then picking Hoodwink plus Mirana, who aren't really good heroes at catching out Coddle, and they are heroes that will suffer. It feels like it would be a little bit easier if there's more of a reliable stun coming out of Falcons for
like
Coddle.
Mirana Mars, something like that. Like usually you're right, like they'll pick it with the DK, something along those lines. Okay.
Ooh.
Well, this is the meta from yesterday for Team Falcons.
This is very long range from Falcons. Like if you look at these heroes, they're just going to be excellent at poking, excellent at like picking and choosing their vision and taking the fights.
Yeah.
But still, they don't have that gap close that we talked about for the Coddle. So while it is a different take and it's a highly aggressive take, I could easily see it going the other way if GPK gets off to a good start on the Coddle and just gets a couple of kills early on.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by this style of drafting from Falcons. I mean, it makes sense. They kind of just pick heroes that they believe in, like the Snaking Venomancer, and Weaver somehow like became a really strong hero in the later portions of the tournament. So they don't necessarily counter like Coddle per se, but I think their idea is that they just want to do their thing and execute their strat, and it's going to be stronger than the Bedboom strat.
It does seem like they want to win side lanes, right? When you're picking Veno Weaver, that's a highly aggressive side lane, especially when you look at a support like Tiny that does suffer when it gets scaled. But then here comes Miro's Visage. We talked about his summons heroes. This hero synergizes very well with Tiny, but I want to hear from you, Serverlight, since you are the offlane player.
Yeah, I really like this lane for Bedboom. I think Visage is really nice against range heroes, especially once you get level 6, because the birds deal a lot of damage to range heroes since they don't have the damage block, which melee heroes do. But also in this lane, what Falcons want to do is kind of poke with Gale and then some Shukuchi and like deal some damage. But the problem with doing that against Visage is that you are just going to get blasted by his W.
Yeah.
And how do you feel like this Visage synergizes with a Coddle draft? Like, how do these heroes complement each other for Bedboom's gameplay?
It also is a very good combo because you get the magic damage from Coddle and the kill potential from Coddle, and now you have tower damage from Visage as well. So you can push towers with burst. You can also, once Coddle gets boost of travel, he can TP on the burst. So there's like huge Coddle potential anywhere on the map. Visage could get Orchid for the Weaver, or he could just build auras like some pipe griefs, and their 5-man becomes extremely strong.
Yeah, the 5-man here from Bedboom is pretty insane. Like, they could snowball this game really hard. Tiny Ench diving towers, they have the creep, they have the Visage birds, Coddle running around 5 to 10 minutes. Like, I don't remember who it was in the interview, but they said, might have been Malorine or someone, that Coddle is like the most broken hero between 5 to 10 minutes in Dota right now. So this is like some crazy early tempo, and Falcons either needs to pick something to slow that down or do very well in the lanes, which I do feel like Weaver Veno versus Visage Tiny, like that is a pretty volatile lane. Like, one of these sides is going to kill the other side many times.
Yeah.
That is true, but I don't think Falcons should look too much at laning at this point now, because they have an issue of how are we going to fight into this Visage? How are we going to fight into Bedboom's 5-man? They don't have a really clear means to do so. A hero like Mars that would have anchored the fight with Arena could have made sense, but a lot of these archetypes are taken out. Pango would have been another hero to fit against Bedboom's draft, but also taken out. What kind of approach do you think they can take here? Is their hero good enough?
I feel like Falcons need some like initiator / stunner type hero, or like Bloodseeker. Interesting. So they need like a hero. Either they can put the Razor offlane against Bloodseeker, which can get a little bit dicey. The problem with like play against Bloodseeker is that you either win the lane or you lose the lane. Otherwise, like there's no drawing lane against Seeker because he will just run you down.
And it's a Bloodseeker Ench lane too. Like, that is a lot of kill trap. The Coddle potentially TPing in, Visage nuking on the other side, causing heroes to be low. Bloodseeker's running super quick. This is such a good Bloodseeker game against the Weaver and the Razor. These are two crazy high move speed heroes.
And even if it's the 0-3 hero, and teams have tried to play it and it hasn't worked out, it looks really good here because typically the counter to Weaver is you just rupture him and he can't Shukuchi around. He has to stay still in these team fights, and that takes away half of the hero's effectiveness. So the core-to-core matchup on Bedboom Falcons is countered already, and the 5-man on Bedboom seems infinitely stronger than the one on Falcons right now.
This is hard to get a hero that does all the things that they need right now.
I see a few heroes for Falcons that could work, but they're a little bit out there. Like, for example, I think it's a very solid Axe game. It counters both Visage and Bloodseeker.
Yeah, and Coddle kind of jumping the back line.
Yeah. Or they could, if they have the balls for it, they could just pick Pudge. Pudge offlane, you just hook the creep.
Oh yeah, baby, I'm down for that. I'm down for some Pudge.
Hell yeah.
I think both of them would be definitely a crowd favorite.
I'm down to watch Falcons lose with Pudge. That sounds like a really good time for me.
I think they should just just play the Razor offlane and pick something for Malorine, since he does have the bigger hero pool between him and Amar.
Well, here's the Underlord.
Okay.
Saberline, what do you think about that one?
That's a very good choice as well. It's a very solid hero against Bloodseeker, Visage, and Coddle. It like counters all three of the cores. So I'm very excited.
How does it do on lane then?
His beer got an illusion rune.
How can you see this Underlord laning into the Bloodseeker and Enchantress? Can he survive
It is
that?
very solid. It's like once you get some stats, the Bloodseeker can't really do much against you, and you just kind of outlast him. He's very sad. The only point where the matchup kind of turns is when Bloodseeker gets hard and he like whittles the Underlord down.
So you think Falcons do have a chance with this Underlord?
Yeah, I kind of like the Falcons draft a little bit more actually with this Underlord aspect. And it's also like a Amar specialty hero.
That is true. For me, when I look at Bedboom's draft, I feel like they gave away the GPK Coddle, Save Goddess Tiny, and Nero kind of came up with a surprise hero here. So it does seem like Bedboom have a little bit of an edge to me in that regard, but I do like this Underlord for the reasons Saber mentioned.
Falcons never gets the Razor. They never do. It's always banned. They will either prove this game that it is worth changing your entire draft from what they've done in the last few days to get this hero, or Bedboom will run over them very quickly with their tempo lineup.
We're going to find out which one it's going to be. Of course, these two teams met each other in the groups. That feels like a lifetime ago. By this time, they tied. But since then, both teams have definitely evolved. And the question is, who has it better right now? And who has got a better start to this best-of-5 grand finals? Birmingham, if you would be so kind to make some noise for the voices bringing you this series. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody, make it up for Odie Pixel and Fogged!
Thank you very much, Birmingham, and thank you very much, Steve. I cannot wait to get stuck into this one. The grand finals here between Bedboom and Team Falcons, the two undisputed best teams in the world right now. Fog, we've just had the draft play out and a lot of things to talk about. I'm seeing this Razor get let through at the start of things, and then to the end of Falcons draft as well, closing up with an Underlord, a hero not a lot of teams, if any, are really playing right now. I think we only have one other game this tournament, and it was a loss with it.
It's true. I think it's some interesting stuff coming on. I think they're trying to alleviate that pressure. That's what I see from the Underlord, is slow the game down a little bit, get them to be able to match this super tempo lineup that Bedboom's gone for. Let's see if it works. Some switch-ups, a little bit, of course, is... I don't think anybody could have expected this pick, of course, and also just switch-ups from Bedboom. I think the Bloodseeker as well. This is some cool ideas, good ways to counter, and very burst-heavy lineup. I'm looking at Bedboom versus some squishy heroes early on. If they can get the ball rolling, getting some of these kills early on, it's a ton of burst. They have Coddle, they have Visage with the Tiny to get this catch, and some pretty fragile heroes on the side of Falcons till they start getting some items.
Especially if you consider, like, down the line, right, some points in the Blood Rage, you pop it on one of these teammates, and bang, the damage, the burst is going to be even more insane. Yeah. So.
But Falcons, they've got a lot of comfort, right? That we've seen them now time and time again. Crit with his Hoodwink has just been, honestly, the best Hoodwink for me. The way he's landing these Acorn Bushwhack combos is ridiculous. Snay on his Veno has been getting some crazy farm. I think he's 5-1. Some of the games he may have like 10, 12 deaths, but he's still having a massive impact. So let's see how it all kicks off.
And overall, what do you sort of think of this decision from Falcons there, that sort of switch around from potentially a position where they would have the flexibility with the Razor, and instead of saying, hey, we want to do it against the melee Bloodseeker and maybe have that advantage, we would rather get this Underlord in the draft instead?
I think they were maybe just like looking at the options, what they had versus the Coddle as well too, and Malreen's like, okay, this is okay. It's not amazing or anything, and then they wanted that solution, of course, that they do get a Gale connection.
They do indeed. They got the Bushwhack as well. See if they can do enough damage to get through. The heals of Toronto. Tokyo is getting low because GPK look for a denying card. They get the first blood. Crit. They'll be able to finish that one off to start this game.
You see them throw the extra blood grenades just in case. They're like, no, you're not getting the deny.
Let's see how some of these lanes go down. So yeah, we're marrying on the Razor, taking it to the mid. What do you sort of expect out of this one? Does it start with the Razor getting a bit of an edge, but then once GPK adds his levels, he can just match the farm and blast it out, standard cold mid stuff?
Yeah, I think it's pretty even, honestly. I don't even know about
even all the way?
Maybe not even an edge for Malreen. I think it's skill matchup that we'll see these two probably farm pretty nice. And I'm mostly going to be... I usually want to watch these two because I think Malreen and GPK usually are the two most aggressive mid laners that I probably go for solo kills the most.
Oh, absolutely right. These two could end up killing themselves each other pretty early on in this matchup.
But I would
watch for the dives.
I would say, though, that there's more kill threat on those side lanes than anything, especially bottom. These are two very fragile heroes versus Tiny and Visage, so if they step out of position, they could die. But the same thing goes on the flip side. If the Visage steps up too far, eats a Gale with bugs, very volatile lane. I think Jenkins was talking about it, how this lane could go either way.
Yeah, so with that top lane in mind as well, Nightfall ending up laning against this last pick, Underlord that Amar's brought to the lane. Does he care on the Bloodseeker? I mean, how much pressure is going to be put onto Nightfall early?
I think just because of the Hoodwink, it can put some pressure, but he does have an Enchantress, so maybe that's also going to be just some kind of farm v farm. We'll have to see who makes the first mistake up here.
Any of these lanes, honestly, we could have that early action.
Yep.
Mid maybe less so, but you never know, as you say.
Yeah, never know with these
GPK and Malreen, they can do some crazy stuff.
I mean, these two are the guys that, of course, did the, Malreen in particular, the branch play versus GPK recently, where he got that first blood in the clutch maneuver, so. Right now, he is pulling ahead, 10-3, just a couple last hits extra over that Coddle.
I think just
just a little bit of an advantage, so.
Until kind of the blast gets maxed out and GPK is able to hold the lane better, just even getting those little bits of a static link, it just gives you that nice little edge to get those extra denies in on the early levels.
Yeah, definitely good call. You were right about that one.
We'll see what he's able to do with it and see, indeed, as I say, if they bring in some sort of early support rotation, both of these heroes could try for kills.
And let's see how many stacks GPK works on as well, because usually what you see from these coddles is attempting to get some type of double stacks. So GPK getting early boots, so he doesn't get that link up, since Malrine did get the second point in it.
And I mean, overall, considering the approach you're going to see these teams take this game, do you think one of the sort of strategies is a bit easier to execute? Do you prefer the approach from one of these two?
Not sure. I think BetBoom has clearly shown like they want to be the aggressors, the ones dictating the pace in this game. Falcons have shown pretty good prowess of being able to just withstand pressure and scale throughout these games. Snaking.
Well, they might get him here.
Oh, he hit a creep.
He hit a creep.
Oh.
Okay.
Whoopsie.
Rare mistake there from Mira.
That would have been a kill for sure. These lanes are starting to start. He's not
I
was waiting for that one.
That's a bit late on the tip, if anything. Oh, come on, Snaking, speed it up.
These lanes are looking strong. Even 6 denies coming out for this Underlord right now. They are actually putting a good amount of pressure onto Nightfall. The first blood does matter quite a bit too. Of course, Crit getting that one is giving him infinite mana to spam up here. We're seeing even support players now buying these null talismans, of course, early on to be able to keep that spam. 21-8, yeah, wow, okay. I did not expect Malrine to have that big of an advantage over GPK, but doing an amazing job.
Yeah, I imagine it's just one of those matchups where if he does get that bit of an edge early, the snowball effect's pretty good with the Razor. You're just able to really shove the wave in, and each time just get like, what I think last time around he was able to do like 28 damage.
Yep.
That's a fair bit. You're going to be able to get these denies and just keep that lane control.
He matched the boots early on. He got the bottle, then straight to those boots to be able to keep up with GPK. We are seeing GPK getting those stacks started, but Malrine's going to have an explosive start. Miro.
They can finish off Miro here. Maybe Save can look for the deny. He certainly can. Slaps him down with the trick.
Nicely done. This last hit's, though, are ridiculous. The denies in particular. 9 on Razor, 10 on the Underlord. Weaver getting 3 as well. Already a laning advantage coming out from Falcons.
It really is. And we'll see, I mean, with this sort of beginning to the laning stage from Mars, going to get a very quick timing on the Veil. And then the spam is going to be even more. As you say, Toronto, Tokyo, and Nightfall, they do have ways to sustain through it, but it's not going to be easy to stay in this lane.
I mean, Malrine is playing this lane so beautifully. He kept the lane on top of his hill right there.
And
he's just got all these denies. Top, looks like they might be able to get a Mar.
They will. Good push forward for the kill and back down on the bottom lane. They're actually able to burst the bigger target this time. They get Skeeter. Good kills here for BetBoom. Seizing the opportunity to really go for it.
Super chaotic side lanes.
And Falcons, this mid lane. He's got to be careful, GPK.
It's almost level 6 already on the Razor. That's actually he's almost a full level advantage.
He can absolutely look to dive if GPK is not keeping this safe distance.
Especially with an easy one rotation, and it's an easy kill. GPK does have the defensive ward placement, but it actually expires right then.
I mean, look at this one, Marine. He's got good information here. Checks out the stack progress.
Oh, and yeah, Crit's in the area too, so GPK.
I mean, to turn the step up, this GPK is trying to clear it pretty quickly. I think he should be fine getting it all.
The big creeps, though. I mean, Crit, he's got eyes on them.
He might be able to snipe some of these.
But they have a plasma field, and they do.
They do, so the big ones are going to go the way of Falcons there. So
that's brutal.
That very crucial camp that GPK wants to use to be able to catch up after a bit of a rough laning stage, it's not going to be all his. It's going to go partly the way of Falcons.
And he's kind of surrounded at this point. They have that deep ward placed. Malrine is just looking for Hunt. He's level 6, so he'll if he gets on top, it's just a kill, unless he insta-TPs out. Power Rune. Malrine and Crit securing that one. A hot start. I mean, this Razor, absolutely massive.
I mean, yeah, Malrine's really trying to see if he can get this wraparound going.
Trying so hard to get that dive. Catapult will be cleared off. Some decent tower damage, though, coming out from Falcons as they really want to continue for this dive. The lanes have been broken a bit. Amar now in a 1v1 up top.
Gotcha. You can imagine GPK, he's going to know that this is going to be attempted for. TPs are probably going to be the ready for BetBoom, and in fact, GPK, he'll just TP out himself.
Good timing for it.
It's going to go towards the bottom lane, see if they can punish Snake King. They certainly can. Good move there. Gets away from a potential gank mid and makes a play down bottom. The tip indeed returned back the way of Snake King from earlier. And on his own, Nightfall is getting low himself, but should be able to commit and take down the kill. BetBoom. Good moves there. They really punished what the very telegraphed play that Falcons was trying to do around the mid, and they make something happen on both of the side lanes in return.
Yeah, patient up top. They were kind of baiting Amar in for so long, had the Centaur creep, so he can't TP out. Otherwise, I mean, if he doesn't have a Centaur, he can just TP when that aggressive play comes out. So a good find there from Toronto, Tokyo. 4-1 right now. The lanes originally from the last hits, of course, we saw the Falcons was getting ahead, but these last few kills now, BetBoom finding some momentum.
Gonna try for the setup on Toronto Tokyo.
Nice Wild Wing. Tornadoes himself to safety.
Even if they catch him, it's at this point, it's just going to take a very long time to bring down this Enchantress. Anytime Toronto Tokyo is able to get off the Nature's Attendant, it's probably going to survive through the barrage of spells just from these two heroes.
And in most situations, I mean, looking at the game, he should be able to. There's really only one stun coming out from Falcons. It's just going to be that Bushwhack to watch from Crit for most of their disables, if not all of them, until later on. Maybe we'll see some Atoses and stuff come out from the Underlord, but I don't think I've seen Amar do that build almost ever when I've seen him play it. So we'll see if he does vary a bit here just because of that, change up here.
And this top lane's now started to fall very nicely into Nightfall's favor. Had a bit of a slower start, understandably, against the Underlord, against Amar with that favorable right click. But at this point, he's in a great spot. Over in the mid, Maureen is out with the TP. Nothing to be done about that here from Toronto Tokyo and GPK. They'll look towards Crit, but Crit's already away.
Nice siege play here, though. They're getting into the enemy triangle, being able to take these creeps. It's almost a Vessel done from GPK, and you saw the blast, what it was able to do versus Razor. We were talking about the squishiness of some of these heroes on Falcons early on. I mean, GPK can definitely take advantage of that.
I was considering on connecting towards that top lane, but doesn't look like he wants to go for it right now. Wants to relieve the pressure being applied back on mid. GPK will hold there.
Now, I'm really looking forward to see this itemization. Amar, he is starting to get surrounded up here. Toronto Tokyo has the Centaur Conqueror and some extra damage with the rally.
Go for this one here. Amar doesn't have a way out of this, short of the mana for a TP. And indeed, even if it was there, the Warstomp would have been ready. He'll try and stand his ground, trades a fair bit of damage back, but again, it's Nightfall getting the last touch in and just getting involved in so much early action here.
That's 3 now. The last pick,
This
Underlord.
Bloodseeker it's having a pretty good time here. Nightfall's going to be very happy with the outcome of this lane.
Great, this Enchantress too. Like, Toronto Tokyo is near 6. He's doing so much work, just getting, honestly, the perfect creep, it feels like, for the situation now, back to back to back. If he doesn't have a disable, then Amar can potentially just TP out, so really good on him to get those. Crit, a bit of a quiet early game after that first blood. Been kind of running around getting his level 6, but Amar definitely suffering.
I mean, what sort of places on the map do you imagine they're going to look towards? I mean,
Kill top. They want to kill.
They're going to go straight there indeed. Crit teams up with Maureen, see if they can make some sort of a play here.
If they can get either Nightfall or GPK, that's probably the ideal. Miaro, not really the one that they want to gank too much early on. Spirit Vessel's done, though. GPK, he can match this aggression, and it will be pretty crazy how much he can burst these squishy heroes if he does get a good setup for positioning.
Nightfall playing nice and defensive here. There's no need to be anywhere near the lane, especially when the Rupture's on cooldown. He's not interested in fighting whatsoever, so this time spent from Falcons is unlikely to result in a kill. BetBoom, they stick together around the mid area of the map.
Yeah, they prep for the power rune, prep maybe even perhaps getting a early tower pressure here too. Mid tower starting to get a little bit of damage onto it. Falcons all position top, wanting to go for this tower pressure here.
I mean, Nightfall does have the Rupture back and ready. He's got a Lotus ready to pop. So he can look for a fight here, and I think Falcons, they know it. They're starting to back off a little bit from the tower. Yeah, Maureen, he's going to head away, look towards the mid lane, try and just continue to farm. They don't want to try and take this fight head on Falcons. They're going to avoid this.
Maureen needs help. He'll get the TPs, dodges the blast nicely, but we see this is a very common thing from Falcons, the TPs that they do early on.
Yeah, I mean, because now Amar and Crit, they're more vulnerable top.
Amar did save a skill point, put the point in the pit.
He's in a lot of trouble here. They get the toss. Is there any way out for Amar? They'll get the sharpshooter off onto stage, so Stage will fall.
But another
again,
death.
Indeed, Amar taken down for the 4th time already this game.
Nightfall is having a hell of a time, and Pano was talking about this Bloodseeker pick in this matchup versus the Weaver.
Good.
It's really good. He's already got a 1,200 advantage versus that Weaver. He's already got his Maelstrom.
He's going to be a problem.
He really will. Just throw those free Ruptures onto Skitter at all times. Miaro bottom has a TP available. He feels pressured here from Skitter.
He'll just continue. He'll just try and waste as much time of Skeeters as he can.
Okay.
He knows that Skitter's going to try and dive in a little bit. But under the tower, you've got to be careful. And I think both of them know that this Visage is not dying to that sort of move. Miro's fine.
Yeah, don't want to risk getting, double stunned, re-summon, double stun, soul assumption, and then you get caught as a Weaver, so. Good pressure play. Miro will hold his TP as well, so gets to go back. Boom, looking to strike again. How long on Rupture? 8 seconds.
I mean, even just the two of them, save and Toronto Tokyo. They get some sort of setup if they have GPK around. It's a lot of burst. They can kill these heroes.
Skitter's trying so hard to go for Miro. Miro throws him a tip. He saw him coming. Another power rune for GPK. He'll just kill it. He doesn't need it.
Nice tier 1 tower's gone. I'll get the deny in at least, Maureen.
Has been denied.
A little bit of gold. But save is at the ready. They've got this deep ward now too.
Top lane, they really want to finish off this tier 1 themselves, Falcons. They're going to get the setup onto Nightfall.
Coddle TP coming in.
Immediate TP's coming in. It doesn't matter though. The burst comes in big time as they eliminate Nightfall. We'll see how much BetBoom can make them pay for it. They get the toss back onto Snaking. Snaking will be dealt with by the supports here, Save and Toronto Tokyo.
They get more.
GPK is going to see if he can try and set up to chase down for more. Crit going to head out with the TP. There's nothing to stop it. He's out. And Amar should be able to walk away from this as well. So not a bad trade at all there for Falcons. They get the tower, they get the carry kill, they only lose the support Venomancer in return.
That burst is absurd. The Veil pickup, of course, from the Underlord, just letting that Hoodwink Sharpshooter do that much more damage. I mean, he just died from, what, half HP it felt like. Half to 0 instantly.
A very nice move there from Falcons, keeping this game very even on the gold front. 3-7. Slight lead here for Falcons on the gold.
They're just getting a bit more, I would say, like farm around the map. Since it's 7-3, you know, they're just killing creeps the Falcons' way, as now they're going to look to maybe go for another move here, Snaking, perhaps wanting to invade a little bit.
Okay, let's see. I mean, they don't have the ults for the two of them. No, I have the Storm or Noxious Plague likely to be ready for this.
They've really been wanting to kill Miero. I'm sure Skitter's been telling them, like, this guy's playing low down here over and over again. He's got no boots, so it's a 285 movement's been Hero. So if Miero gets caught out of position, very likely
It's
to
hard
die.
to get to him here unless he steps out.
He knows this is coming. He's been playing very, very safe. Wisdom Rune in 20 seconds, Falcons.
Now they just can't get to him. They will keep him forced back, so the space is there for Skitter to start pushing onto the tower.
There is rotations coming over, though. Supports from the side of BetBoom, wanting to secure this.
I mean, if Miro can get some sort of a setup, then they're best to contest the Ancients, and by the look of it, gets a bit split, right?
Yeah, he got, I think, 3 on Miro, I believe, and Snaking got 1 with the Venom Ward. And they will be able to protect their Wisdom Rune there. Waiting for timings, I believe GPK, his Boots of Travel are now going to be finished, so now you have to assume BetBoom is going to respond to every single move that's going to come out from Falcons, if not making their move with numbers every time. Saberloy was talking about the Boots of Travel, either on the Enchantress creep or on the Visage Bird, so they always can have the numbers. Same thing though for Falcons, can't really forget, and if Amar skills a point in Fiend's Gate as well, I've been watching him, he's holding this point, so
he's ready for it.
There can be numbers all over the place, so we'll have to watch who brings more and who's prepared for it. GPK gets caught.
Skeeter. Gonna try and push forward for the kill. Don't know if he can do this on his own. No, can't do enough damage right now. Can't finish GPK. Skeeter has to start the retreat. He can get away with these moves, of course, in terms of control. As long as he's not getting ruptured or something.
Yeah. Until there's a blink from Save, Skeeter can go pretty aggressive with his dives forward. Another smoke perhaps coming out here. No Vessel on GPK though, so kill threat is a bit weaker for him, at least particularly on that Underlord.
And would you imagine for Nightfall it's just going to be a case of getting the BKB before he considers getting involved again?
Yeah, I would imagine so. Just there is obnoxious. There still is going to be a lot of annoying disables that do come out for him. Well, slows in particular from the Veno. And just if he gets linked, of course, he is going to be screwed, but absolutely needs this BKB for the upcoming fights.
Yeah, especially with Crit now having that additional element of control with the Rod of Atos for the setup.
Crit is very farmed. I feel like this tends to happen, of course, for Falcons, the way that they do play, but an Atos this early, it's 15 minutes. We were talking about some lack of control coming out for them. That fixes quite a lot of it. Now look how much faster that one is.
BetBoom. They're going to look to find. They're going to look to get Nightfall involved. Rupture at the ready. So who can they confine first in the river?
They don't want snaking. I mean, oh, Malrina's low.
Save's going pretty deep, and indeed he's got the Avalanche, but he's pretty far away from the rest of his team. They'll turn and look to control Save here with the Atos snaking. He's going to get going on first. Nightfall's able to get the kill here. Now they can look for more potentially. Crit, they'll finish off Save, but Amar's going to fall. I mean, Skeeter, he's going to try and tickle at the 4 of them, but he can't fight this. He's got to get out.
Can't fight versus the group up here. GPK, the burst we see there. Amar, he is not tanky at all. A Rupture was used on snaking. Nightfall feeling like he doesn't need it versus the Weaver. When they're grouped up on BetBoom as a cluster like that, it's insane burst damage that we've seen.
I mean, and as you say, maybe if Maureen was in a better position in terms of his HP and mana, they might have been able to have a shot of fighting back, but it wasn't the case. He gets caught low, and Falcons, they have to bail out of that.
0-5 for Amar. he just TPs in. It just gets killed this time around. Gets tossed completely out of position.
I mean, there is a reason why we pretty much saw none other team really try this hero at this tournament. It's not one of the popular ones right now.
Can be a risk for sure.
And bottom lane.
Bottom, they got a good connection.
It's an easy kill.
Why did they get the birds?
That's a lot of money. Good pick here for Falcons. It's going to help Marine on his way towards his BKB. And yeah, Crit getting the last hit on that as well. It's going to be a very quick Gleipnir on this support hoodwink this game for Crit.
Quote-unquote support. I mean, we've seen some absurd games from Crit being able to scale in this tournament. This looks like it potentially could be one of those as well. How is Save's Blink coming around? Very close. I feel like for BetBoom, they really need this Blink to be able to pick up the pace of the game to get these extra kills.
On top lane.
GPK.
Maybe considering the dive here. TP's starting to come in. Can they take GPK down in time? I mean, he's able to turn. They're going to lose Snaking.
Skeeter.
They're going to potentially Skeeter as well. Can he dive for the kill onto GPK? He can't. He's got to run.
GPK's alive.
Perfectly fine as he heals himself up. And Skeeter is caught by the dust. Avalanche back up in a second, but with the Shikuchi
Nightfall's here.
The vision.
Nice TP.
He's going to try and TP out, but the drops there from the Familiars. No escape for Peter.
And GPK survives. That was so clutch.
It was a risky move there from the two Falcons, trying to go for that play that close to the tier 2. I mean, GPK, he's not that easy to kill. He may have had a bit of a slow start in the laning stage, but now, you know, third highest on the net worth. His farm's perfectly fine. He's speedy and he's relatively tanky with the VIP booster and Vessel early on.
And this
is not an easy kill to go on like that.
No, and this isn't a game where I usually just see Snaking go for the Vessel. Almost every single game on the Venom Answer, he's going for the mech this time around, so not going to be able to prevent a lot of that healing in particular versus that Coddle. We saw those blasts. I mean, GPK saved himself because he got those big Illuminate heals.
See what they can go for here. They want to try and strike back Falcons.
This is a big timing. BetBoom now has the Blink on Save and a BKB on Nightfall.
I mean, if this fight goes wrong for Falcons, it's really going to hurt.
I mean, look at this. BetBoom, they're going to look to run into them.
Save might get the toss back.
It's a big catch.
He's able to find Marino, toss him straight back into the center of the rest of BetBoom. Marion's going to try and run.
He's
but
speedy.
Nightfall, he's able to chase him down. Miro with the burst. The control's there. Marion's gone.
They were so ready for that move.
I mean, a few of these plays now back-to-back from Falcons looking a bit shaky. BetBoom, they're more than ready to punish them.
And they always have infinite mana. I'm seeing GPK's just throwing the mana onto Save, too. Sometimes when you have this Blink Rush build, you have to go back to base occasionally or ferry out some type of regen. Save, he's ready to go again. They don't have to hesitate here on the side of BetBoom to keep applying this pressure.
I mean, that top play that Falcons tried to do with the 2 of them, and then that mid one around the 3 of them, they've just got to be a bit more coordinated, maybe even to the point where they're bringing the 5-man, because at the moment, BetBoom much more grouped up, and yeah, the Blink Dagger timing on Save's tiny. It's going to punish these sort of half-hearted attempts at starting a fight from Falcons every single time.
Yeah, and these heroes, they truly, even a 2k HP Razor, he's fragile. It's just the burst damage from Coddle with Solar Bind is absurd. And if they get these tossbacks, it's going to be super ideal. Get some invasion play here too. And BetBoom, their lineup can accelerate things as well too with going for an early Roshan. They've got this Visage with Vlad's early. So if they do see an opportunity, if they get another big kill, they could look to set up for that soon.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
See what the play is going to be next. I mean, Snaking is trying to cut this top creep wave, try and slow down BetBoom's chance of getting further objectives. See over in the mid. And Toronto Tokyo showing himself, he knows that he can kind of do this right now, and they don't really have the tools to punish him unless they want to drop a lot on this Enchantress.
Snaking, he's been found again.
And he has.
Another free kill.
They're getting a lot now, BetBoom starting to build that lead.
Falcons, they're just getting ran at. BetBoom is finding every opportunity. Falcons need more time to be able to itemize to deal with this. Amar shows himself mid.
That's the Rupture, he's got to immediately TP out. He won't be able to stop it, so it's a quick escape, this time a successful one.
Hey, Falcons can't even strike back versus any of these dive forward here. They're just trying to get as much farm as possible for Crit. And I was saying he's very farmed, but look at Toronto Tokyo. He's matching that farm of Crit on this Enchantress as well. So keeping their scaling going as well and their supports on the side of BetBoom.
And BetBoom, they themselves can look to make these plays,
they're so
which
ready.
is kind of the 2 of them. If they get the sort of jump catcher and
they're so ready.
And they do, Save. Straight in onto Crit. It's another easy catch.
Amar's coming in with the squad.
Ooh, okay, let's see if they can do anything in return.
The BetBoom's bringing the numbers.
I mean, again, this feels like another risky move here from Falcons. Amar, he's trying to get back through the gate, but he's getting interrupted by the avalanches and such. I don't know if they wanted to come over it, Fog.
Holy, BetBoom is just one step ahead. They were so ready for this move. Save and GPK were already there. The TP's at the ready too. Falcons, they're getting outmoved.
They're crumbling a little bit.
That was sick. I look at how quick the TPs came absolutely instant when they saw the Fiend's Gate drop down. And Crit's already dead. The fight just looks very difficult. They're trying to beat on a Tiny, but this Tiny's not squishy. He is pretty tanky, and then he gets healed up even from the Illuminate.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what they were trying to do because they did have, Skeeter and Marine in the neighborhood, ready to try and fight back. And he's just a little bit behind at this point, Falcons, and those sort of trades are unlikely to go their way, especially when they're taking them this deep on BetBoom's side of the map.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
6k lead now for BetBoom. GPK and Nightfall in a beautiful position. Nightfall well on the way to having the Manta done on top of the BKB.
They're getting so many items too. It's like a pipe also from Miro, so they're all very tanky at this point on the side of BetBoom. While as we were mentioning, for most of this game, Falcons, they feel very fragile versus this Coddle and this tiny burst. Who do they want to go for on the side of Falcons first? It feels like for them now, time needed for farm, but BetBoom is, they're fine with sitting back and farming too. They do scale very hard.
And it kind of feels like BetBoom don't really need to do anything, not only because they're happy to scale, but also because the last few times, it's Falcons coming to them.
Yeah. And soon, as I was mentioning before, they absolutely can just look to go for that Roche at some point soon if they do get another pickoff or so. It's a quiet game from Falcons, being able to make any aggressive moves themselves is snaking. But Jesus, takes half HP just from 2 or 3 impetus from Toronto Tokyo. Mid lane, some pressure onto Nightfall, but...
Skeeter's here as well with the glide. Okay. We'll force out the BKB at least.
That might be an indicator for them to try and make a move on Falcons now. It was kind of a soft commit for them to force that. 90 seconds, well, they won't have to worry about a BKB. They'll go for their Tormentor for now.
And they should have BKB finished on Maureen, ready for the next fight.
Feels all important for him to be that frontliner, because Amar feels just fragile still at this point, being a frontliner.
Yeah, anyone that gets tossed back into the rest of BetBoom, they're gone every time.
This is cool, though, from BetBoom, right? The BKB's on cooldown. They're like, you know what, Nightfall, stick with us. We'll guard you, my friend.
Snaking, very dead. Quick and easy one for BetBoom to start the push here. Look to take this tier 1 at the least and maybe go for more.
And it's Radiant, right? Radiant side, so they can go straight into Roche Pit off of this.
I think they will.
That's a heads-up move. GPK is so farmed. He's queuing up the Dagon. I don't blame him. These heroes are definitely poppable. He also got blessed, of course, with the Whispers of the Dread, so his damage is insane. This is absolutely free Roche. All full HP as well, so right after this, they don't have to really go back. I mean, they have to go back to fix their lanes, but they can keep pressuring, keep looking for the fight versus Falcons. Falcons did find a little bit of farm in this meantime, though. Wall Snaking did die for the 6th time. Did see the gold lead trickle down a little bit, so they did find some farm on the map.
Gotcha.
But that's all it seems like it's been. Falcons just trying to find farm on the map, and BetBoom just hunting.
Yeah, they're not able to keep up right now, Falcons. A few rough moves. Tried to make it coming out of the early game, and it's set them behind.
One of the slower starts we see from Amar.
Definitely trying something a little bit different this game with that last pick Underlord, and
Crit?
so far, yeah, really hasn't had the impact you'd imagine they'd hope for.
Whoa, they're on GPK.
I mean, he's going to try and go for him. They're coming through the Fiend's Gate as well. They're bursting down pretty low. See if they can finish him off. Amar's in on top of him, but Skeeter's in trouble.
They can't finish him.
Nightfall just goes straight for the Weaver. Skeeter's dead. Now he turns back towards Crit and
They get
Amar.
GPK.
They do get that kill.
Nightfall?
He's thinking about going for the Fiend's Gate himself. He's actually going to get caught by the Bushwhack. Bloodbright's down. They'll start to now push Amar back in with the damage from the impetuses of Toronto Tokyo. He'll sprint backwards. He's cleaned up a double here. He takes out Crit.
He's so farmed too. He is getting that scaling.
So they can get more out of this. They've got the Avalanche. The Bloodbright. Amar is going to get faked out as well. BetBoom, they may have lost their mid, but they've taken out the 3 of them. Maori's considering if he can maybe bring down Nightfall and return it.
He's first of all. That's a huge one.
Kill there. Maureen gets back in, takes out the carry. See if Toronto Tokyo can get the cleanup.
He might get
maybe
more.
Maureen can continue the cleanup. Toronto Tokyo has to jump away. It is indeed going to be another.
Cleaning up.
And Toronto Tokyo with the trees. Can they get him?
Oh my God, that was... He just got a gem from the courier too. If he dies, that could have been a full turnaround.
Okay, well, indeed, Maureen, he's ready to start the turnaround this game.
Holy moly.
Huge kills for him to pick up in the midst of that fight. I mean, I don't know how much XP he's got, but he's straight up to level 19. This Razor, he's back on the table here, and he's nearly taken that top spot in net worth. We'll see it once again, the pretty much max static link that he's able to get off. And at that point, BetBoom, sure they got the 3 of them, but they've got to be so careful how they try and finish him off. They just can't.
And they clustered. And this is where snaking starts to come into play too. Can't laugh at him, where that, I think the Noxious plays, it bounces to all 4 of them. So Maureen, they're all slowed up, they all drop low, and he almost cleans up everybody.
Yeah, it works out. You know, another fight where, you know, sure, Amar goes in and he dies, but this time it's absolutely worth it. Amar just making the call to get him with the Fiend's Gate, really force the issue, and just make sure they had the positioning to deal with GPK first. It works out massively.
It's the first successful fight for them in this game. Even though, yeah, Skeeter and of course Amar do go down, Maureen, he's the real carry.
Absolutely, and you know, from Falcon's perspective, if this Razor can build up to be this unkillable machine at the front of the fight, Maureen's going to have huge impact, and it's not going to be easy for BetBoom to go on him after he's got kind of this next round of items complete. If he can get the Satanic on top of the BKB and the Manta, it's going to be very difficult to burst him.
Yeah, and Snay did get a lot also surviving throughout that whole fight. Even though he was, 6 deaths, Snay's now level 14. So he went, I think, from like level 11 to 14
I think they
in
got
that
so
last
much
fight.
XP out of that. They really
did. It really is absurd.
Yeah.
So the Greaves could help a lot. And, I mean, the important thing for BetBoom is they didn't lose that gem. I was so worried for Toronto Tokyo.
Back towards the mid. And Falcons, they just had a good fight here. They maybe see if they can try for it again. Snaking this time. He'll be very easily dealt with. And Skeeter, he wants no part of that straight away. He retreats and looks to finish off his Lincolns.
8-20, and it's only a 3K lead for the side of BetBoom. Falcons showing that they can definitely maximize around the map, keep that farm up.
And you know, for BetBoom now, they're definitely going to be having discussions about how they deal with this Razor.
Yep.
You know, what is sort of the best plan of action in these team fights? Do they have kind of the tools to try and burst Maureen and get him out of the fight before he's able to get his BKB off? Or do you just have to kind of ignore him, kill everyone else? What's the best approach?
I think they have multiple different approaches. They can go for the big burst instantly, right, because they have the Tiny plus the Coddle and all that, or they can Rupture, right? That's one of the great tools. They don't have to use the Rupture on the Weaver in a lot of these situations, so we'll see which approaches they do want to go with it, but they do have a couple different angles to try to deal with this Razor as well. This game, very neck and neck.
Amplified damage rune in the river. Nightfall.
Double damage.
So many auras on both sides. I'm trying to just keep track of who has which. There's Greaves and Pipe on the side of Falcons, while on the side of BetBoom, they do have that Vlad's, and I believe the AC soon to be finished, and a Pipe on Miro. It's kind of matching each other a little bit with those auras.
With that fight going the way it did for BetBoom, even though they had that ages and such, they may be careful. Oh, okay, they'll see the chance to get a freebie here, snaking.
Jesus. Toronto Tokyo just doing so much damage as this Enchantress.
I mean, yeah, 5-1 and 8.
And these Enches can never write them off. Mar. Position bottom. Nightfall. Can't quite find him. And Lincoln's now finished up for Skitter, so some protection at the least versus that Rupture in particular.
As you say, I think, Nightfall, he's going to be more interested in...
Perhaps, yeah.
In really going for Maureen at this point. I mean, hey, maybe we'll see some sort of bro play where Skeeter pops Lincolns down onto the Razor.
Definitely. I mean, Lotuses and Lincolns, I think, are going to be prioritized throwing on this Razor at this point. He is absolutely their carry. Level 21 at this point now. I believe they still have the... Yeah, after that last fight, they did have the experience lead for a little bit, now going back toward BetBoom after they find a pick. Both teams content with finishing up their next items.
And Falcons, they've had the three of them sitting up here on this top lane for quite some time, pushing the tier 2.
Glyph gets popped.
Let's see what sort of response BetBoom want to come in with. The AC, complete now Mira.
GPK did opt away from going for the Dagon first.
Sure.
He went for a Thorn Staff, just some extra protection since they did get on top of him.
And by the time BetBoom's headed up here, Falcons, they're already out. They don't want to overstay their welcome.
AC for Miro, level 17, soon level 3 birds. It could be a power spike that they look to play off of. Also an arcane rune for GPK. I mean, this is a pretty beautiful one for the Coddle. Falcons all together, though.
I mean, for Falcons as well, a lot of the way that they can start the fight really is...
It's
sort of, Crit either getting some sort of skill shot setup, or Amar just kind of full committing with a Fiend's Gate into the midst of the fight.
They just kind of have to charge in, it feels like, with their lineup, which could be pretty scary into this massive damage that's coming out. Miro now with the AC, like, this is nothing to laugh at.
Unlikely to find anyone down here once again. And this time Falcons doing a good job of avoiding these moves that BetBoom are attempting.
How long on the rush? Still about a minute till that respawn does get found out.
Now, you would imagine next time we're definitely going to see both teams capable of clashing and fighting for the Roshan.
I think Falcons is... I think they've now very ready for that 5v5.
Yeah, I mean, Maori's huge. There we go. Yeah, 31 minutes, level 21, nearly 22. And yeah, Satanic BKB Manta. He is absolutely ready to go in.
If he's ever able to get a link onto this Bloodseeker, the fight is going to be very problematic for BetBoom. They have to ensure that Nightfall is able to not get linked up. flank around too. They know that this
That's a
Rosh
good
is
angle.
prepped. Yeah, and they're shoving the other lanes into mid. Tier 2's getting pressured. Amar shoving in top as well. He's got the Fiend's Gate at the ready, and I believe this Halberd also. So extra layers of defense coming in for the side of Falcons.
Look at the courier. I mean, that's going to give Falcons sort of position away fair bit. So BetBoom, they're going to know what's coming.
And they have information. They just threw the the acorn up on the high ground, so some vision being given from Crit.
And BetBoom, they'll be able to prepare.
GPK does spend his gold, so won't have a buyback if he gets caught. He has to be very cautious with his positioning on this Coddle. Does buy out for the Dagon.
Amar, of course, ready to join if necessary.
It's a bit of a long respawn. It's 90 seconds. A secondary smoke from the side of Falcons to get that positioning. They're looking for a different angle of approach here.
As you say, for Falcons, Maori, he wants to find Nightfall.
All this time spent, BetBoom is getting 0 farm. Amar is just farming the map.
He's got his Halberd complete.
The gold lead is pretty much at 0 now.
And of course, by doing so, he's keeping his Atrophy Aura constantly up. So when he comes into these fights, he's going to be hitting pretty hard.
The Lincoln's on Miro.
They're going to go straight for the Visage first. We'll be able to push Maureen away. So
Amar's in their
face. Full duration league, and indeed, he's coming with the Fiend's Gate onto the high ground. He'll bounce down to the low ground. Save has to jump away to the Ogre Seal Tome, but he's been taken out.
They're on Maureen.
They're looking at Maureen.
Satanic.
The BKB is falling low. He's healing up. The heals are there. Maureen's able to stand his ground for now. Trying to Tokyo, though, with the impetus, is it's still hurting pretty badly.
He's still alive.
He backs
Not
away.
anymore.
The impetus is the one help. Bring him down. Saves him with the combo. Takes Maureen out. The blast comes through for GPK. They've taken out 2. BetBoom. This
Crit kills Nightfall. Wait, what?
Okay. They get the Bloodseeker, but they may lose Skeeter. As save, he cleans up Crit. Skeeter, they're going to chase him down a little bit if they got anything else to throw at him. I don't think so. So Skeeter will escape. I mean, Falcons able to get something out of that, but still overall BetBoom, they're able to tackle that fight in a way where even though Maureen, as long as he did survive, they're able to play around it and kill him off, plus the 2 supports.
Beautiful positioning from GPK in particular. He's just playing far right side. I don't even know how many blasts he gets off in this fight. I could count as probably like 6 or 7, but him and Toronto Tokyo, they're using their entire mana pools. Look at this Enchantress just throwing impetuses the whole fight. So they kite it perfectly. Nightfall actually did a cool job of kiting pretty well too, until the end, and then he runs on top of Crit and dies, but a really cool fight from BetBoom. Yeah, great. Look at this. GPK and Toronto Tokyo just blasting.
And look at this as well. Save, no hesitation, comes in with a buyback. TP's up to the top side of the map, gets through the twin gate so he can get in here and help finish the cleanup in favor of them so they can get the 3 kills.
It could have been way worse for Falcons. I mean, Crit gets the cleanup on Nightfall somehow, so. They will all be respawning pretty much at the same time, so we could just have a straight another battle right back down there. An amp damage up on the top lane as well.
I'll tell you what, the funny thing as well, sure, Save kind of came in to help out, get the kills, help them get Maureen and such, but him sort of being there, he was also the target of the acorn shot bounce between, so...
Hey, you can't blame him, it happens.
He has to do it, yeah. Oh, crazy game. 24-10, BetBoom. Very, very slight lead. It's so close, though.
It's super close.
Exactly what you'd hope to see from a game 1 of a grand finals.
I love that this is one of those games where there just really is no ultimates that nobody needs to wait for. There's no like, oh my god, there's a Ravage, a Black Hole. No, they just BKB cooldown's probably the only thing they have to worry about.
Maureen's got an amplified damage. That could be the difference maker in the next fight. Smoke on smoke. Falcons on the hunt, and they're going in the correct direction here. BetBoom on the low ground. Smoke will dispel. Mirror and Snaking, they know what's up. So they're going to be able to find in the trees first. Toronto Tokyo jumps over to the side. He's able to push
Breaks the link
instantly.
instantly.
The static link is not going to be a successful one this first time round in the team fight.
This is Falcons. They kind of have to back away a little bit here. Maureen not happy with that. Literally like a 1 second link, not even a 0.1 second link or something. And that was the Eye of Storm used too.
Amar? I mean, Toronto Tokyo tries to step up at the front of the fight. It's going to be able to jump back, dodge the sharpshooter there. Beautiful dodge. They'll get the rupture out to Maureen. Maureen, he'll back out the fight for now. Nightfall, he wants to go full commit here with the BKB, but he has to be able to be careful. The BKB's popped. He's not able to get in on the fight. Falcons, they're able to step away from him.
They used rupture as well as that BKB.
They dropped it on Maureen, but Maureen was able to separate himself with the fight. They've also got the benefit of the Fiend's Gate, so quickly they get back to the base. They'll be able to heal up the 3 of them and then get back into this position to continue to hold this area around the Roshan.
This could be hard for BetBoom to actually go back into the fight here. They
with,
used a lot.
With no rupture and no BKB on Nightfall, they've got to kind of just concede this Roche to Falcons.
That was a really smart little back away there from Falcons, resetting during the rupture. Nightfall, made a bit of a mistake there, just committing the BKB to go for these kills, but now without a BKB, this Roche is dying fast.
Oh, it is.
Can they even make it there in time?
They're starting to move over. The scan did wear out in time, so maybe Falcons won't quite expect them. I mean, they're going to see them now with the wards up on the high ground. These plague walls for snaking. They know what's going on. They're able to get the space to get the cheese onto Maori and get the Aegis onto Skeeter.
That's a big deal, this cheese. We saw how much he was able to do if he can stand his ground. An extra bit of healing, and now Skeeter maybe actually can do something in the fights also with this Aegis. He's been very quiet this game on the Weaver. He's hit 20 now too, so probably the peak timing until 25 gets that Geminate attack damage as well, so we'll be able to start hurting a bit here on Skeeter. He can actually commit in a fight now, it feels like, with an Aegis, while before he's just very scared to die constantly. Feels like this is what Falcons has been waiting for most of this game, kind of building up to this moment.
I think for BetBoom, in terms of the next big items that are going to be coming out, it's probably going to be eyes on Miro. We've seen it a lot of times in his games. Getting this sort of Hex, getting this opening catch, it's going to be huge. They need it to have a chance of going on someone like Maureen or Skeeter once the Aegis is gone. And just taking him out. The damage output stepped up. You know, Nightfall, he's finished his Mjolnir. He's going to be working on the Aghanims next. So if they can kind of get the Ags on the Bloodseeker, the Hex on the Visage, that's going to be BetBoom's next strong point.
Yeah. Heroes have gotten a lot tankier, though, in comparison to how it was before, where BetBoom could just pop a hero at the start of the fight. Not very likely anymore. Amar sitting at 3k HP, Razor as well, Weaver too, so harder for them to do the ideal kill one target, get the ball rolling afterwards.
I mean, that Aghanim Bloodseeker damage could be pretty crazy.
That's true.
It's great percentage damage.
He's far, though. He's 3k away from
3k away still.
Yeah, so it's going to need a successful fight for him to probably get that one.
Or just avoiding a fight, right? I mean, there's 3 minutes on the Aegis for Skeeter. This could very much be 3 minutes. The BetBoom, they just focus on farming and do not want to get involved in any sort of action. Tormentor secured. GPK, the one to grab this.
Pretty good shard.
Falcons, in terms of their item progression, what we got? Refresher.
They're getting a lot.
Up next. Yeah, Mark, he's going to be going for that Nullifier. So it's already built perfectly to kind of keep his team safe with the Shivas, the Pipe, the Lotus, and the Halberd. Now he can look to try and get something that's going to enable them to get a bit more aggressive and really go on these heroes like the Bloodseeker that wants to run freely around the team fight.
And it really makes sense why Nightfall is going for an Aghanims, right? Because playing versus all this damage mitigation, he's like, my BKB duration is not going to be enough to kill these tanky heroes at this point, so definitely needs to try to get this Ags.
Doing a lot now with the Aegis and Cheese. Falcons just taking full control of the map.
They're just playing
4K
that greed,
lead.
That greed that they love to have.
They know that BetBoom, if they want to try and get some farm out of the map during these moments as well, they have to do it much more as a unit. They can't afford to be as split up as Falcons are getting away with right now.
And they're getting out efficiencyed. I'm seeing Snaking just jungling, insta-clearing creep. Everyone just farming very fast on the side of Falcons. And yeah, BetBoom, they kind of have to stick together a little bit. Big items being picked up.
Falcons
looking to get aggressive.
I mean, they definitely can try their luck at least finishing the tier 2 here mid. Skeeter also on his way towards his own Nullifier.
And they're starting to control. Snaking just putting these wards on high ground. He has a gem of his own, looking to control that map, constrict BetBoom from getting farm.
What do you think the plan is here?
Pressure.
For Toronto, Tokyo. You know, you talk about becoming sort of additional carries. 5-1-10, he's having a great game. He's got 2,400 gold. He's going to look towards some damage, some control. What do you imagine he's considering on the Ench?
That's a good question. I mean, they already have the AC and stuff, which is usually the ideal that you want to pick up for the Ench afterwards here. That's a good question. Probably some damage, honestly. Hex already finished on Miro. They're spending their gold. BetBoom is spending every single time here, and they always do have tossback factor once it gets to the base.
And just 1,000 gold away from having the Aghanims on Nightfall.
Yeah, feels like they need that for the fight.
This sort of Aegis time out, whilst it absolutely has allowed Falcons to continue to grow their lead on the map, and they are getting a little bit more, it has also meant that BetBoom will get that next round of items done, which are likely to be coming online at the same time that Skeeter's Aegis comes to an end. So BetBoom, they will still have a very solid high ground defense ready.
Just have to be very, very cautious with the BKB, the Rupture, how they use it to commit for these kills. If it's a bad usage of the BKB on Nightfall, things could be pretty difficult for them to be able to fight back versus Falcons.
Absolutely, I mean, absolutely, to the point where we may even see some sort of crazy kind of Fiend's Gate diving tier 3s, tier 4s if Amar sort of sees the angle to go for it.
Absolutely.
He could go straight into the base.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to see, honestly, for Nightfall, maybe even like a refresher pretty soon afterwards once he gets that next item.
He's going to need it.
They're going to smoke, so they've got that timing. Aghanims is done for him. Let's see if they can get these targets. Let's see if he can actually bring them down with this extra damage he provides.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to see just sort of how ridiculous or how impactful this percentage damage of the Blood Mist feels in the center of a team fight.
Yeah, I'm going to keep eyes on him.
Let's see how much you can do.
Smoke on smoke. Who's
I mean,
going to
they
get
both know. Falcons, of course, yeah. No Aegis for this fight.
They see the acorns. Save.
And they're going to get the jump save. In with the avalanche. He's going to get the toss back straight away. They'll be able to
gone before the fight.
Crit is gone.
That's pretty huge.
If they can push on for more, Stevie gets pretty much completely static linked by Maureen. Maureen's got a lot of damage built up. He's trying to stand his ground against Nightfall.
Nightfall needs to run.
I mean, put the BKB in the axe.
He's just gone.
Maureen is able to chase him down. And now can look over towards Miro. It's a double kill for Maureen. They couldn't burst the Razor. Maureen gets another free fight to play. Toronto, Tokyo also to die here in the river.
I need to see how much minus armor this Bloodseeker had in seconds. I think he got both links off, and he's just gone in seconds. Like, I'm watching Maureen's damage. Like, look at this. He has first static link up, which is stealing armor as well, too, making him tankier. And then the secondary one, Nightfall dies in a fraction. He's at minus 24 armor. Look at this.
He's trying his best to run, but the chase down's there. 4 dead on Betboom. And this is absolutely time for Falcons to do the damage to the base. They're down the mid lane.
This Razor is just too much of a beast.
It really is.
The Aghanims did nothing from Nightfall.
That one fight earlier around the mid that really sort of set him ahead. And just allowed Maureen to continue his game at a pace that Betboom, they cannot deal with.
14 to 25.
The barracks being taken here. There's still a tier 2 on the bottom lane for Betboom.
And look at Amar. He's already starting to give out those high fives.
I mean, what can Betboom do now? They've lost 2 sets of racks.
Maureen gave them a question mark, of course, too.
Yeah, I like that. Actually, typing question mark. A different approach there to the classic meme.
That was insane. Him alone just ripping apart the fight. As it's Betboom who gets the initiation, too, right? Crit is deleted before the fight, and it doesn't mean anything. Because Nightfall, he can't do anything. This Bloodseeker.
Yeah, how do you fight this Razor right now as the Bloodseeker?
I don't know.
The Aghanims, yeah, just didn't seem to matter whatsoever.
Maureen didn't even have to pop cheese, too, right? So in the next situation, he could just have that cheese if they do get on top of him somehow to get that burst.
And they can, they can chill out now, Falcons. They've got a few ways out of this game.
They've hit their
Pretty
stride.
comfortable, 18k lead. So many big issues that Betboom just can't deal with. Like, even if they are killing Maureen, they're probably not killing Skeeter. Skeeter's nearly level 25 as well.
And good luck killing Maureen. I'm just seeing them they throw all the buffs on him. They throw like double lotuses, they pipe him, etc. And it's just not enough for them. They don't have the burst at this point. Unless it's perfectly executed, perhaps, like a toss back into a hex and he's completely isolated. But even then,
Amar's just always going to be able to get to him to help out. The Fiend's Gate will always be ready.
Yeah.
And I think Amar, for the tough start he was given in the lane, there's early deaths. The impact from this Underlord is absolutely been felt.
Yeah,
it really has.
It's just the damage reduction, right? Something you don't really see factored in too much into these games, but a pipe, a halberd, atrophy aura for this Bloodseeker, even though he's got Aghanims % damage, it takes too long, it's too slow.
And I think at the end of the day, maybe during the draft, when they wanted to go for this era, they were kind of thinking more on the item sense of things of like, what kind of items are we going to need this game? And you look at Amar's inventory, and this is pretty much the best off-lane hero to farm these items efficiently.
For sure.
With the way that they were playing the map right, where you had Falcons playing as 4, Amar getting to use the rest of the space to just hit these item timings despite a tough start.
And we actually see the reveal now. Toronto, he feels like they do need that Lotus, throwing it onto Nightfall. That sounds like the choice, but...
He's walked into a bit of a dangerous area. He has got back up, but the BKB's out from Maureen. They'll kill off the Tiny.
He's just charging in.
Indeed he is. He's ready to get straight onto the back lines and allow Falcons to continue to push forward, take out Toronto, Tokyo. Miro, he'll hide for now. But he's only got so much safety. As soon as he comes out, Skeeter's ready with the nullifier. Triple kill for Skeeter. As Falcons, they're ready to run it down the top lane. And if they wanted to, they can maybe just go for the tier 4s at this point.
Absolutely. I mean, you see Maureen tipping Nightfall. Nightfall has to just run in. He pops BKB and then TP's back to base. So, yeah, the carry impact is not being felt in these later stages as Falcons looking for the cleanup.
Yeah, expertly played here. Onto the tier 4s. Betboom, they've only got the 3 of them left to try and hold back. Fortification will be there. We'll see how much respect Falcons give them. I don't think they need to back up at all. I think they can just stick around, keep this push going, look to close up this game 1.
Nightfall has no BKB. If he walks in, he's just dead.
They're going to know that there's no buybacks even now. As the first tier 4 falls, the second one as well. The Ancient exposed. Save. We'll look for the toss back onto Amar. Got the damage to kill Amar. He's getting low. They'll get him, but he buys back. It doesn't matter. The Ancient gets completely destroyed. Game 1. It is all Team Falcons here. As BetBoom, they may have got that lead earlier. They may have been getting the kills, but those mid-fights turning it around.
Amar writes 0-8, easy.
I mean, with the self-awareness, but the thing was, it's Cadia, it didn't matter.
It did not matter.
He really, as I said, for someone that went 0-8, it was probably one of the best 0-8s I've ever seen.
100%. I mean, he's just jumping into the fights, causing panic. I'm literally seeing him in these fights. He fiends gates in their faces. So it just caused this disarray. That bottom fight for BetBoom, it went pretty decent, of course, but they did end up losing Nightfall, even when they get that one little fight, of course, versus Falcons. And then afterwards, I mean, Mallory just runs away with it. This build, of course, kind of perfect. His Refresher, Satanic, unkillable. And Bloodseeker just can't do anything versus it. GPK ends with only 1 death, but they can't actually solve the answer of taking out Malrine.
Yeah, I mean, at Nightfall, you think back to the start that he had a pretty perfect start.
He did.
He couldn't have asked for more, so it really just sort of begged the question if, at the end of it all, if the hero itself was just a hero that was always going to be very tough to play unless they stayed consistently ahead throughout the game. As soon as they fell behind as a team, yeah, the Bloodseeker just didn't feel like an issue whatsoever for any of Team Falcons. Maybe they'd lose a support here or there, or one of the cores, but in terms of ever being able to clean up a fight as a Bloodseeker this game, it just didn't look like it was ever going to happen.
No, and I mean, Falcons they seem to understand the most about just having to keep up with that farm on the map. I think the score was at some point like 15-4 or something like that, but they kept their composure, got the farm, waited for the items, and then it struck back.
They really did, especially after sort of those first 3 plays they made that went pretty horribly wrong. You know, there's sort of the 2 deaths top, and then the 3 in the mid, and then that move around the Tormentor of BetBoom's. 3 bad moves back to back. It didn't matter. After that, they cleaned up their act and they clean up this game. Falcons will take game 1.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel and Fogged. Yes, game 1 is in their hands. Let's see if they can do it for game 2 or if BetBoom will tie the score. Before we get there, though, I want to break down this game because for a long time, at the start, it was BetBoom that was leading the charge, and it was Falcons that was left to fight back. I'm joined by Jenkins, by Effie, and Saberlight. Saberlight, we saw at the very start a Keeper of the Light that went uncontested almost, and I personally thought BetBoom's got this.
Yeah, this Keeper of the Light, it's a very strong early game hero. I think also the Visage is very good early game too. But somehow, as the game went on, this Razor just went completely out of control. There's nothing you can do. He has 2 Satanics, 2 BKBs. What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, as the game progressed, even though BetBoom had a great start, Falcons just found their space. They found their farm on the map, regardless of the pressure that BetBoom brought early on. And then all it took really was some damage mitigation on their side, right? You have this Underlord with the Pipe, with the Shivas, with the Halberd for the Bloodseeker, who is the primary source of damage later. And then you have this Razor who, as he's getting stronger, he's got a Linken's, Weaver's got a Linken's that he's putting on him. He's got 2 Lotuses, one on Underlord, one on Venomancer. It just felt like they couldn't get through this Razor.
Yeah, I agree. I think the itemization from Falcons was very good. Obviously, the plays in the fight from Malrine and the supporting cast, keeping him alive. There's like 3 or 4 fights there we saw where he survives like 20% HP. Maybe he ends up dying at some point, but they get so much from it because he survives longer than he should. That comes from the Lotus Orbs. That comes from the Linken Spheres. He also went for a BKB, which is, fairly obvious on Razor. But then Refresher, which these days is not super popular on Razor, but he's playing into Bloodseeker, which is like a mixed damage carry with the Aghanim Scepter. And they could not kill this Razor through the BKB Refresher.
No, it felt like, our first 2 picks of the game, the Keeper of the Light on one side, the Razor on the other side, it felt like both teams kind of got what they wanted, and one did well early game, but not well enough for the Razor to take over later on in the game. But because we got a Saberlight on the panel, for our Acer Predator head-to-head, we wanted to take a closer look at the offlaners. And Saberlight, let you be the judge. Like, how do you feel this comparison went down, the Visage versus the Underlord?
All right, so guys, if you look at this head-to-head, as an offlaner, there's few things that you need to keep an eye out. So for example, being 4-4-12, is better than being 0-18-14.
No.
However,
I don't think I remember him dying 18 times.
I think he did.
I'm fairly sure that was supposed to be an 8. Somebody in production really doesn't like Amar.
That was a typo, I believe.
However,
even if you are 0-18, even though he wasn't, as if your team wins, it's space, guys. And that's what being offlaner is all about. So I think we can all learn a lesson from Omar about how to make space in the game. And yeah, thank you, Omar. This was amazing.
Is good. This is good for all the pub offlaners out there. I mean, Underlord is the guy for that. You're just a big, beefy dude. You run in there with your body and, you know, pipe of insight, and you run in there with your Shivas. It's just like, kill me. You know, kill me. And then it's not worth it. Or at the very least, you say that it's not worth it after you die.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's too much space, you know? It's always either you're making space or you're not dying, which is also making space. So as an offlaner, you cannot do anything wrong. People usually like say carries can't do anything wrong, but it's actually the
It's an offlaner thing. I will agree to that,
like,
yeah.
Carry diff, in my opinion at least.
Naturally, yes.
Naturally, yes.
Obviously not with RTZ. RTZ cannot do anything wrong. I love him.
There you go. I think everybody in the crowd can get behind that one as well. And another guy that everybody here loves is the guy we're heading over to right now. Pyrian, what are you up to, sir?
Oh, what a lovely intro, Sheeps. Thank you so much. I'm here with the people in the crowd with UK Dota's finest fans. Now, I have been having a great time at this event. Obviously, having an event in the UK means a great deal to me, as I'm sure it does to the fans. Are you guys here in the arena delighted that we have an event in the UK? Well, we want another one because we're greedy bastards, so I'm going to ask this lot to plead their case to ESL. Young man, perhaps you could begin.
UK, terrible at Dota, best crowds in the world.
Have a go.
Do absolutely anything.
He will do absolutely anything! What about you, lads?
UK Dota, amazing. Crowds, best crowds. More UK Dota!
Let's go this way. You fellas, you have something to say?
Sure. UK Dota, herald skill, immortal crowds.
Well said. And now perhaps we can get a chant of UK Dotes, and slowly pan out, and then go back to Shiva. I'm directing it live on the bit here, so we'll slowly pan out. UK Dotes, UK Dotes, UK Dotes, UK Dotes, UK Dotes.
Thank you very much. That's a great cheer. And to be honest, we do need more UK Dotes. Very happy that ESL 1 came back to Birmingham. It has been fantastic so far already, and we're not even done just yet. Obviously, this was game 1, and I have to talk about this because we have seen BetBoom in the grand finals before with them a game down, and I just want to hear this from a player perspective, Saberlight. Is this the type of loss for BetBoom that could put them in the wrong mental state?
Are they tilted?
I feel like this is the type of loss where you go backstage and you're like, okay guys, we are winning Razor. After all, you know, we tried it, unlucky, didn't work out. Next game, or actually, I mean, there's like a 50% chance that they might also just not ban it and just run it back. You know, that's the second threat. Either you're like, okay, this hero is just stupid, we're winning early game, we're supposed to win this game, but now, you know, they have the Razor. Or you're like, okay guys, they got the Razor, and we learned our lesson game 1, and now we just have to switch it up.
Because then they have to let anyone of the other poisons through, right? Because there's against Falcons so many heroes that you already need to ban. And maybe this time they're going to be second pick, which gives you 4 bans. That might help a little bit.
Yeah, I think that does help against Falcons for sure.
What about the Coddle? Coddle still good? They first pick their best hero, they lose with it. Is it the Razors the only issue?
I think Coddle was still fine. The Visage kind of fell apart a little bit. I was expecting Visage to have like much higher impact, but it kind of falls off after like minute 30, 35. So even though they were winning the mid game, it just kind of, I don't know, it wasn't enough.
It was not enough indeed. Saberlight, thank you for coming on the panel. We have fantastic guests all throughout our grand finals, and hands are being shaken here, and thank you as well. Yes, we're gonna go to a quick break, but when we're back, it's time for game number 2 of this grand finals.
At DHL, our cutting-edge 3D printing technology allows us to create anything we could possibly possibly need to ensure uninterrupted operations. Sweet baby. Oh my. Finally. Even if we don't deserve it. If you think you have better ideas on how to use this tech in the world's largest logistics company, then sign up now.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Waiting for the morning, silent night. I'm feeling your heartbeat when we hold on tight. I only wanna feel you, wanna make it right. I'm looking for answers and I don't know why we fight. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now. If only you could read me, read my thoughts. You see that I care for you, you're all I've got. If only I could heal you, your wounded heart. I wanna believe that we should never be apart. Can we talk about it for a while? Can we talk about it? Stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer. Let's just try. Can we talk about it for a while? Oh, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little, stay a little longer, baby, now. Waiting for the morning, silent night. I'm feeling your heartbeat when we hold on tight. I only wanna feel you, wanna make it right. I'm looking for answers and I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here in Birmingham. I was told to say it like that with special guests today. Devi Lama from Team Heroic.
Hi.
And we're doing going to be doing an interview.
Hi.
What do you think these are used for?
I have no idea. They're probably like oil, like used oil from cooking or something. Something gross for sure.
You're a married man, of course. Do you do a lot of cooking in the house?
Some, but I'm really home nowadays. It's all just traveling, so I'm not used to cooking much anymore. But when I am home, I try and like cook along with my wife. Yeah.
What's your favorite dish that you would cook with your wife?
Rendang. It's like an Indonesian stew / curry with beef. It's very good.
Sounds delicious. And speaking of your delicious, we're going to get into some delicious Dota, of course, with your team. And you guys are would you say you're an up-and-coming team?
Of course, yeah. We're from an up-and-coming region, South America. You know, like after last TI, there was a little bit of a dip in SA Dota, but we're trying to bring SA Dota back up to the top.
What's it like for you as a German guy? You're German, right?
No, I'm Belgian.
What's it like for you? What's it like for you? We say Dutch.
It's more like Dutch. I mean, I speak Dutch as my native language.
And what's it like for you as a European guy living in Brazil? Do you like the food there? Is there any like culture shock going on?
Well, we didn't live in Brazil. We were on a boot camp there for 4 weeks. So basically lived there for 4 weeks. And we were also in Peru for 4 weeks. No, it was all very peaceful there. And the culture, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of traveling, right? I mean, I don't get to go outside that often, and when I am often, yeah, sometimes it does feel like very different, but it's nice. I like the different atmospheres and cultures.
Is this the tournament you're going to win?
Maybe, I hope so. Because try and stay humble, though, so.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for today. Thank you so much for checking this out. This is an interview with Divide Llama. Good to meet you.
Yeah, nice to see you too.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Analog from Team Heroic.
Hello.
What's the most British thing that you know?
Shelby walk.
Oh, that like Tommy Shelby?
Yeah.
Can you show me the Shelby walk?
Sure.
Okay, get back here. Come on. We're doing an interview. He just kept walking. All right.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I like it.
Yeah, he was lagging. As a Brazilian, of course, he's got packet loss.
I use it to play with 150 ping, so yeah, normal.
Right, makes sense. Who would you say is the worst player on your team?
For sure, is KJ. For sure. Like, I fucking hate it. So yeah, talking about the best teammate I have, this guy here, man, he's like always got my back. The two Brazilians, you know, like, man, I love him. Like, always got my back. Always give me wards, give me sentries, tangles. Sometimes he buys a bottle for me, you know. Like, I always say, man, go and earn me, please. Control my rune. Take my back. Man, this guy, love him.
Shama.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been an interview with Team Heroic. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll throw it back to whatever. I don't know why I keep throwing these, but goodbye.
The grand finals here at ESL 1 Birmingham continues. We are in our best of 5, and game 1 went the way of Team Falcons. BetBoom, of course, looking to tie the score in game number 2 as we're heading over to that one in just a second. I am joined on the panel by Purge, by Jenkins, and straight from the content as well, Analog. How you doing?
Very well. Missing KJ, like you guys see, but pretty well. Pretty excited for this finals. Going to be very good games.
Yeah, but I know you watched a little bit of that first game. How did you think it went compared to how you thought it was going to go?
I think I thought BetBoom would destroy the game with this early game, Coddle, Tiny, Encounters, you know, such a good tempo. But this Hazer Hero, man, they do so well on Falcons. They are the specialists on it. Like, if you go to late game and they have a good game on Hazer, you're going to carry it.
And the question, of course, is, will that Razor be seen once again? We talked about it. It might just be banned by Falcons, by BetBoom, or it might just be let through. But ban is where we're going. We did swap up the sides, but it seems like we're still with the same pick order. That means that BetBoom still only has 3 bans before getting to pick their Kotl once again. And that leaves the question, Analog, I'm going to ask you again. Was Razor the only problem from that first game, you think, for the Kotl?
No, like, Coddle is very good against Hazer. I think that's why they don't ban it. They don't respect it, the Falcons Hazer. And he had a very good game on Coddle, like such a free game. It's a first pick Coddle, but sounded like a 24 Coddle in the last game, you know? But right now they just respected their Hazer, said, okay guys, you can win the early game, but if we go to the late game, this Razor is going to be a problem. Can't beat it.
Don't want to bombard you with questions here, Analog, but that's what I'm going to do. You're the Coddle guy, right? Not Dakota, like that's a different guy, but you're the dude that is huge on this Coddle hero. Some mid laners, like maybe the last pick it or something. You're a first pick Coddle fanatic. What is it exactly that makes this hero so overpowered?
I think the most OP thing on Zero is like, he has a horse. So he's very fast, you know?
Yeah,
like,
that makes sense.
Every hero that has horse, they're fast in the map, and they go and take the tempo.
Leshrac, Centaur, these are S-tier heroes. I think he's right. I think he's onto something.
Yeah, like that's the horse meta, you know?
Yeah, it's a horse meta.
What about the cats? The Morana, the Luna?
No, they're not in the meta right now.
Okay.
That's the horse meta.
They're falling off,
you know?
yeah, he's right.
Incantries, you know? Kinda, horse kinda, you know?
Yeah, half horse.
Cats go very fast over short distances, but over the long distance, you want a horse.
True. And we did see CK making a comeback yesterday.
It's all about endurance in this meta.
Exactly.
Great. Glad we broke that down.
Yeah.
One thing that was really interesting about last game was that both teams were very aura-based. There was a pipe on both teams. That's a little bit atypical for this meta so far. This game shaping up to be probably different with the Doom on the other side. Going to be more about team fights and pickoffs and things like that.
Yeah, Falcons want to go to late game here. Like, that's a good thing for Coro, because as a Coro you want to pace the game, you know, want the tempo, want to win the early game. That's what makes the hero strong. It's not because of the horse. I'll be a bit because of the horse, but also because of his early game.
Now, the Doom versus Caudle matchup, that's a pretty interesting one, because I remember, like, at the start of the tournament, people were picking Sniper against the Caudle and just kind of like farming while the Caudle farms and doing well in lane against it. From that, is there like a similar thing here? Like, are you happy being a Doom versus a Caudle mid? Because Falcons has been flexing it to mid mostly in the last couple of days.
I think it's more a comfort thing for Falcons. They love flexing between Amar and Marine. It gives too much draft advantage. And there's a good thing about Doom against Caudle is like, Doom can eat the Purge creep, okay, and debuff the Caudle spell, so he's gonna be fine, you know?
Oh, that is true, yeah. Deal with the Vessel, deal with the Solar Bind, or whatever the hell it's called, yeah.
Caudle hates the spell Purge.
That's really good.
Ooh, a Muerta pick. Very interesting. Gives him more flex potential. Could be support, could be carry. A lot of magic damage too.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, paired together, very effective. If Caudle does do side lane ganks, the Muerta gank makes her spells even easier to combo. And they go with the Clockwork. A hero that has been picked occasionally by some teams. It's kind of had up and down success. It was the hero that got Team Liquid eliminated.
That's a good clock game. I mean, if I'm a Doom, you know, you're building all of this physical armor. Like Doom, people complain that the way that this hero plays, you just run at somebody. Like, that's how you kill somebody, right? Clockwork does the exact same thing, except he's a support. So it's like, if you want to run at and Doom a Clock, by all means, Clock is fine with that. And Clock actually provides enough damage to kill a Doom, even in the laning stage.
Ooh. Primal Beast. I mean, we've seen him only 5 times, as you can see, and it has a great track record, but we don't see him that often.
It's mostly been Mallory playing it as well on the mid lane.
He won it in the lower bracket finals, one of their matches. Very great BKB piercing stun. He's going to be the guy that probably tries to catch Caudle on the back line, because right now Team Falcons doesn't necessarily have the best dive, but if they do catch somebody, they're going to be able to layer stuns really effectively.
Yeah, that's Medusa of Caudle right now. Like, about the clock pick, it's super good with Caudle, right? The Caudle really wants someone to go in front and it stuns for you, so you bring your damage.
Yeah.
And also the Medusa right now, super good combo in the late game. Sometimes the Caudle fall off, but if you have a very good target to give mana, you actually scales as well. And Medusa is this hero, you know?
It's like you give her mana and you give her another snake, which also gives her mana. It's really, really good. Now, I'm thinking about the Primal versus Caudle mid lane matchup. This is an interesting one because a lot of the time Caudle is going to be stacking camps, right? But the way that Primal mid plays and the way that Malrine popularized is he cuts the wave and then drags it to your camps. So is this like a counter pick to the Caudle?
I don't think it's a counter pick. I think it's more a thing of Falcons of being on comfort, because that's such a good game on Caudle, right? They have no spells, they have like tanky heroes, and you're gonna go Vessel, you're gonna slow them, you're gonna play very fast. I think it's super good for Caudle. But also Marine gonna have his game, because he's gonna free farm against a lane in Caudle. Caudle is popularized by he don't destroy his lane. He just farms and ganks side lanes. So Marine gonna have a good time mid.
I like the anti-mage ban still, of course, earlier today.
Yeah,
you saw that Falcons doesn't mind where the anti-mage goes against the Medusa.
It's that upper bracket advantage. Got to watch Falcons see how they would deal with Medusa, and if they get the solutions out, maybe they'll be okay. But there's still a lot of Diffusal Blade heroes that you can pick in the game. Just won't be nearly as effective as they am.
That speed is pretty up there.
It's pretty good. Really finished off the last 20%.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh, he's dying. That was fast. That was really fast.
Are we getting a quintuple here?
We're getting like a rampage at least. Oh.
Wow.
A little struggling going on.
Yeah, Analog, welcome to being a panelist, by the way. You just watch people chug beer. Yeah, go ahead, make a comment.
Go, 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 go.
All right, you got the job, bro.
How many people is this?
This is a full staircase of people. It's like Klink's pressed his Aghanim Scepter. There we go. Are these the final two? Is it?
Final guy.
You got this, man. You never give up. Never give up. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Great finish, great finish.
Oh, these Venomancer are spitting everywhere.
No Venomancer in this game so far. We do have the ban out for the Beastmaster and the Lycan, so a couple of off-lane bans there to target Miero. We have the anti-mage ban so far, as said already, for Bedboom. And on the side of Falcons, in terms of what you need to ban, you would think you need to ban a carry in this one. I believe we're still looking for a Skeeter hero. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I was looking for a Weaver here. Sounds like a decent game. He don't like that much the clock, but he don't have a problem with Koro is low, and he can also build Diffusal, maybe go for the Mana Burn talent against Duza.
He got banned though.
He did get banned already.
Oh, yeah.
So Bedboom was on the same page. And wanted to remove him from the equation.
Would have been great. What about like a gyrocopter or something? It's maybe a little vulnerable to Coddle, but...
Yeah, it's also get outscaled by those, I feel like.
They do have an absolute last pick, so they get to see the Centaur coming out. So a hero that's good against Centaur. That is also maybe a counter carry to the Medusa. I mean, you could play fast with a Lifestealer.
Yeah, you can destroy like 2 lanes, and have a Lifestealer. But gonna be the same case of Bedboom the last game, right? They are winning the game, but in the after third 5, they're gonna be a hard game.
What about like I know it's weird, but like Juggernaut actually doesn't look bad. I know people like it against the Dusa, going entirely immune, Diffusal Blade. Like you can actually Omni and she'll die from full HP if you're like 1-to-1 in terms of items. Good against Centaur on lane as well.
Healing Ward's really good with these tanky heroes too.
I like it because Lifestealer and Jug can't be ganked by a Coddle. Like that feels really nice right now to pick one of these heroes.
Yeah.
It seems a little scary against Clock though, because you don't even get like spend TP. There's some downsides.
That's true, and Dusa ult as well.
Yeah.
It's a bit annoying.
Would it be like the first pick of Juggernaut this tournament, no?
There has been others.
I think Falcons has actually picked it once.
I think they lost though.
I want to say indeed they picked it once and they lost. We'll see though. So there's still quite a few heroes for Skeeter on the radar, I would imagine. It's going to be his pick. See what he wants to do to try and carry his team to getting a...
It's so annoying. It's so annoying because Bedboom loves picking this 23 that don't lose the lane, like these blind offlaners. Like, what do you pick against Centaur, you know?
Wow, I'm surprised. I mean, this is traditionally like a bad 1-to-1 matchup to the Dusa late game. They're playing to like, I guess, just have more items on Sven than Dusa has.
I mean, they're going to be able to chain stun somebody, and with a Sven doing the damage, like they're going to be able to explode almost any hero in this game. So maybe it's not the best pick, but it's definitely a comfort one, and it gives them damage to kill these supports easily if he gets on top of them.
Yeah, Doom can help Sven carry this game. Like, Sven is not a 1 versus 9 type of carry, but they have a Doom, so they should be fine.
Who's the Doom target? Just Coddle every fight?
Yeah, you should go for the Centaur is also a good one, right? Because he can Stampede if you Doom anybody else. Also has the Primal Eggs against Dusa in the late game, super good in the split shot. So I think they will be fine.
So I hear a lot of good points for Falcons on this draft. Is that correct, Analog? Would you favor Falcons in this game too as well?
Had good points, but I'm favoring Bedboom this one. I think Koro is just a very good game of Koro. He's gonna be so free in the game. Dusa has not such a strong counter this game, and they have like a blind off lane that's gonna bring temples with Koro. I think this draft is so perfect.
Oh, you think the score is gonna get tied up?
Cheever, both games he thought the Coddle draft was going to win. This is a biased player.
No,
favorite hero.
No.
This man loves
Coddle player.
Hey, in the previous game, they almost did it, right? They had a lead for a large time. There was just a better scaling potential for Falcons. Maybe this time around, they learned from that, you know?
They banned the Hazer, right?
Yeah.
They banned their problem. They picked their poison. They said, this Doom, whatever, we're gonna win the late game. I have the Medusa. All good.
Easy game for the Keeper of the Light. Easy game for Bedboom potentially. Jenkins, can you get on board with that?
I will say, yeah, I agree. I think Coddle rotating to these side lanes, Doom or Sven, you're so happy to go with the Vessel and kill these heroes. Even early, you do tons of magic damage. These are high armor heroes. My eyes are on Malrine for counter-rotating this and trying to make something happen with the supports.
Okay, let's find out what's going to happen in the second game of this best-of-5 grand finals. We're heading over to our commentary duo of Odie Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, game 2 time here between BetBoom and Falcons. BetBoom, Fog, they're going for a similar start, at least with the draft, right? They go for this GPK call. They really believe in it. The question is, have they managed to set up the rest of it to be a much better call game? Is GPK going to pop off? And is this Medusa going to be able to out-carry Falcons?
I think they've at least tried to fix the issue of scaling, right? I think that last game we saw, they kind of stagnated. They hit a limit where they could grow. This Visage, this Coddle, this Bloodseeker, it's super strong in that early mid-game, but as the game progressed to later stages, definitely can see the weaknesses. So them going for this Medusa pick feels like they're trying to find that extra answer, make sure that the Coddle stays relevant, make sure he has a good target to go for these chakras, and to go for that scaling. Let's see if it works, because Maureen, of course, playing another one of his super comfort heroes. He has like 9 of these super master heroes, of course. So yeah, so we'll see if they can endure, because Falcons, they stick with their guns. It's very cookie cutter kind of draft that they've gone for themselves. Although not so much Primal recently, they absolutely love this hero, and I know they talked about it on the panel. We'll see what type of creep manipulation and stuff like that we will be seeing from this Primal Beast toward that mid lane.
I'm very excited to see what he's going to be able to pull out in this one. And some of the other picks, very much flavoured the team. BetBoom having like the support. Muerta here for save. Always fun to see what sort of cool tricks he can pull off with some good angles with the dead shot. And can be quite annoying, especially early on with the cooling, if he's able to sort of get that down, silence Maureen when Maureen's trying to go in on the rest of the team. It can be quite disruptive for the Primal Beast when he's trying to go in or trying to get out.
That definitely seems like a stronger approach to go for like scaling in particular, and we'll see if that scaling does end up working, as Falcons, they do have a pretty strong scaling draft. Overall, sure, the Sven versus Dusa matchup, the Dusa can be happy about that in a lot of instances, but Falcons, they don't ever really play with one carry. They always play with like 3, 4. Everyone's trying to get farm, so.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Of course, though, that combo that they've managed to get through the draft, I feel like in sort of previous patches, maybe when the Medusa was more popular, this is something that would never really get let through, right? The Coddle Medusa, it can become pretty ridiculous in the team fights.
Absolutely. We'll have to see how that all kicks off. Is going to be a lot of battle, it feels like, especially in this bottom lane. This Dusa Clockwork versus this crit Hoodwink plus Amar is Amar.
Oh, I think they might have him here. They certainly do.
And
First blood.
Going to take a bit of a beating as well, too. Down to 70 HP. Nice move from Toronto Tokyo.
Great start for the lane for BetBoom.
Just an instant go. No hesitation, trying to get the pressure. Got a good snake, got a good connection with the blood grenade.
I mean, we did, of course, see last time in game 1, BetBoom, they were very good at getting a lot of the early kills.
Yeah. I feel like they always pick this very, very strong lane for Nightfall in particular. It's just a strategy that they like to have. Except for that one game where they had the PL. I think that's the only time I saw them have a bit of a weak lane, but Toronto Tokyo, really putting the pressure on Tamar here at the start.
And overall, with the way that Falcons themselves ended the draft, did you sort of see the Sven coming? Do you think that was kind of the best option that they had left in terms of what they want to try and do and the way they want to play against this Medusa?
It's their comfort. He's going to be able to always farm those stacks of snaking. Gets caught, and he is very dead.
That's another one for BetBoom in this laning stage.
They're looking to be super aggressive. Yeah, it's just comfort. This is just the way the Falcons ends up drafting themselves. Maybe it's not that best matchup individually versus that core-to-core, but Skeeter just likes to play these and have a little bit of extra setup, I think, in particular. Maybe they were looking at that they don't have that great of setup for like the arrows and stuff, and extra control is always nice to have for Skeeter. I see him play like these CKs and Spens in a lot of situations. I wouldn't see others.
Bottom lane.
Amar's isolated.
They'll be able to get a lot of damage onto Amar again. And Toronto Tokyo can run him down. He's a little bit of heal here with the charges, but Amar still having to be very careful. It's a pretty solid lane here with the Clock Medusa. If Toronto Tokyo can close the gap, Nightfall can definitely threaten them.
Especially when they hit level 3. That extra kill threat when you have level 2 battery assault versus D2 rises a lot. Amar just staying low is definitely going to prove problematic for him to get these extra last hits. He does get a nice creep. He gets the chain lightning creep. But it will be a slow start for this Doom.
See on the top lane as well. So far, a little bit of a slight lead here for the CS on Miro.
And here we start seeing the dragging. This is the standard Malrine Primal Beast play, dragging these creeps into the other creeps, into neutrals, etc.
Malrine.
This is cool.
He's trying to get in on this.
Bonks him up to high ground, though. GPK maybe angling himself on the position to be bonked up.
You've got to be aware that this aggression is just only going to continue in that mid. They're going to look at any chance that he can, Malrine, to get in and get on top of GPK, try and shake him up in this lane.
These lanes looking real nice though at the start. 17-1, 14-3, 13-6. Off to a hot start here. Getting the healing Lotus as well for their Dusa. early on in this laning phase is going to be nice to make sure that Nightfall shouldn't die down here.
Yeah, absolutely. We're sort of the Wand and the Lotus. It's not a hero that they can really go on.
Ooh, nice snake bounce. Actually hits crit as well. And secures the range creep.
Toronto, Tokyo. Crit's being much more careful now about allowing this clockwork to close in on him.
It's really nice that he's able to get boots this early on this clockwork, getting the early kill. He's able to close the gap on these heroes a lot more than likely.
Being pressured a bit under the tower here, Skeeter. I mean, Save and Mirror, is this a duo that can dive the Sven early in this lane?
Not the Sven so much in particular, unless Peter makes a huge mistake. It's Tokyo.
They'll get the catch on him, but the cogs are out. Won't be able to stay on top of him.
Nightfall's dropping a little low too. Does have the healing Lotus. And actually he did use it, sorry.
He's got 18-1 charges still.
Yeah.
So very, very difficult to finish him. We'll be able to contest the neutral creeps here that they were trying to play around with Falcons.
Got a big snake too onto them, so he's back up to full mana on this Dusa.
In the mid, Maureen.
He's actually threatening him a lot more than I thought he'd be able to.
He really is. He's just able to sort of get in, tank the tower hits as this big, beefy primal beast. And actually, the GPK doesn't feel too comfortable. Top lane, Skeeter. Offer up a stun.
Actually get him quite low. He went for extra tankiness too. He went for the Belt of Strength plus the Bracer to be able to endure this pressure. Miro is dropping low as well too, so you have to watch on both sides who drops first. Skeeter though, feel a little bit lower. Has to watch out the double burst that comes out. Miro's waiting for an angle.
I just feel like this bottom lane, now that Nightfall's got his arcane boots online, he's going to not be pressured out at all. Top, they will be able to get in and get snaking.
Nice play.
Bottom, Toronto, just making sure that this lane just continues to be a bit of a dream here, really, for Nightfall. Very nice and easy start for him.
Nice acorn bounces. Amar is starting to get his farm caught back up, but yeah, nowhere near, of course, the levels of that Medusa. That boom again with strong lanes.
It's definitely going to take a +1 down here to try and push Nightfall out of this safe lane. We'll see what Maureen's first move is to be this game. He's hit the 6, he's got the Pulverize.
Power Rune very soon. He definitely has good threat on these lanes.
And maybe even on the mid. As we're seeing, GPK has to be cautious.
GPK has the urn finished up. Does have the crown now a little bit tankier. Who's going to get the Power Rune? Maureen gets it.
That's a very nice one as well. That will definitely enable some tower diving here.
Yeah. Pull the creeps also to the hard camp. Going to keep accelerating his farm. He has a 500 advantage over the Coddle. Maureen really knowing how to play these matchups. The first rotation's coming out. Amar steps up far.
It's a good pushback from Crit. We'll hold back GPK for now, but it won't matter. Not enough to save Amar.
Urn charge acquired.
I'll even see if they can swing across for Crit, but Crit's already out.
It's close, okay. Yeah, Solarbind almost being able to grab him. Looks like he just wants to clear that small camp.
I mean, Maureen's considering coming over with the counter movement.
Oh, this?
We'll see what he can find. Maybe... now GPK is already out the lane. It's not going to happen. Maureen not able to get over in time to do anything unless GPK ends up walking into him, but he's going to take the safe move. He knows that Maureen's not showing in the mid lane and need the scan there.
They had that ward that saw his rotation from earlier that GPK placed, so then afterwards he's like, he never went back to the lane. Yeah, he's lingering, so. Nice movement there from GPK, acquiring his urn. It looks like he should have that pretty good timing on the Spirit Vessel, but yeah, still 250 gold behind the Primal Beast. So Maureen will still just continue maximizing.
We'll see where Maureen wants to go next. He does have the backup of Crit around the mid lane.
How are the stacks looking for Skitter? Because I'm seeing Skitter, he is getting slowed down a decent amount right now, while the Medusa is absolutely free farming, so he's going to need a bit of a steroid and increase. And snaking, usually he's the one that does that, so already seeing some double stacks being prepared for Skitter. Again, Tokyo gets on Amar.
TPs are coming in again. This time they're going to be bringing in a +2. They really want to kill off the Doom again.
Can they get the angle?
They get the slow hit, and TP's coming in return, and the pushback from Crit has been up. Holds back Toronto, Tokyo.
Here comes Maureen.
Amar's going to be fine, and now they're ready to turn. Maureen goes charging straight for Toronto, Tokyo. Amar able to finish him off there with the Harpy Lightning.
And they get the courier. Nice try there from Save. He's trying to get the angle of the dead shot to push the Doom back, but just wasn't in range.
Good reactions from Falcons. I mean, that we're seeing, very much the early focus from BetBoom. It is in the direction of Amar. Last game, they were definitely shutting him down the laning stage.
And
this time, Falcons, they're they're stepping up their ability to keep him safe. They want to make sure that Amar has a bit of an easier opening so he can pop off.
He's the top net worth for his team. So even though he did get pressured so much from that early few waves, yeah, he's been able to get that from. And the last hit, of course, coming all important to get that kill on the clock. Deep aggressive vision. So they'll be able to watch when this Medusa does back out from that earlier ward that they placed bottom from Malrine.
It's just very difficult for Falcons to slow down Nightfall right now. Continues to get the free farm down here.
He's going to have really good timings.
It's a pretty good Medusa game on paper if they can push it out late.
Have to always say, like, on paper, right? Because Falcons have proved time and time again to have so many answers for some of these type of heroes.
I mean, if for Sven, Skeeter can sort of get like an item ahead, there will be that timing where they can group up, make the jump, and potentially burst the Medusa.
But he is already at 1,000 behind, and no ancient stacks. He does have some hard camp, or some caps that are stacked up, but Malrine actually takes one away. Malrine can't find an angle up here.
Just trying his best to see if he can up the side lanes. Of course, with each of these movements, Falcons, they make sure they have one of the supports.
Always, yeah.
This time Snake King just picking up the XP.
Yep, making sure they can get all that farm. And there's that Coddle Spirit Vessel. So GPK feels like he's going to keep making these early aggressive moves, just like that last game. They want to get that tempo going for themselves. Even though they have a Dusa, they want to apply pressure with this slight lane advantage they have.
For Skeeter.
Skeeter shows.
TPs are coming in.
He's
it's a
super
lot
dead.
of burst, though. He really is. A very clean kill once again here from BetBoom with these movements. And as you say, just GPK. He is going to continue to be very active on the map now.
He has great kill, honestly, on all three cores. These strength cores versus the Spirit Vessel this early on. Malrine also getting caught.
He'll be able to get himself over the cogs.
Only just.
And we'll get blasted back. I mean, so much damage.
That actually pushed him up. The Spirit Vessel.
I think he's still gone. Indeed he is. GPK.
And another one.
Starting to run away with the game here. And indeed, Snake King's out as well. BetBoom.
Nicely
The
done.
kills are rolling in once again.
Analog said it. It's another fantastic Coddle setup for this early game. GPK,
great
he's working it. And now tower pressure potentially coming out here.
Dire's top tower is under
That was such a
attack.
quick sequence. 3 kills back to back to back right after the Vessel's finished. It's going to enable him to get a boots of travel. Bit of a funny bonk up there, of course, for Malrine, but doesn't matter. GPK, he's got that vision and more than enough charges.
Just can't escape this Keeper of the Light right now. Very easy for GPK to lead the way, and also very difficult for Falcons themselves to make a move. If they turn up and try and go on anyone, GPK, he's going to be over very shortly. I mean, he's only, 700 away from the bots?
Very
At that
close.
point, he will be in every single fight.
Amar is going for the playmaking. Amar buys a super early blink. I feel like I don't really see him do this too often.
Let's see if he can find the payoff.
Snake jumps in.
It's the 2 supports. I mean, Stampede's there. We'll drop the Doom down.
He'll settle for the kill on the support.
Gets them something.
Oh, they're going to try to kill himself to neutral.
Okay. Right.
That was fancy.
Very nice. Yes, save with the dead shot there to bring out the aggro on the Ancient. I mean, that was very heads up. So
Amar just wanted a kill. Look at that.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
That blink reveal, that early blink, as you said, that he goes into, not getting the payoff that he would have hoped for.
Heads up play, BetBoom. We saw them in the early game last time. They seemed one step ahead of Falcons. Again, this time 7-1, 2K lead, all 3 of those cores having an excellent time. Falcons, though, of course, getting that recovery outlet. They've got these stacks for the Sven. But a fantastic start. I mean, Nightfall, clear separation, 1,300 over Skeeter.
I mean, yeah, we've seen Falcons turn some, rough early games around. And sure, they're not falling behind a lot in goal, but it's just the fact that they're not ahead. And yeah, this Medusa Nightfall, it's hard to sort of imagine him being anything other than just a huge threat this game.
Yeah.
Backed up by GPK's Coddle that's having such a good start.
Imagine we'll see more Arcane Boots as well be picked up by their team.
Sure.
Even Save getting one. I mean, these Arcane Boots are super valuable when you're on a team with Medusa, so... Yeah, Chakra plus Arcane Boots this early, going to be very strong as crit. Trying to catch on to him. They have a hook shot, but they want the bigger target.
Crip. And trying to jump away. I mean, he's very dead. Anywhere the BetBoom go right now, they will get the kills.
And they hang on to the big spell, too. The hook shot's still available if they want to go for a core. He's trying to scout where Amar was. He was shooting rockets on the side, but wasn't able to find him.
That's pretty much going to be what the Manta done on Nightfall.
That is probably the fastest
It really,
one,
it's
right?
got to be pretty much up there on the
Arcane
timing.
Boot, Manta, level 10 as well, 13 minutes. That's got to be one of the fastest of the tournament. Tower. getting pressured. They have great vision surrounding it too, so not really a way for Falcons to contest. They don't have Doom either, so Falcons probably just looking to get the farm around the map right now.
It's just been a bit of a slow start from Falcons. I mean, Maureen, we did see his efforts to try and get something going with those early movements, but they've only been able to, as a team, find the one kill so far.
Yeah, he has to be careful waltzing into this lineup. He is playing versus the Clockwork as well too, which can be a bit annoying versus Primal Beast in some moments. As yeah, we see there, 1 minute faster than the patch average.
Progress for Skeeter, he's got with the Mask of Madness.
Yep, it's going to be a lot of farming for Falcons in these next few moments. Unless the Doom finds somebody. Amar, he does have his Doom at the ready, so see if he looks to set up for something. But more than anything, it's stacks. Stacks are the name of the game for this Sven. And for the side of BetBoom, I don't see them actually forming more stacks for the Medusa. I mean, they have the one ancient stack that's coming on, but I haven't seen them increase it.
I mean, they're ready to show themselves in the bottom lane again, maybe. If Amar and Crit step out.
Looks like they just want to be playing more aggressive rather than backing up to stacks just yet, because this advantage that they have at the moment.
I've got this good vision on them as well. They know where they are. They're going to try and maybe get into the triangle. They want to go for this. They've got the hook shot. They certainly do. Toronto Tokyo. He's in with the setup. I mean, TPs are coming in. Is there anything that can be done to try and turn this one around? I don't think so. Amar's gone. And Falcons, they're on full retreat.
And they can steal the stacks. This is actually a perfect position here for BetBoom. Those are the stacks that Sven wanted.
And top lane, I mean, Miro is pretty much getting the tier 1 tower. They'll bring in some extra backup to see if they can kill the Centaur, but he got the...
Oh, he got the stun
off as well.
Can Crit catch him?
We'll get the Wombat.
It's gonna be close.
I mean, they can't get him. Miro getting away like that from the three of them. I mean, they're just getting so much done in this early game, BetBoom.
And denying a lot this time around, too. This Medusa is massive. They steal the stacks, and they can continue this pressure. They have this good ward. And Nightfall hasn't had to leave the bottom lane, which is huge. They can't actually force him out of this positioning here.
Just complete free farmer for the most part. Solo XP on the Medusa. Backed up by the Dream Hero, the mid-Cottle. How are Falcons going to deal with this?
Moonlight Shadow. Let's see if they can try to get a flank. They saw Medusa stepped up a little far, but no longer.
Amar. See if he wants to sell for Toronto Tokyo again. He'll try and start things, but the cogs are out. The good silence as well from Snake, and he is very, very dead. Hooks up forward. They're ready to try and go in for more. Toronto Tokyo gets the block off on towards Crit. He's going to have cogs back up in a few seconds. See if Crit's got anywhere to play his way out of this. Pushback is back up. The
nice dead
shot hit. They got anything else to throw out? Maybe a snake?
Oh, they're body blocking GPK.
He's up to the high ground. Okay, Crit, he gets away from them. But yeah, Amar going down, and just at this point, Falcons, they just cannot fight back.
Oh, look at these quick moves, though, GPK. They saw Skeeter, I believe, with that ward that they have in the lane. He was trying to get himself down here. Kind of surrounding him. He has no TP. If they find him.
Oh.
We'll see if they do end up finding him safe. In a very aggressive spot.
This is going to hurt quite a bit. It's going to slow down his farming. I mean, he can maybe get to work on the bottom row of neutral creeps.
He might just port toward
I'll
top.
go for this Wingate, yeah.
Snay.
I mean, Miro.
He's got no more leaps. Miro, he wants him, can't quite get to him.
He's got Amar in with the TP, though, so Miro won't be able to push for the kill.
I'll do him this time, though. TP's coming in.
They are, and he's pretty tanky here on the Centaur.
He'll be fine.
And already the wraparound comes into play.
And Amar again.
The supports have turned up. Saving Toronto Tokyo, they're ready with their setup to allow GPK to kill off Amar.
1 and 5. I mean, last game he was 0 and 8. This time they're just really putting the pressure onto him.
It very much feels like
clean.
Everything is going BetBoom's way.
Yep.
First 17 minutes.
It does look, honestly, look reminiscent of how they were playing in the last game. It's just super aggressive, knowing all the first moves. But this time they have a Medusa, so they're feeling probably extra good because of that, because Nightfall is just free farming, and he's got that good core-to-core matchup. He actually has an Eagle Song already. He's already dictated that he's just going to go for the butterfly in this game. He's feeling confident enough to go for it.
And he's going to get it so quick. I mean, you can see on the itemization from Skeeter, obviously he wants to get the Blink Dagger next. I think because at that point, they're probably going to feel like they're going to need to smoke up and try and get Skeeter involved and look to just get a kill or something, shut down, or try to start to shut down one of BetBoom's cores. But it's going to be a point and at a timing where Nightfall, he's very likely to have the completed butterfly.
Yeah.
So jumping this Medusa is just absolutely not an option.
They're probably going to have to just go for jumping back lines and then isolate the Medusa at this point. She is just way too hard to go for a kill onto now. As BetBoom feeling their strength, they're grouping up together around this Coddle. Falcons will just play the farm game.
And you just got to avoid this
See who gets hunted, though, because Miro, he has the Blink Dagger. Someone's bound to get caught when you're playing like this on Falcons.
See if they can maybe look for that group up and smoke. I mean, what, yeah, 500 gold away from Blink. Anything else around the corner? And Maureen's trying to get his Eternal Shroud.
They're still quite away from any of those big items, it feels like, on the side of Falcons. I am seeing Amar queuing up the Midas. So.
Straight in snaking. Not a chance.
It really feels like Falcons is in for a really hard game upcoming this time around.
And as we saw, they were able to turn around the start of game 1 and come in with a very impressive victory to start the series. I mean, if they're able to turn around this one, it's going to be even more so.
Absolutely. I mean,
this one is very hard.
Yeah, they don't have that core-to-core matchup that's just advantageous with the Razor and the Weaver farming. It's a Sven versus Dusa, so let's see if Skitter's going to be able to work his magic or not. And it just feels like they're going to need so much more time for this lineup on the side of Falcons. Yeah, Amar, he's close. If he does, I mean, he's committing for the Midas, which kind of says everything.
I've just got to try, I guess, for the scaling. Just shutting down BetBoom's early game. They've missed that opportunity.
Yeah, we'll see how much BetBoom looks to force too, because potentially them going for a Roche with the Butterfly, that could be a call for them just to, you know, it's not often you see it in this type of game nowadays, but going for just an early high ground push, a Butterfly Dusa with an Aegis, could be problematic.
Are they going to look for crit? Oh, Miro, a little off the mark with the blink there.
Whoopsie. Saves like, don't worry, I'm saving the death shot.
Oh, okay, Mars in. We'll get the Doom off.
And you do get a pick.
Indeed, that's the dead Muerta. So Falcons will finally be able to get themselves that second kill on the board.
And there's the Midas.
It's a little bit of something, and indeed the gold's there. The Midas is out, and Mars ready to scale.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Same time, the Toronto Tokyo is going to look for the angle top likely. Scouts it out with a rocket flare.
Maureen doing some nice jukes.
He'll try for the blind hook shot there towards the twin gate, but Maureen plays it safe. He's out with the TP instead.
Heads up play. Crit now, rotating over, but he actually just instantly cancels.
Yeah, there it is, that 20-minute butterfly on Nightfall.
Let's see how much they look to force with it. This Falcon's just splitting up the map, just looking to keep getting that farm, see if BetBoom identifies. I think maybe, let's see if they see the Midas in particular on Amar, and then they really want to push forward.
Miro.
Another catch.
He's got the jump in the mid.
Goodbye, Snake.
And just this incredible amount of burst. It will kill him every time.
I think that's the Octarine now for GPK. Tier 2, gonna start getting pressured.
Is under attack.
And if it continues like this, you've got to wonder if down the line of this series, they'll keep letting GPK get away with his first big call.
Yeah, honestly.
I mean, he was close to getting away with it with the play in game 1, but yeah, this game 2, you're absolutely seeing why BetBoom open up their drafts like this.
Just feels refined this time because they have this Deuce, so they always have that backup, of course, too. But, I mean, perfect play so far from them. Level 15 on the Coddle. Setting up for bottom, perhaps. Malrine shows himself.
TP's coming over.
They get the catch, they have a stampede.
And do indeed, Maureen trying to break away from them. Shot is up, we'll see what Toronto Tokyo wants to go for. Doesn't look like he'll, maybe actually with the slow they can settle for crit.
They saw Maureen also with the courier for a second.
As crit. Ooh, he's just outside of vision. They don't have the detection in place for him, so crit will get out of this.
And Maureen also, I think he's going to be able to sneak away. See if the couriers see him.
Ooh. Nice last few moments of Moonlight Shadow, keeping him safe.
Whew. They're able to dodge that gank.
He'll get out safely. TP's at the ready. Back towards the top side of the map. So they are, I mean, against all this pressure, Falcons...
They're farming.
They are still getting the farm.
Yep. XP as well, too. I think they now have the... they're getting pretty close to having an XP advantage.
Oh, Crip. Looks out of options here. This time, Toronto Tokyo, he doesn't miss. He's straight in. Another one to be found, and now they've got the creep wave coming around on this bottom lane. They can potentially go for tier 2s, and indeed, you'll have the leaps this time. Snaking's fine. The waves getting pushed in here by BetBoom.
Falcons getting close to at least one first timing here. Sven getting closer and closer to the BKB. Maureen has his Eternal Shroud, so a lot more survivable. So maybe they're going to wait. Once they get these like 3 big items together, then perhaps we could see Falcons look to strike back, but it's not going to be an easy way to fight back into this lineup still at this point with this Medusa so big. This is something they can just rally around. I feel like in that last game, they didn't have that core that they can just play behind like this. The Bloodseeker are a lot weaker in that instance.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And they'll be able to take this away.
Yeah, they will. Falcons just no interest right now in taking a team fight.
Waiting for their items.
And Marine trying in the middle. He's got the pulverize. It isn't. Miro's fine.
Instant TP. Gets himself out. And, I mean, Amar, I think he's just been farming down here for 10 minutes or something, it seems like. So we'll just take a quick glance at him, see him with some Midas, and be like, okay, now back to the actual game.
Is under attack.
BetBoom continue just trying to chase, find these opportunities, get a kill to open up, to get a tier 2, and to go for this Roche soon.
You can definitely feel that the build-up for Falcons.
It's starting to, yeah, they're
Getting
starting
these
to get their
items.
items.
It's just going to be a big question of when they do turn up to the fight, with the farm that they've managed to find, will it matter?
Exactly. I think the biggest thing is that, well, for me at least, will they be able to isolate the Medusa? I think they have to jump the backlines heroes and then just let Nightfall be alone, and then that's the way to kind of go for that kill. I think if they just try to approach kill Medusa, it might just be too difficult. But they do have Doom, so maybe not. We'll have to see how these approaches to fights come out from Falcons when those timings do get hit. But Nightfall, he just continues to be absolutely massive. His Scotty's going to be soon finished.
Yeah, just continuing to smash these crazy item timings.
I think he's 1,600 gold away. Snaking again, getting caught.
And at the least, Falcons, they'll be happy if it is just snaking getting caught by these movements. It does mean that they're 3 cores, but I mean, plus crits or the additional core sometimes on his hoodwink are still able to farm. The Dagons coming out now nice and early here for GPK. They'll make their way down towards the bottom. Roshan,
Dire's top tower is under attack.
not necessarily the easiest of lineups to do it with BetBoom, despite the lead they have, so.
Yeah, that's true.
Probably not going to see an easy or early sort of attempt at that.
Toronto. Jeez, that was close. Pushing the limit there, of course.
Bottom Miro.
Another catch. He's getting so many of these.
He really is. He's getting a lot done this game.
Honestly, him and Save, they're just finding the pickoffs beautifully around the map. It's just keeping that advantage growing. While the Medusa just absolutely free farms.
I mean, anytime Falcons try to send someone out to farm the lane creeps, one of them's going to die. A move is always going to be made by BetBoom as soon as Falcons start to show on the map. Now,
another one, perhaps. They have this ward still placed up here. I think they got view of snaking for a quick second there. Toronto.
Maureen got by the hook shot. They've got the stun lock as well into the who stomp. Maureen, he'll be able to survive a little longer. Charges over to ward save, but he's gone.
Skitto was considering joining. He sees the Deuce and he's like, no. Runs away instantly. Roche now for the picking for BetBoom.
I just can't fight now, and the question is when or if they ever will be able to this game.
That is the question.
Falcons.
They're farming, but it's just continuous pickoffs for BetBoom that's just accelerating them more and more. Now, honestly, Save and Miero are really the big reason that these kills just keep happening. They're set up perfectly to catch Falcons.
And with this Roshan, with this Aegis, BetBoom, it feels
they
like
might force it.
I think they can. Nightfall can sort of just step up to the high ground, start hitting the barracks, and it's just, what do you do if you're Falcons? How do you stop them from pushing?
That's going to be the question. We'll have to see how they answer it. Because so far, it's literally just been them absolutely avoiding everything so far for the last 26 minutes. And yeah, look at Amar's heat map. It's literally just him playing on the bottom, trying to farm and catch up.
He's trying, he's cooking, as the kids would say nowadays.
I've never heard you say that before.
But that's what it is. That's what he's doing right now.
Crit again. Look at these catches, Miero and Save, time and time again. 18-2.
It's getting pretty messy here. This is, exactly what you would imagine BetBoom were going for with their Game 1 draft. I really think, this game they were just able to set it up that little bit better. And getting this Medusa, I think, if this does indeed continue to go this way, BetBoom, they're able to get the win. There's no way they get these 2 heroes in the same drafts the rest of the series.
I wouldn't.
It's not going to happen again.
Honestly, the Coddle might start being one of those that gets removed. The GPK gonna play Coddle, as Lacoste likes to say.
I mean, he's crushing it.
He really is.
7-0-6.
Last game he only died once too. That's the other thing that's crazy. So. As Falcons looks like they want to try to at least take away some Wisdom runes. But yeah, it's just been them. They're just trying to farm and recover and hope that they'll be able to fight back.
I mean, very much. It could be one of those games that when the push comes in, Falcons turn up, they have one fight, and if it doesn't go well, it's probably game over for Fogs.
Yeah, or they go back to just chain split pushing for the next like 20 minutes, and then eventually something like that happens.
Yeah, I guess it depends how much they want to put into the defense. If they want to like spend the buybacks and go all in. Just to try and just take something away from Bet Boom.
Top tower is under attack.
Because it is really, I mean, how does Nightfall die?
It feels like someone's going to make the jump onto GPK.
Oh, aggressive ward top. They see Malrine and Snag.
And Miro, he's able to put a stop to the escape of Malrine. He'll be able to get his way out of the cogs again, but nope. Atos is there. Not going to be getting through the twin gate.
They're not letting Malrine play Dota.
They're not. Absolutely
not letting anybody on Falcons really play Dota, it seems, this time around.
All Falcons can do really is hit the creeps, and they're trying to do their best with that.
Nightfall is pretty isolated at the moment.
They're thinking about it. I mean, Skeeter, he's popped their God Strength. They're going to look for GPK. See if they can kill him off. They will. Catch. They will.
That is the big catch.
And indeed, but Miro, he's going to try and fight back. He's in with the Husab under the two of them, and Nightfall's in with the wraparound. They'll look towards Lamar first. They'll take out the Doom. It's something here for Falcons. They've killed off GPK.
Who got the last?
It was Crit.
Okay, Crit ends up getting it.
So Crit's going to have to. He's going to have to carry. In the mid, they get another jump.
Hey, that's two. This ward in the mid lane is doing wonders.
Yeah, and Crit's able to pick up the gem there. Steals that from Toronto Tokyo.
That is a huge strike back.
A little bit of something here for Falcons.
I mean, that's the one opportunity I feel like they saw where Bet Boom was kind of split up. They saw GPK finally out of position a little bit, and they get that jump.
I mean, again, I've got to say, Falcons can turn this after the start that Bet Boom's had with their Medusa, the fact that Nightfall's had this incredible amount of free farm. I mean, and more really to the point that if Bet Boom, if this game slips away from them, I don't know how much hope's going to be there for them in Game 3. These two losses are going to hurt Bet Boom.
Absolutely. I mean, Crit is,
if they let this one slip away, it's going to feel rough.
I mean, Crit is starting to transition pretty hardcore, right? He's getting close to having the same farm as Malrine, same thing for Snaking, so we have seen these two do some pretty crazy carrying.
They really have. Falcons, they've done sort of the impossible in the past in some games.
Let's see, Bet Boom now grouped up, not wanting to get picked off again here. How much left on this Aegis? 70 seconds. Amar, he'll show.
They get the jump on him.
And he's gone. They can push forward here. That's a pretty nice pick off.
Yeah, they'll certainly want to still. Yeah, a minute on the Aegis. Up to the high ground they go.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Can they stop Nightfall?
Radiant's top tower.
Feels like this could be a Rax that they're able to claim. Falcons, they're going to look to try to fight a Skitter. He finished the Daedalus right before this fight. They're going to look for the flank around.
I mean, a few of these heroes are burstable if they get the jump, and indeed, from this angle, it could be big.
GPK has to be so careful.
He's onto the call. They find GPK. Skeeter's in the beginning. The goal straight takes out the cuddle. They look towards Mirror. Mirror's able to put the BKB in the stampede. He'll get out.
Nice hook shot.
It's a good catch as well. They've caught the two of them in the cogs. They'll turn towards Crit. Toronto Tokyo slides out, but Maori will help finish him off. Falcons, though, they've lost two. Nightfall, he's getting low on the mana, but he will have that Aegis.
30 seconds on it.
Let's see what they want to do to deal with this. The control for a save comes out. They manage to root Snaking.
Oh my God.
They're going to be able to do it again, maybe. I mean, he's completely on his own. Nightfall. Miro's got to get caught with a pulverize.
Can he get out?
He's going to be able to TP. So Nightfall, he'll get out of there. But my goodness, Falcons, they're managing to make it work. And Amar,
he said easy. Amar has been jungling, going Midas and everything. He's just dropping the easies.
Oh my God. He was cooking and he's ready to go now. Easy is dropped, and that's a respectful time to drop the easy as well in a game where you're still kind of behind.
I cannot
that's
believe
a good easy.
I cannot believe they catch GPK again. I mean, that's a deserved tip on Skeeter. That was a crazy angle that he gets.
Doing it. I mean,
he's done it a couple times on some of these special heroes that he likes, his Sven, his CK.
And maybe this is the thing. This could be one of those games that killing the Medusa, it might not matter. If they just kill everyone else,
oh my goodness,
maybe they could just kind of push around the Medusa and just completely ignore Nightfall. It could be a game that they lose Bet Boom where Nightfall doesn't even die potentially.
My God, I mean, Malrine, he's got his Aghanims. That's one of the big timings that you want versus a Medusa as well. They're starting to get these items. Holy crap.
Now that failed attempt at a push from Bet Boom, it's gonna hurt.
I mean, Skeeter, what an angle.
Radiant
Level 23 now off of those kills. Highest level in the game. GPK needs to be so careful in these next few moments.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Come on, Code.
Come on, he's taking forever.
Come on.
Chug it. All right, well, he doesn't want it.
No, come on.
He just doesn't want it.
Is he okay?
He's focused on the game. There we go.
There we go.
God Strike back at the ready.
All right. BKB now, GPK.
Okay, has one tool to protect himself. But if he doesn't get it off,
he's got to be quick with the reaction.
He's got to be quick.
He's got to be ready to press that.
And there are ways to pierce through it, of course. There is a Primal Beast, so has to be very wary of his positioning. A smoke comes out, but it's under vision. The last 4 seconds of this ward does see it.
Ooh, and there's a full Satanic on Skeeter.
Okay, let's see the angle of approach. Amar, he now also has a BKB, so he can actually survive in these fights too.
Let's have a look.
For the first time in this game, I believe they have the gold lead on the side of Falcons.
It's coming up to it, at least very, very close.
Okay, it's bouncing back and forth. Yeah, very close.
Are scanning.
These next moments are so tense.
Snake King. Oh.
Can he actually get away? No
He
way.
cannot. Hook shot, dead shot, all the shots hit.
70 seconds, no Marana.
It's quite a long time.
Lanes not in the absolute best position here. And immediately Falcons just go to shove those lanes out. Maureen going for the illusion. Can they catch him here? Nah, not quite.
Let's see where they want to look with. Forward the push here. Now Bet Boom.
Skeeter approaching 25. He's very, very close to it. Highest level in the game by 3 levels now. Maureen also somehow matching the Medusa's levels.
I know, and as we saw, whilst killing the Medusa might not be an option, killing everyone else certainly is. They've got the damage now, Falcons.
They're in position here. No Marana, but looking potentially to catch them off guard. A nice scan comes out from Bet Boom. They'll know they're here. What's the next item coming out? Is that a shard? Okay, just a casual shard for Skeeter. GPK needs to stay so far away from the start of these battles. If he dies at the start of the fight, it's going to be disastrous for Bet Boom.
Falcons are out for now.
Yeah, Skeeter, there's the 25. He's got the MKB queued up.
Albert Donna Maureen. Hurricane Pike for Crit. PKB for Nightfall.
Big items being picked up on both sides. Falcons definitely getting some that they probably feel pretty good about after the early state of this game. A lot of ways to prevent this Medusa from dealing that damage now. Both with the Aghanims on the Primal Beast plus that Halberd. Maureen is going to be annoying now.
Oh, and there's going to be the smoke on smoke.
Who gets which angle? Can GPK protect himself? Is going to be the biggest question, at least for me, for the side of Bet Boom.
Yeah, I mean, Skeeter's initiations last few fights have been crucial. See if he can do it again. He's leading the way here with Crip and Amar. Will show himself first on the tower, Skeeter, and it's going to mean he gets caught by a hook shot. They're trying to jump the backlines at the same time, but Nightfall charges forward here with the Stone Gaze. They'll look towards Amar. Amar's under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow and the BKB. Stampede's popped as Bet Boom. They're kind of getting split up because Save on the backlines gets jumped by Maureen.
Skeeter sees his target.
And Skeeter, he'll go for the easy ones first. He'll look for Toronto Tokyo, takes out the Clockwork. Still though, Nightfall doing a lot. The disarm comes to an end. He puts the BKB.
They're on Nightfall.
He's trapped. Skeeter's able to kill them all. And Nightfall is out of
He's in trouble.
For the TP out. Nightfall will make it away.
Only just.
But again, it's another fight where Falcons, they get 4 other kills as they kill off Toronto Tokyo twice, and they get saved, and they get Miro.
How do they keep doing this? They just jump in, get these targets, they isolate. GPK's actually hitting the whole fight, but he still gets doomed.
He couldn't play his part in that. I mean, Falcons, they're doing it, and I think
they're finding the answers to everything, it seems.
Bet Boom, they're going to be feeling a little bit lost right now.
They don't have damage in the fight, it feels like now. I was watching Nightfall trying to hit people, and then he just gets disarmed. He gets Ags hit by the Primal Beast. There's no split shot. He's actually just doing no damage.
Falcons, 7K lead.
What a swing. This is unbelievable.
I mean, they played that mid-game really well. The way that they were just getting so much out of the map.
I mean, that whole mid situation in particular, that one ward where they catch GPK the first time into the second sequence, it's having a snowball effect.
And again, just Amar,
he's getting in their head.
In this game, like in the first game, where they really try and bully him, slow down his game. but he just, somehow he always knows how to get back in it and back on top.
And now they're actually set up for the roast themselves. They're going to be cleaning this one up in seconds, too. They're actually, they're actually smoking out to go for the fight. They have this ward, this deep ward that they placed earlier. They see Nightfall.
As BKB's going to be back up in 5 seconds.
The arrow. Okay, well, they're just walk into a Centaur. That's a free kill.
I mean, it certainly is. Anyone that they find like that alone now, they will destroy. The early game and the early lead of BetBoom, a very distant memory. As Falcons, this roast, it's going to be all theirs.
They're just so good at approaching these fights. I mean, Skeeter, the X Factor this time around, 3-1 and 8. It's perfect angles. And now we have Aegis and Cheese. I mean, Malrine felt pretty unkillable in that last fight. Now throw Cheese on top of him as well. These guys just know their timings and when to strike. And in this one, it honestly striking at the perfect moment. BetBoom looking to catch Snaking. This is a gem.
They'll get it back.
Amar looking like he wants to go in.
He's going to look for save. He'll drop down the Doom on him. Save immediately just TPs out.
I think he's dead.
Is it enough damage?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
And it's it. He was waiting for it. I mean, the fact that he can just jump in for his 4 heroes, you know, the power of Doom, of course. That feels bad.
It's rough.
He's like, well, he's like, I can't do anything about it. You
Hands
know?
off the keyboard. Accepts his fate.
Yeah, it is what it is. 1-for-1 pickoff.
I mean, I feel like for BetBoom now, it's probably the plan is going to be, hey, well, we probably need a Divine Rapier sooner than later on Nightfall.
But he's just not, he can't attack, though, is the problem. I'm just seeing the halberds and everything. It just, they have the answers, Owen. It really seems like they do. There's another item coming out for Skeeter and an amp damage. He's got the MKB. Last fight, Nightfall was just getting shredded by the cleaves in particular. Now, Skeeter can actually just go for the full.
Yeah, they can now kill him.
Yeah, they can just full target him.
Falcons.
And they know they're in such a comfortable spot now too. Amar, his Doom's going to be back up in about 10 seconds. Save as he respawns, might just get doomed again. Picking up these next bigger items, continuing to get that massive scaling. And the amp damage, it's just being held inside the bottle for Skeeter. What do you do here now as BetBoom after having that position that you were in? I wonder what the comms are like. Full Daedalus now for the Dusa, getting any type of damage that she can. Still, I mean, Save also getting some nice items, but just it feels like they just can't stand their ground and attack at this point as Falcons looking for an angle. BK, oh my god, they're on top of him!
They found him again!
Oh my goodness, how do they keep doing this? And they get the gem back. They saw the Illuminate coming from an angle. Skeeter, no hesitation.
He's gone for 80. I was spending up, I believe, on those Dagon upgrades.
Forcing the glyph.
I mean, in the trees. I mean, they're ready to go in the trees. They're looking at Miro at the BKB.
He's doomed.
Is he dead?
He's dead.
He's dead.
100%.
He's not. He's going to have to accept his fate as well in the fountain.
And he has no buyback either. This is insane. This team.
This team's crazy.
At this type of deficit versus the Dusa, the Coddle, I mean, BetBoom feels like they got everything they wanted in this game. The Falcons just kited them out.
They just ignore the Medusa. It doesn't matter how much gold she's got. If they just ignore it, they control her, say, with his charms and such. I mean, Nightfall, he hasn't died, and maybe he won't. But maybe this is the turnaround fight. Amar has jumped in.
Get some good catch.
They can get Marine as well. Marine's pretty tanky. He's in on top of Save. Save will fall. Hooks got across the top. Don't get them be able to control Marine.
He's still tanking it up. Skeeter's now in.
He's ready to back him up. He jumps in. Marine is just not dying. Finally, he falls. See now, Skeeter, he also got himself in a bit of a rough spot, but he has got Aegis and he has got BKB.
Nice 4-staff from Snag.
I mean, they're thinking about chasing this BetBoom.
There's God Strength in 1 second.
They just can't get the catch. The rest of them are out there. Skeeter's able to back away. So BetBoom will keep the game alive and push back Falcons a little bit.
Especially when they lost 3 heroes kind of quickly at the start of it. They're at least able to punch back and get some nice kills. And Nightfall got the last hits, I believe. No, Save did.
A little bit of breathing room for them here. Nightfall.
A little bit.
Looking towards the Swift Blink next.
Level 25's been hit as well, so he does have the modifiers, as long as it isn't broken, of course, from the Primal Beast.
I mean, he's just got to make sure that in these fights, he's just able to get in with the BKB Stone Gaze, that aggressive blink.
I want to see
with the Swift Blink and just be in position to do the damage before Falcons are able to control him.
I want to see some, like, I mean, they don't have one, actually. I was checking on the supports, no Solar Crest or anything to buff him up. I feel like usually we see, especially when it's like a 4 protect 1 strategy, they're trying to enable that Deuce more and more, but the supports have been built for themselves completely on the side of BetBoom this time, besides the 1-4 staff. It's an Aghanims on Toronto Tokyo, so yeah, no extra steroid for this Medusa, while on the side of Falcons, I mean, Skeeter's constantly getting Solar Crested and whatnot, so.
We're seeing, Falcons being able to swing the game back into their favor. Now it's up to BetBoom to see if they can get it going back their way.
I mean, Nightfall's still very farmed at the top if he's able to attack in the fights. Level 25 now hit also, though, for Amar, and does he have the refresher? He does, so 2 different Doom targets could be coming into play in the next one.
That's just hard, though, because, I mean, Skeeter is just an absolute beast on this Sven.
Yeah. And he's still got space to grow, of course, with the Ags and the Moon Shard.
Let's have a look. Yeah, 25.
Mutes online.
Radiant are scanning.
And BetBoom stepping out of the base.
They had good success inside the base when Nightfall's able to get those attacks off. Outside could be more difficult.
I mean, and again, they're sort of living on the edge. GPK continues to spend up. He doesn't want to hold back and save for buyback.
That's okay.
Really wanted to get that max Dagon. I mean, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Miro also finish off his Kaya Sanj, so just really wanting to have as much as possible on these heroes, but yeah, not having buyback.
They're going all in.
Could be problematic. Falcons, level 25 has now been hit on Malrine.
Oh, he's in. I mean, at the same time, they're also in with a hook shot. Toronto Tokyo is pretty deep here. He's going to be turned towards by Crit. Turn around with the shot. Brings him low. Malrine's going to look to get back over him. But Miro, he's in with the jump onto the back line. Gets the hook stop onto Amar. Toronto Tokyo buys back immediately. Falcons, they'll separate. From BetBoom here, retreat back up to their high ground.
Forcing any kill.
And they force out that buyback.
What was expended there? I mean, BetBoom, they used their Stampede, they used their Stone Gaze. On the side of Falcons, they didn't use anything. They have their Dooms. I guess they had used 1 BKB, but they have everything at the ready. BetBoom having to play defensive here, waiting on the high ground. Can't step out now while these are on cooldown.
A minute until we'll see when the Roshan's back up. Highly likely the BetBoom is going to want to head out of the base and try and fight Falcons around it.
Feels like they have to. Falcons just getting so much net worth. Everybody getting this big farm. They're all starting to scale. Crit. Got his BKB. He's getting close to a crit as well.
Out of my way.
Heart now finished from Malrine. A lot tankier.
He's huge.
He's absolutely massive.
Definitely had sort of like a slow start to this game. Wasn't able to get around with the early ganks that he may have hoped to when he picks the Primal Beast up in the mid, but now again, it's just the way that Falcons as a team are able to just sort of approach the mid game after a rough early game.
Yeah.
It really feels like they have the way to play that makes the game so hard for BetBoom to use the advantage that they get early on in these games.
And really knowing how to itemize, it feels like, right? I feel like the Primal Beast items are just perfect. Like the Halberd and the Aghanims, they kind of solve exactly what you want versus the Deuce, who is that far ahead, so. Grouped up at the ready.
Allies disappear.
Saw the Acorn. They do get some scouting over here. Not Rocket Flare True Sight, so they don't see them in the Invas. Did go for the damage talent on Toronto Tokyo.
Boom, there it goes.
But they see Crit.
That's a short rush. Back up in 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's a real fast one. They're just refreshing this clockwork, so overclocking. Yeah, they're doing the recall, of course, so Toronto Tokyo can keep getting that scouting. Recall
good,
Rocket,
good
recall
information.
Rocket. Yeah. It's good scouting.
Here we go. Roshan's up.
All right.
BetBoom.
Falcons has the...
yeah, I mean,
they have such good wards placed down for this upcoming fight. They have both angles covered.
As I say, BetBoom, they're really going all in on this fight.
Can they get
Not a lot of buybacks to fall back on if this goes wrong for them.
Crit. Scouting the south, scouting the north side.
And the Husko's going to miss.
Crit.
They'll try and burst him, but he's out with the BKB. He's fine. He's back up to full HP. He turns. In fact, he gets the bushwhack off Nightfall. He's in the center of the fight. They get the Stone Gaze off.
He's doomed.
He's going to try and stay on top of Amar, but Amar's able to back off with the BKB. Amar's fine. All right, now they can look to get
Skeeter's looking to go.
Oh, he's ready to go. Jumps over with the stun towards the Medusa. The constant effort trying to take it. He's trying to hold back.
They're right on his face.
He's in on top of Nightfall. They're controlling the Medusa. There's no escape.
Disintegrated.
Nightfall's out. Miro, he'll try and fight back. He has to BKB TP out, but the damage for Skeeter and Marine, it's too high.
These guys are too damn good.
They've lost the three of them, as I say, they were going all in. They don't have any buybacks. Falcons, they're going to be able to clean up this Roche, run down a lane.
And it almost seems like desperate. Like Nightfall's like, I need to just go in, try to do something, gets doomed. And they just start running away in panic. Toronto Tokyo tries to save him, but it's impossible. Skeeter just cleans him in, what, 3 slashes, it feels like.
Yeah, just crazy stuff here. I mean, it really feels like Falcons are just too good right now. I mean, BetBoom, this sort of game, it's got to be so frustrating for them, right, Fog?
I've really wondered what these comms are like after you have, what, a 10K advantage or something like that. You're decimating the map, and then you lose continuous fight after fight after fight.
Falcons continuing to prove just how well they just have, I don't know whether it's the preparation. I mean, they said coming into this tournament that they hadn't really done a lot of scrimming, so I guess it's just the sort of natural talent and the preparation they did for the other events that just has allowed them to know exactly what to do in just whatever position they're forced into. Yeah, they know how to recover, they know how to get out of the tough spots.
I mean, this was, what, a 20-minute Midas that was picked up from Amar, so it really is just really understanding what to do when you're behind.
And just this approach here in terms of Amar, you know, BetBoom, they tried to shut him down, heavy focus in the early games both times. It just doesn't matter.
Skeeter?
It's a good Hoostomp. It's one of the three of them, but the follow-up, it is not there.
And they're just gone again.
Disappears, Miro. Skeeter goes over towards him, a few swipes of the sword, and he's gone. And over the mid.
They're just so good at bailing each other out as well. The arrow connect.
I mean, Nightfall's trying to get in on this, but he's immediately caught by the stun.
And then disarmed.
And just doing nothing to Maori.
Absolutely nothing. Look at the armor on him when he's all buffed up.
He's just hitting the barracks here. They can't push him away.
And Amar, he's got Doom again in 3 seconds.
They're trying to get in for the sniper. Skeeter's in with a jump over towards Save. He's going to get taken out. He has got buyback. And still without Miro for 45 seconds. I mean, Marion and Amar, they're just straight into the base. Nightfall, put the stone gaze.
He's not doing anything.
They just ignore him. They just keep hitting the barracks. They look for the objective now. Skeeter's ready to jump in. Holds him with the stun. BKB for Nightfall's forced out.
The Raxes are dying. This is Megas.
And they're going to get it. They're going to get it here. BetBoom, they cannot stop Falcons from taking the Mega Creeps. And I don't know if they can stop Falcons from taking the game.
I mean, Mallory's he's the one hitting the towers. Popping his uproar, hitting for 500.
15 seconds until they've got the full lineup back up.
I mean, he's just telling them to come at him.
I mean, and they're in on to Save. Will get forced back to safety. He's back in the fountain. But the first tier 4's gone.
Mallory's taking, he's just buffed up completely, the solar crest and everything.
Beyond rage boss status here.
He literally is taking no damage.
He's just hitting the base.
High fives.
I think his hands are off the keyboard. He's just click down the mid lane. They can't kill him. They can't stop him.
Save, trying for an angle. Doom comes out on Miro.
And now they're ready to get more kills. They'll look straight away over towards the center. They delete Save.
Another Doom.
No escape here for Miro. It's over. GG is called. Falcons will take game 2.
Oh my, and how do you recover now for BetBoom?
I do not know. This has it's gotta feel really rough for BetBoom. You know, game 1, that was a tough game. This game 2, it's gonna hurt even more for him.
I mean, he takes a sip of his drink. He's like, oh yeah, another day at work. That high fives Amar with some giggles, of course, too. But holy crap, Falcons they seem to understand timings, seem to understand when they can still wait. And honestly, all it takes is like 1 or 2 strikes. That mid ward catching GPK the first time, then the next time around, Skeeter getting the flank around. That seems like it was everything. That was when they were behind, what, 5 to 10K or something. They make the big swing around, and from there, it just seems like kind of smooth sailings.
And with these sort of wins now, you know, back-to-back here from Team Falcons, I mean, you've only got to believe that going into Game 3, they definitely, I don't think, need to worry about having to ban out like GPK's column.
I guess not.
BetBoom, they're probably just going to want to try something completely different. Because 2 times they tried to this Cottle lineup. It's looked great at the start, and this game, it looked to be on paper even better with the draft. They had to reduce the combo, but they still couldn't close up the win fog.
Yeah. It really is back to the drawing board, or what do you do? It's going to be some crazy discussions that BetBoom has to have in between their team, just figuring out what went wrong, when it went wrong, and how do we solve these issues.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Falcons, they've come into these grand finals before and closed up a 3-0. They're 2 games on their way towards that right now. Team Falcons 2-0 right now against BetBoom.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel and Fogged. This was a game what almost had a similar story to game number 1. We saw Bedboom taking the lead. They were doing good. They got a lot of kills on the board, but it only takes one fight for Falcons and all the bird cheers in the audience as well to come out, and then it's just a turnaround, and then we see Bedboom struggling so hard to take Malrine down, and he's just the driving force of the squad. And it begs the question, Analog, Keeper of the Light first pick. I know you're a big fan, and I already said it's not the problem of the Keeper of the Light, but what's the problem?
I think Bedboom, like you said, had a very good early game. They take control of the early game, the mid game. They got ages, they went to high ground. But Falcons is really on zone right now in this tournament. They took a very good fight going the backline, getting the keeper, getting the backline. And if this game goes to 40 minutes, we knew it's gonna be the same thing, right? The same movie. Like Falcons goes and come back. So I think they're playing just too well today.
And they're just playing better at the moment.
Yeah.
Is that a simple purge? That seems like a tough thing for Bedboom to potentially hear going into this third game.
Yeah, I mean, they had like 15 more kills than their opponents, and they only had a 5,000 gold advantage. So they were just spread across the map, limiting their deaths, getting creeps, and then once they finally were ready to kill their enemy heroes, it was just very one-sided. BKB piercing stuns from Primal Beast. They had tons of different initiation options. Sven had the opportunity to blow heroes up. It was just very one-sided.
I agree. My post-game breakdown of that game is like not something that I could have predicted prior to it. It's very impressive the way that they figured out how to deal with this Medusa. They were hard countered in the carry-to-carry matchup. Sven is not good against Dusa. That is a very Dusa-favored matchup. It's one of the best on Dota buff. But the way that they dealt with it is they itemized all of these items to allow Malrine to survive against all the slow poke of the Dusa. They had the pipe, they had the Guardian Greaves, they had multiple Force Staffs, they had a Heaven's Halberd on Malrine, they had an Eternal Shroud on Malrine so he wouldn't die to the magical damage, and then he just sat on Medusa, ground pounding with the Aghanim Scepter, breaking her split shot and making it so that she essentially can't play the game. He cannot do that if he doesn't build like this. He cannot do that if his team doesn't build to support him in doing that, and if they don't kill the Coddle at the start of the fights. Like, it just went perfect for them.
And he cannot do that if the vision is not there. I believe, Jenkins, you would love to show us the Kidia award of the game.
That's right, Shiver. This is the very first fight that turned all of everything around in this game, where they see GPK farming this camp here with that nice mid ward. He gets caught out on the Coddle, which at this point he was the top net worth. He's pretty much the only hero that can deal the damage to kill the Primal with the Eternal Shroud. And like I mentioned, Primal is the only hero in the game that can counter the Dusa. So enabling this hero is the name of the game for Falcons, and disabling that hero is the name of the game for the other guys, and they weren't able to do it.
So I think, Analog, I want to hear from you, like, Bedboom, they're going to obviously play a third game here on stage, and it's looking rough. How would you adapt their game going from game 2 to game 3?
Yeah, it's super hard because you have your strategy of first picking Coddle, and Falco is not afraid of it because it's letting you do it, and it's a hard decision for game 3 if you're gonna keep sticking with it or you're gonna change, you know? So, as a Coddle fan,
yeah.
No, just kidding. I think Bedboom gonna change the strat. I think they did a pretty good job this game, but were not able to finish the game. Like you see, he got caught on GPK, and a super important hero like was the top net worth, the guy that could not get started. He got started. We lost, you know. It was not my Coddle. That's the thing. I don't want to say, but it's not my Coddle, you know. It's GPK Coddle.
If you're in this game and you're Bedboom, how do you untilt after those 2 games?
I had to beat someone up, you know. That'll do it, yeah. That'll do it.
That'll do it. And while the players are doing whatever they can to untilt potentially.
The coach.
The coach, yeah.
I hope that that's not the case, but I'm sure they do something. We're going to check in what Spirion and Slacks are up to.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Fever. Yes, we are in the crowd here for what could potentially a single tier be the last match
Could be.
of the grand finals. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I know. Well, luckily, Jake, we still have some prizes to give away.
Yes.
So we've come up with a game. Would you like me to explain the rules, or would you like?
Please, Spirion, you're very
well.
eloquent.
Oh, thank you. As the prize master, what we're going to do is get people to do their best impressions of a Dota hero. And the ones we like the most get prizes.
That's right. So if you're in the audience here, we want you to line up. We need about 5 people that are going to do a Dota 2 hero voice line impression.
You gotta be good. Look at this, lads, running
right
down
in
to
the
the
middle,
front.
right where that unsuspecting person is apparently getting.
All right, we got contestant 1, we got contestant 2.
We have
Anyone
what,
else?
3,
4, 5.
5.
There we go. Line them up. Line them up. All right, Jake, you take the mic.
All right. Line them up. Now, Pyrian has some really good prizes for you. We got 3 prizes. Okay? We're gonna go down the line. Audience, we need you to help us by cheering at the end. So hold your applause. I don't give a shit. Have fun while he does it. All right, who wants to go first? We going this way? All right.
All right, here we go.
Let's go. What do you got?
Magic shall not prevail.
Whoa.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Anti-mage, so
yeah.
You'll soon get clubbering you will not forget.
Okay, we came in second half on that one. That was good.
Okay. Sniper, locked and loaded.
Okay, there we go. A brave man to do that in front of the crowd. Everyone hates Sniper. Well done. All right.
Admiral Kunka.
Stuck you, good. The punch. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and say top 3. You want to go? Who do you think's top 3?
I've got to be honest with you. I think that this was third place for me.
What?
That was third place. I'm trying to think.
Oh,
what it was.
third place here?
Yeah, I'm gonna say third place.
Okay. We'll have the crowd decide first.
Do you reckon third place for this guy?
Third place?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
Bag of prize.
If I have to choose.
Yeah.
This is really hard.
It is hard.
All right, chat, help me out here.
Chat. They're real people, you idiot.
Help me out. My friend, I've never met real people before. My friend, I'm gonna let you go with a hug. I'm so sorry. You get a hug. Thank you.
That's okay.
That's all right. All right. Let's keep it up. All right. Between these, who's in our top 2? Can we hear it from the audience? Right here? Right here? And right here?
All right. I'm giving second place goes to.
Whoa.
This gentleman.
Okay.
First place to Admiral Kunka. You get a fancy Intel processor. There you go. You can have a bag to put it in. Commiserations, sir.
Congratulations. That's a hell of a processor right there. Congrats. Will you play Dota on it?
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much, my friends. Another big win, but we'll see if we have a big win coming up or if we have some more games.
Yeah.
Back to you guys at the panel.
Whew, well, it is 2-0 up in favor of Falcons. They only need one more game to claim this championship here at ESL 1 Birmingham. And Luck, thank you so much for joining us on the panel. It's been fantastic. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we're back, it is time for game number 3 of Falcons versus Bedboom. Stay tuned.
Open-minded. I'm not the one that I used to be. Phasing in and out, acting all crazy. Yeah. Turning my head inside out, spinning my mind till I'm upside down. I never had any doubts. Stand out in the crowd. Throw a salute just like a leader. Yes, you're a leader, and I'm not gonna lie. When I'm with you, with you, with you. I'm feeling crazy when
everybody. This is British Purge coming at you with an analysis of Game 1 of BetBoom versus Falcons. As you can see, the Primal Beast pick didn't really work out. We saw a lot of aggression in the previous series with Falcons playing the Primal Beast and the Sven. But this game...
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. You're not taking my job. Give me the mic. Look, this guy's coming for my job, and I'm just not going to allow it. All right, why do you think Game 1 went bad for them?
I just think BetBoom saw the way the Primal was used in the previous series, and they knew exactly what to look for with the initiations.
That's very generic. He's not really... Can you pinpoint some specific moments that were impactful to them losing?
Yeah, of course. The Sven was picked in the previous series, and they knew exactly how to counter it. They'd just seen it all before.
Okay. He just keeps referencing Previs. Do you see what he's doing here? Trying to look like me, has the same haircut, stands the same way, talks the same way. What do you have to say for yourself?
Well, at least I can stop doing this ridiculous accent.
I couldn't even tell. Was he doing an accent the whole? Did he change it up? I don't know. What?
Hello, big shout out to Ruby for sorting all his cosplays out. Had a great first time cosplaying. Thank you so much, guys. Hope we had a great final. Cheers.
Awesome. Big shout out to Henry's friend Reese. Never met the guy, but he's absolutely lovely.
Yeah, so this is my first gaming event after playing Dota for 12 years, and I've just met this guy who I've not seen for 5 years.
If not more.
Yeah, if not more. We don't play so much Dota anymore, but it's great to be here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been really fun catching up with long-time friends.
Yeah. Good event. About 10.
Shout out to my mum. Shout out to Birmingham City. Up the Blues. Keep right on. Bosh. Thank you.
Shout out to Simon, who's currently having a baby. Unlucky we didn't wait for longer. And shout out to our friend Dan, who's in Finland and then is unfortunately rage quit Dota until Ringmaster. He's just pathetic, innit?
Shout out to Rob for coaching me out of 10 MMR.
Shout out to my dog Maisie. I miss you and I'll see you soon.
Shout out to Sylvia. Wish you were here, missing you. Hope you feel better soon.
I would like to give a shout out to Alex Hart who helped me create this cosplay.
Hello everyone, just a big shout out to my wife and my 2 daughters. They're the sweetest persons and girls I've ever met and ever will met. They're my favorite things in the world. Thank you for letting me be here. I can't wait to see you tomorrow evening, and yeah, big kiss back home.
Big shout out to Max and Kelly at home, who we play Dota with all the time, and a big shout out to Tristan, who's looking after our cats whilst we're here.
Thanks for everybody at the event, for the talent, for all of you guys, for the fans. It's a great experience. And shout out to my boy Crispy Bacon, the most lovely guy in Dota. If you ever see him.
Dylan, Callum, wish you'd have been here. Very, very sad that you weren't this time around, but shout out to everybody at the Continental Discord group. Take care.
Hey, shout out to my mom, shout out to my dad, shout out to my boys in Scotland. And if you like art, follow me on Instagram at Feature. I love this venue, I love Dota. Let's go Falcons!
Shout out to my friends in Hood Gaming, Europe.
Hey guys, hope you're having a great weekend. It's just awesome to be here. Hope you're having a good time too.
Just a shout out to my husband who paid for my ticket here, and all the UK Dota fans. Let's go!
Shout out to BB and Toe for the greatest camera duo alive!
Woo! I'd like to give a big shout out to the esports Wales community because it's really important if we want our games to continue growing and being nurtured the way that we want and love. It's really important to have your own sort of local tournaments as well, and just get people to keep playing this game that we love.
Great to be here today, and shout out to all the Welsh fans that have made the big trip. Come on, BetBoom!
Shout out to Harry, Tom, Jeremy, and the rest of the guys in the arena. Slacks, when's the next Lorgasm coming?
Shout out to Jazzy. Hope you're having a good time in London. Sorry couldn't make it.
Shout out to gaming.
Hiya! It's super fun here at Dota 2. Really enjoying it. And shout out to my boyfriend Aston. I love him very much. Yeah.
Shout out Vans to Tatu. Thank you very much. I can remember this forever.
We were here last time and we're here this time and we're having fun.
I want to give a shout out to my boyfriend who left me alone here to attend his boyfriend's bachelor party, but it's okay.
You are watching ESL 1 Birmingham, and we are live with the Grand Finals here in the Resort World Arena, and it is Falcons that is 2 games up against BetBoom, and that means that they are 1 win away from having their first LAN championship here with a crowd in this arena with this roster since inception. It's only been a couple of months, but this team has risen to success. And yeah, we changed the panel up a little bit for you guys, so we got Purge and Effie, but the crowd favorite here. We got Ari. Ari, are you ever gonna get used to this?
I don't think so, but it's really nice. Love the crowd here.
The crowd is amazing. They've been cheering you on every step of the way. It's been fantastic. They love the cheers, they love the UK, and therefore they love Ari. And then when I say, Ari! This is how Ultra God love it. So we're gonna jump into the draft of game number 3, Ari. I know you've been watching the other 2 games as well, and I did just in between it here. You say about how much you believed in BetBoom, which is not a lot for game 3.
Yeah, well, honestly, I think they were pretty close to winning the last game, but they needed something a bit more.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, that something more was the Mars rather than Centaur.
Okay.
Because while Centaur does stick to their concept of having strong lanes, strong early game, strong snowball, they kind of needed a Mars to actually win teamfights and actually close out the game. I think at some point they just didn't have the conditions they needed to win teamfights, so Falcons could make a comeback.
So you just want to see in their draft for this game 3 where they put a little bit more effort into allowing themselves to, later on in the game especially, to still be able to have those team fights.
Yeah, I don't think they should give up on what makes them so good, but maybe a slight compromise to deal with the issue they're facing.
Fair enough. We'll see what's coming our way. We got BetBoom on the Dire side with first pick. We got Radiant side for Falcons with second pick. And the Shadow Demon is what BetBoom picks up first here with the Razor still banned out, Doom as well, Pango as well. And we got ourselves the 4 standard bans, I would imagine, Purge coming out here from Falcons.
Yeah, and BetBoom just keeps collecting heroes that they lost to in previous games of the series and slipping them into the first phase of bans. Razor and Doom now there. So SD's a pretty safe opening. Lots of teams open with this occasionally. Gives you good counterplay, helps dissuade from a Luna pick, maybe forces your opponents into banning Luna. So it's a decent opening.
Yeah, and the biggest thing to note here is they pivoted away from their first pick Coddle, right? That's what they went for game 1 and for game 2. This time around, they do want to do something different. And Falcons respond with their DK. That's probably why BetBoom just took the Shadow Demon. This is probably one of the biggest counters to DK. When you disrupt him, you get those illusions later on when he's the Black Dragon. The Demonic Purge is always going to be useful.
This DK pick really proves how much Falcons believe in their strategy, because SD is very commonly known as the best pick against DK right now, maybe other than Kotal. And Falcons just don't care. They will pick their best hero and they're going to beat you with it.
They've got a lot of effort put into BetBoom for removing some of the strong supports coming out from Team Falcons. Obviously the Hoodwink being the big one in that one, and Snake King's Mirana also removed from the pool. Means we're going to see a little bit of a change-up. Which supports of you in the scene that are most entertaining for you to watch from these 2, these 4 supports, I guess, Ari? Because with now the Hoodwink and Mirana removed, not a lot left.
Yeah, Falcons are very well known for kind of having a couple of heroes on each role that they love, and they'll pick it every game. On plus 4 right now, it's been Hoodwink and SD for crit. Both are gone. I think that's the strategy they came into this game with, to pick the SD and ban the Hoodwink. And now Crit is playing something a bit less comfortable, something similar for Crit, Snaking. They've taken away the Mirana, they've taken away Disruptor, Chen is already gone. Maybe he'll play something he's slightly less comfortable on. I would expect the Venom to come out, or the Eng, because these are his next favorite heroes.
We've also seen Crit on some more experimental heroes, like the Windranger 4. We've seen him on Earth Spirit a few times, and we can't forget about the Batrider. The thing about picking Batrider here, though, is that you are still playing as Shadow Demon, and it's one of the hardest support-to-support matchups, because Shadow Demon will always be a save. But what they do need right now on Falcons is follow-up damage to the Dragon Tail. Typically, the way you play with DK is, you'll make a smoke, you'll get your early blink, and you just go Dragon Tail hero into very heavy follow-up burst damage. But Falcons seems to be lacking that right now.
You know, it's kind of the cool thing about the pick SD ban Hoodwink. Not only did it limit the support heroes that Falcons prefer, but also limited that disable follow-up that you want with the DK opening. He's overcharging.
on his head. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The chain reaction. Oh, some significantly faster than others, but it's getting the job done here in Birmingham.
Good to see everybody in such high spirits here.
It really is. It really is.
There's a huge switch up right now in the way BetBoom are drafting in this game 3. So they take away the gyro from Falcons, which is typically one of their best carries, and it gives them a means to kill this Enchantress early on, right? Because it's a mixed damage type of carry. And the team fighting you're talking about, Ari, is it corrected now with this Kunkka?
So far, it definitely does look corrected. They've got really nice SD matchups. They've got Kunkka, which wins any fight if he gets the buttons off. They've clearly shown they're trying to steal and ban all of the comfort picks from Falcons and push them onto something they don't like quite as much.
And how do you feel about this Mars and Willow as a response?
I think with Mars and Willow is picked to match the team fight. It seems like Falcons really want to make sure they can always out-team fight what BetBoom have. And by having this, even if they lose early game, they feel like they won't lose the game overall.
And it definitely gives them that chain stun follow-up that they're looking for with the Dragonite into Mars, or Mars into Dragonite, and then slap a little Bedlam on top of either of those initiating melee heroes, and you've got tons of damage output. So this is a good way to start the fight. It's one of the better solutions against Kunkka. Like Ari pointed out, if he presses his buttons, they win the fight. But if you can burst him in 2 seconds before he casts his boat, it completely changes the team fight outcome.
And now you have a lot of range damage coming out of Falcons, which is typically how you play versus Kunkka. Because Kunkka's probably the best area control hero in Dota right now. Once he presses that Torrent Storm, once he presses that boat, it just creates the circle of death that you can't bring your heroes into. So if you have range damage coming out of Impetus, coming out of the Dragon Knight, Dragon Form, and the Willow with her Bedlam and her Brambles, it's the way to fight into BetBoom.
Ooh. We do not see the Terrorblade that frequently.
Somebody earlier today told me that they do not want to see the Nightfall Terrorblade, and I was kind of surprised why, because it has been a good hero historically, but what about in this game?
Well, when you look at it on paper, Reflection versus DK is a bit similar to the Shadow Demon, who Ari mentioned is probably the best counter to DK, because you're just creating illusions of the dragon, hitting the rest of the team. It's just also typically been a hero that's not great versus Mars, though, later on, because the arena controls the TV.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, because he can't really hit Willow, he can't really hit through arena, and Ench and DK are already pretty tough kills. So they do have it against Reflection, but
could he be a support?
Could it be support? I think TV support's not really a thing right now. I think the nerf was quite relevant, and I don't see why they would pick it in this game. I think it's just carry. Good matchup against DK, but yeah, he just can't really hit people half the time, so I'm not sure about it. And it's also very difficult for Kunkka to teamfight in this game because firstly, there's a lot of poke, and secondly, if he does go in and tries to commit, then he can get stunned forever and just die, so it's a difficult choice for him. They do have SD to save, but SD can also be getting controlled by Spear or Arena blocked out or Terrorize.
So what's the best way for BetBoom to enable this TV with their last pick?
Radiant team back.
Last pick needs to be strong early game tempo. They've already read that on Falcons by banning the Kotal, which is the best case of this. Maybe a Zeus?
I wouldn't mind seeing Zeus. It gives them range damage, gives them scaling throughout the game. Heavy magic damage burst versus supports like Enchantress and Willow are very nice, especially Willow, who can become a problem later on, and there's no ground target damage for her yet.
I mean, by shifting Gyro to support, though, they don't really have a good teamfight starter right now. There's once they get to like BKB territory, I feel like it's gonna be really hard for BetBoom to take fights. So like now their restrictions with this flex of Gyro to support leaves them in a weird initiation range with their last pick. It's like one of those picks that has to solve a lot of problems at the same time, and by the time that's your last pick, there's so many bans that take those heroes out.
And you also have to remember, when you put this kind of responsibility on your last pick mid laner's shoulders, they're playing against DK, which is always good against mid lane melee heroes. So it's really hard to pick a mid lane melee hero that can initiate and lane into DK happily.
What about Timbersaw? Does that look bad to you for BetBoom?
Timbersaw looks very good.
It does feel like it would be their best option, right? There are very tanky heroes in Mars and DK that the Timber can shred down. Gives you AoE damage for the Willow, and a means to kind of take these fights, like you were saying, Fridge, by running at them, running into them.
That's one way. You just get tanky, you stand in the front, they go on you, you kind of wait till the right moment, and then you initiate.
There's the Zeus.
There's the Zeus.
They banned the Kotal, but they left the Zeus open. Lash, Kotal, and Zeus are kind of like a holy trinity of magic damage on mid lane right now, good into DK, and they left the Zeus out of the three.
Does that mean that they have a different answer for it? We see Falcons switch to DK to carry quite frequently. Or would you be okay playing DK into Zeus in the mid lane, you think?
5 seconds remaining.
They could put DK on safe lane. Against Kunkka is decent matchup. But I also think Falcons might just put it mid. They're the kind of team that picks DK into SD. They don't really care about the counters. They'll play their hero, they'll buy Manta, and they'll split push and control the map like they normally do.
And we'll see what they end up going for here with that final pick. Now that the draft on the side of BetBoom, of course, is complete, as you guys already said, we focus a lot on the team fight during this draft to see if BetBoom has a little bit more of it. Zeus kind of well, obviously Zeus adds to the team fight in terms of damage, but not necessarily in terms of control or initiation. Or do you feel like they've kind of solved the problem that you saw in their previous games?
I think last game it was a lot clearer. I think if you picked the Mars, then all of your problems are fixed. But this game, I'm not so sure. I don't really see the synergy between the BetBoom heroes. Like Zeus and TB, not much synergy. Jaro supports, they don't really connect that well either. Whereas on Falcons, I see synergy between heroes. I see Mars Willow, very nice team fight. I see DK Willow, very good kill threat on any pickoff.
Signature heroes all around on the side of Falcons. Now with the Timbersaw pickup, Timbersaw will be going to mid lane, and then it will be the DK on that safe lane. So overall, the Timbersaw mid. Ari, what do you think? Is that a good one for Falcons?
Yeah, I think Falcons, in my opinion, have won this draft. I think this TB has a really hard game. He can get bursted really easily. He struggles to hit people. And I think Kunkka will also struggle to find the right moment to press his spells without dying.
I think by picking this Timber last for Falcons, not only do they get more range damage and poke to play into the Kunkka Torrent Storm, but it makes the Kunkka plus Shadow Demon offlane much weaker. Because if they had gone for a typical Agi carry type, there could have been a lot of punish happening by enabling Kunkka's lane and getting kills a few times, giving Nero a better entry point into the game. But it's going to be a lot harder to kill a carry DK on this lane as a Kunkka than it would have been something like a Troll.
Yeah, they'll have a very hard time kicking out this DK from the safe lane, so the tower might live for a very long time, and Timber will continue to just farm stacks and get really, really strong. Same for Mars.
And once Timbersaw gets his Eternal Shroud, I just don't really feel like he dies anytime soon. There's going to be some disables, maybe he buys a Yules, but he's going to be able to protect himself from the BetBoom lineup and give their team the vision to get these like triple stun kills on almost any hero on BetBoom.
I'm thinking, what chances do BetBoom have? I mean, if they do win their lanes, like if they do manage to get a few kills on the side lanes and, you know, try to play around that mid lane a bit, or just even bring heroes to the bot lane, take any one tier 1 tower, maybe they can take the map. But I just don't feel like this Terrorblade is set up for success in this game.
The one upside is they do have disruption against the multi-stun, so hypothetically, if Team Falcons overcommits to like Nightfall, he gets disrupted, he gets a Sunder off, there is some turn potential.
Ari, any final words for BetBoom? Any hope for them? Oh,
not sounding good.
Not a lot of hope.
Oh,
But if they somehow really outclass the enemies in the lanes, they get the snowball going, there's a chance.
Okay. From one Brit to another, we go from Ari over to Odie Pixel, who's with Fog.
Thank you very much, TBS. It's time for Game 3 now. BetBoom, they're coming in with this draft, they're changing it up. You know, they needed to do something different, they're doing something different. But as we heard from the panel, they don't seem to have a lot of faith in it. I mean, Fog, can you find something maybe from this draft to BetBoom that could work out against Falcons, a team that so far this series has been pretty untouchable?
I'm not sure, to be honest. It's going to have to be some Nightfall magic that comes out this game from the Terrorblade. This hero not picked too often recently, and when I look at Falcons, they got all their bread and butter. I mean, it feels like they always do. They do have a lot of these heroes that can always fit, but in particular, of course, they have Amar on his Mars. I mean, Crit, he's been playing kind of 2 heroes in the majority of this tournament, but he's still playing a Grandmaster hero.
They've got 3 Grandmaster heroes on Team Falcons. I mean, good luck.
And Skeeter does play a lot of Dragon Knight. I think he's one of the few that will always be playing this as a carry, so let's see if BetBoom can withstand the pressure. They have good damage in team fight that can be round together, just will they be able to actually kill some of these tanky targets like Malrine when he's able to get that Eternal Shroud? I think that's going to be a big timing for him to just be pretty unkillable, and he's always got great kill threat versus something like a Terrorblade, so see what Nightfall is able to get this game.
I mean, overall, what do you imagine this is what the plan is with BetBoom's lineup? Do you think there's definitely a bit of, hey, you know what, we've got to try something different, what do we all want to play?
Yeah, I think it's just them changing things up, and also I think they were talking about how they wanted to take some heroes away from the side of Falcons. I think that's kind of what they were doing, the SD, the Kunkka. I'm sure we've seen that a lot of times from Falcons, so wanting to go maybe away, take some deny picks as well. We'll have to see if this works.
Well, let's see. I think that's what Aria and the panel was saying. They've got to do something crazy in the lanes.
Yep. And last game, they had kind of the best way to dictate pace with the Coddle, right? Zeus, not a hero like a Keep It Alight where you can just absolutely crush the lanes from rotations with Spirit Vessel. This is a very different hero.
I mean, looking at some of these sort of lane matchups, I mean, which one's the most volatile, would you say?
Probably, top, probably, but I'm not sure. I just haven't gotten to see too much of this Terrorblade recently. And I don't know, the Toronto-Tokyo Gyrocopter, I've seen he's done this a couple times where he goes for the flak build. He's one of the few that actually just does this, rather than just going for your missile and your barrage to just force the lane out. But they're playing versus, Amar and his Mars. This guy just doesn't lose on this hero, it seems like.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's been in many situations before where he's destroyed quite a few TBs in lane. See what they can get going here, and they've got, of course, great combo as well here on the crit on the Willow.
It's a ton of damage that these two can provide.
Yeah, level 2, absolute kill potential is going to be on the table between them, so BetBoom's going to have to be careful against the Falcons up here.
And bottom also, it's a strong and safe lane that Falcon's gone for here. Sometimes we've seen this Kunkka be able to go for a kill onto one of these squishier, like a Luna or something in the safe lane, but versus the DK, very difficult for you to punish. Nice connections on the crit. Crit almost getting dropped down. They do have the meta, at least to push them away. Amar, he's got stick, so both of them dropping low to the harass.
Stick and salve ready between the two of them.
Just a lot of contesting up here. Both heroes dropping low. 5-3 on the Mars, 5-2 on the Terrorblade. A meta used to secure CS. It's already halfway through.
Definitely going to be that timing to go when that comes to an end. Definitely imagine that Falcons are going to try and get the catch on one of the two of them.
And just continue the poke onto him, of course. How's the regen situation looking for BetBoom? No tangos right now, but I imagine they're going to be bringing at least Bracer and Tango as they are for the Terrorblade.
Mid lane.
Maureen's going to be just fine.
Yeah, they're going to be able to trade farm pretty easy. And the 6 has been hit on Maureen. Things could get a bit tricky around that lane for the old Zeus.
Yeah, we'll have to see if any rotations come out to help him out for that dive that's potentially going to come from Maureen very early. And he should, in theory, on the Timber, hit 6 just a little bit faster than that Zeus too, because of those little denies that you do get inside the waves. But first few waves, looking pretty good. Miro getting a couple extra CS over Skitter. I think they have had the side pull open, so they were able to get a couple of these pulls off to deny some creeps.
This is what we're seeing, though, kind of in all 3 games, though, from BetBoom. Comes to hitting the creeps in lane.
Yep, very good.
Well, you tend to do pretty well, but when it comes to the mid-game and the calls, the shot calling, the game plan, it's always fallen in favor of Falcons this series.
Game plan and itemization and stuff like that. All these little things matter when it's these 2 best teams in the world at the moment.
This bottom lane, very difficult for BetBoom to ever really be able to set up. Skier and Snake King on the Kunkka and Enchantress, 2 difficult heroes to tackle early on.
Yeah, they're more than fine. And the levels building up for the Enchantress starts to give you kill threat onto both this Kunkka and the SD. Maybe not so much the Kunkka with a DK, but the SD, if he steps out of position, could definitely die.
Middle tower is under attack.
What's TB doing up here? Okay, they got the healing Lotus for him.
Yeah,
Nightfall.
And he's got meta back up in 10 seconds, so maybe BetBoom themselves can try something.
Yep, level 2 barrage as well now on Toronto Tokyo, so if he's able to close the gap onto Amar, it's good damage. But the bracers, they're out for these offlaners. 2 bracers to be able to keep them sustained.
We'll be able to maintain control here, at least around the neutral creeps.
Nice pull here from Toronto Tokyo. He was able to actually get the double stack, so this whole creep wave will be taken away and reset the positioning for Nightfall. But on the other side, of course, there is that double camp, the hard camp that they're able to pull on the side of Falcons.
I want to step up. Nightfall.
That is popped.
Going to try and go for the kill here. The pushback with the God's Rebuke is enough to allow Mar to back away. Pot.
Yeah,
Landing the kill.
All right.
Snake King taken down before he's able to TP away.
Got him trapped on the side there. Nice position there from Save. When they have a missile on top, I think level 4 is when they can probably look to maybe get one of these kills. Still difficult until that point. I think it's just mostly, I mean, when you're playing with TB, it's not really to go for kills, it's just to secure farm. So you can understand why Toronto Tokyo went for that flak build to push and pull. It's slowing down Amar a little bit here. 26 to the 26-7. Pretty even CS across the board, except for that mid disparity.
And we've seen, even if Amar has a slow start in the lane, it doesn't tend to ever matter.
Nope.
Always ends up having a very good game.
Have to watch for when these heroes start getting low. GPK soon hitting level 6. Power runes getting checked, snaking, starting to make the move over. Level 6 is on the Timber Saw, so GPK has to be pretty careful. Observer Ward instantly taking out. It looks like they're trying to set up for the double save. Tries to protect the bottom rune, won't be able to get it. Maureen gets an invis. And GPK has to go back to base.
It's at that point now where he is definitely at risk. Maureen is able to find his way over towards GPK. This Zeus has got to be careful. Maureen able to start farming the creep wave and the neutrals.
Dropping dangerously low. Has to step away.
It's soon going to get pretty tough for him to stay in lane against these two.
He might just go jungle now on TV pretty soon.
And bottom lane, I mean, whilst they sort of spend time looking towards snaking, it's just giving Skeeter the freedom to sit in the lane very nicely.
Not easy for them to pressure onto him as...
The old chat starting to come out here from Amar.
I didn't even see which one this was for, he just did a good job. Maybe a deny or something, I didn't get to see. Miero, nice body blocks coming out from snaking. Can't quite go for the kill.
Still making it not easy for him. No. I mean, if anything, now with Maureen rotating in, they...
Wait, Nightfall came back up here.
They could look for the kills. I mean, GPK's nice coming with the backup. They've got to bring these rotations in. They have to punish Maureen, and they will.
Nice move from GPK. I was going to say, wow, Nightfall came back up. That's why he's going to be bringing the squad to save that lane for himself.
Yeah, there was no way they were going to let Maureen get away with that.
Might be able to get more, too. Save.
They've got the setup if they want to.
Level 3 barrage. GPK still in the area.
For this. I mean, Amar pretty beefy with the 2 braces and the 1 charges. He's going to actually turn and get a bit aggressive onto towards Toronto Tokyo. Tries to push back the rest of the spear, but he's gone. So Betboom will manage to pick up the 2 kills out of that move top.
Great moves. Maureen straight back to the mid lane. Gets that farm to keep going. But a nice moves from BB to be able to at least get Nightfall back into that lane. He doesn't want to go jungle just yet. So bringing 4 heroes top. Slowing down the Mars quite a lot. Level 4 now only on Amar. How are these stacks looking?
Maureen's going to try and get involved and take away some of them.
He has an amp damage. I mean, this is absurd burst if he gets on anybody. And Skitter, in the meantime, while his lane gets pretty much no pressure, does hit the 6, will start to hit this tower here. And they are getting some surround. Miero used his TP. He X-TP'd himself back to base.
I mean, if they can get the setup on him,
Maureen's
definitely going to be able to offer up the damage. They've got to bring in TPs. That boom. We're going to see if they can stop Falcons from getting away with this plane. Indeed, Maureen's playing a bit more careful this time. Miro's going to be able to turn with the boat combo down on towards Snaking. Snaking getting burst low, but they're pushing forward with Skeeter. They've got further backup coming in here, Falcons. Sure, they'll lose Snaking, but in return, Falcons are able to take down Toronto Tokyo.
Can Miro get himself out?
He's in with the Timber Chain. Maureen's in on top of him. The Whirling Death comes into play. Double kill for Maureen. This time, Betboom not able to successfully punish these aggressive moves from Maureen. Maureen, he comes out on top.
Snake forces a boat onto himself. You see the way they split when the fight happened too? Maureen knows you can just go south, dodge the boat, get the Timber Chain across, and they're going to take the entire triple stack. Maureen cleans it up.
Dire's bottom tower.
Nightfall. He's trying to push forward there. He's got to be careful because the arena's up.
Sunder.
It's been used pretty early and backup's coming in. Perfectly waiting there for the timing to get him with the stun towards the end of the arena. Amar, it's all with the bait and the turnaround. He was ready to go and he was ready to tip. Drops it immediately.
Such quick moves from the supports. Snake respawns an instant TP to top. A 2K lead now for them just off those 2 moves. And yeah, Maureen took a triple stack on the right side while that was happening after they got the kills.
I mean, in game 1 and game 2, you know, at least for Betboom, they had some of the early game going for them. Here in game 3, they're already falling behind.
Yep. the Kunkka falling behind, and the overall with the Terrorblade, a hero that needs a lot of time to ever be involved, and he's playing versus a lot of counters. Gonna be a slow start for BetBoom.
And there's no doubt that it was always going to be tough for BetBoom to sort of pull themselves back together after those first 2 rough losses this series. Let's start from Falcons in game 3. Looks to be pretty scary.
Farming these stacks. I mean, Malrine, full Kaya now finished up, top of net worth. 800 over that Zeus. And this DK too, he is a very farm Skeeter. He's gonna go for the, it looks like he's gonna rush the Blink. That can be really nice to close the gap versus the TB versus the Zeus if they do want to play to accelerate the game on the side of Falcons this time, because they're the ones with that advantage. This is not a game where they're going to have to split and avoid by any means. They can look to take those battles versus BB with this type of start.
Yeah, because for the longest of moments this game, you'd imagine Nightfall, he's just going to completely avoid the fights, just hitting the jungle.
And he'll just, if he shows up anytime versus this Timberstar, he's just dead. And Malrine is soon going to be pretty out of control. He's got the Kaya, and once that Eternal Shroud comes out, the damage is definitely pretty limited on the side of BB to take him out. They're going to try to hold this tower as long as possible for Nightfall. But the creep Enchantress forcing the issue.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They'll be able to keep it a little bit longer. A Glyph gets popped, keeping that catapult alive. He's actually going to send another creep in. They want to finish this tower off.
BetBoom, they've got the 3 of them here, but starting a fight seems pretty tricky.
Mari's very tanky too with this build, with the pig pole as well that he's picked up. He's 1600 HP, and he just keeps getting the spam. I mean, this TP is dropping a little low. We'll be able to keep the tower alive, not in deny range just yet, at the least there on the side of BetBoom. Smoke now coming up though.
This early blink could be brutal.
Yeah, GPK.
Unlikely to expect this.
For the power rune as well too, GPK.
Here's the jump.
And he's caught instantly.
The blink dagger reveal couldn't be any better. GPK's gone and maybe even able to push for more here, Falcons. They'll see if they can chase on a Toronto Tokyo. A great timber chain there from Marine up to the high ground.
Oh boy.
This Timberstar.
And he got another blink.
I mean, they could go for another one. Skeeter's in, Dragon Tail into the spin. Triple kill for Marine.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed.
4K lead already, contesting the stacks. I mean, GPK dies so fast. The Bedlam thrown on Skeeter even before he jumps. And now they can pressure the tower. All towers starting to fall very early here. Snaking's going to be able to take top tower while they take the mid tower as well. Map is going to shrink super fast with the TB draft versus all these counters. Huge concerns for BetBoom already early on.
And you can see it there. It's
they're feeling
what do you do?
Yeah. The last pick, Zeus, gets jumped and just dies instantly.
No, great. Now I'm seeing.
It's just so difficult for BetBoom to find anything on the map right now. They've got at least the 3 of them down bottom. We'll put some pressure onto the tier 1 there, but Falcons, we saw how much they were able to get from the map in the beginnings of game 1 and game 2, where BetBoom were getting the lead in kills and such. You can only imagine what Falcons were able to clean up on the map when they've got this sort of early lead. 5K advantage.
I feel like they have to just play around Miro. Like, Miro has to get help and get involved to be able to bring the team back, but Miro now on an island, isolated completely.
And they get the jump.
He's very dead.
He tries to get the boat off, he will, but he's already gone.
They're just more than one step ahead, it feels like, on the side of Falcons this time. Absolutely free farming on all 3 cores, the supports as well. Nightfall getting some farm, but not really what you want on his Terrorblade when he's playing versus all these counters. An instant smoke again. Toronto Tokyo going for a bit of a sneaky play here, trying to steal Wisdom. But here's Amar.
See if he's able to get it. I mean, the arena's been dropped down. Could he pick it up in time? He can't get... Ooh! Indeed, Amar's just able to get him himself. The arena stopping Toronto Tokyo from being able to pick it up.
I think he tried to deny it as well, and he just can't because he can't hit outside the arena. So
yeah, and Amar, he's really feeling himself right now.
Yeah, they're reading every play.
You know, the first 2 games, he got bullied in the early game. This time
look
around,
at this.
he's doing the bullying.
Another triple ancient stack. Hello, Miro. It's done quickly.
And maybe a kill.
Another
TP's
Bedlam.
coming in. I mean, Snakey's just dishing out the damage with the impetus. And Toronto Tokyo, he's going to turn up, but as quickly as he turns up, he's going to get taken out.
Peter might go down.
The Fear's there as well. He's going to be able to push back the Terrorblade. I mean, Nightfall, he has to sunder his teammate to keep himself healed up. Malrine, he's diving in towards the 3 of them.
Nightfall trying to push forward. I mean, all of BetBoom responding to try to protect the Ancients, but the Ancients are gone. They get the kill on Skitter, but only that.
Yeah, only that indeed.
I mean, we see Snaking adjusting his build a little bit, going for max impetus this time because he's playing versus the TB. He can just hit TB. It's very, very powerful versus him. Snag.
He's still hanging around.
They can't clean him up. And I believe that's Amar having a Blink Dagger as well. So 2 different ways to follow up. I believe the Mage Slayer soon for Skater too. So they're getting more and more answers on the side of Falcons to deal with the magic damage burst that BetBoom potentially has. But a 7K lead already, it's 15 minutes.
This is crazy stuff. I mean, Falcons.
With their comfort. I mean, for the first time in the series, in the early game, they're the ones dominating the map.
It's completely dominating.
And look, they're already surrounding bottom. Can they get away? Looks like they can. A deep ward placed also from Toronto Tokyo will allow them to at least sneak for now. Amar. Wanted to find the angle, but he can't. But another tower to fall.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And BetBoom. We've got to somehow buy time for Nightfall to get his farm online. Even then,
it's him versus the world. He's versus a Timber who's very strong versus him. Same thing with the Mars, even the Willow and the Inch. These support heroes are good versus a Terrorblade. The damage they provide both from the Impetus as well as just what Crit can provide from Bedlam with these 2 instant stunners, right? With the Mars and the DK, he just throws a Bedlam and massive magic damage versus a TB. Tokyo being very sneaky down here.
Mira.
Another catch. Good damage there to Crit, of course, with the Blade Mail, but how many deaths in a row is that? 4 now from Yarrow. They're unable to really rally around him, it seems like. He keeps getting picked off, and he's the one that they need to have to make any type of early aggressive moves, it feels like.
They're
and now
pushing
another
in for more
one.
hits, Snaking and Crit. They're looking to save. Skeeter, another jump, another stun, another kill.
This is just absolute domination.
And Falcons very much just showing off fantastically here now in this game 3.
And the timings are hit for at least for the first set of few big items, right? The Blink and the Mage Slayer on Skitter. Malrine absolutely massive, and...
he
got it! He got it down.
He got it down. The final place last drink, it was there.
Oh, they don't like that. Sorry, Malrine.
Oh no, Malrine.
But yeah, Malrine massive. Kaya-san, Eternal Shroud, level 15 at 17 minutes and 30 seconds. One of the more farmed Timber Snows I think we've seen. 5-1, but also stealing, I believe, 2 or 3 stacks. He's at 10 CS a minute. And the map pressure at this point, showing on lanes for the side of BB is terrifying. Gonna smoke up with the 3 of them.
All right.
And I think that you have to bring... I think you have to smoke his 4. You have to bring Miro. Get him involved so he's not just dying, not doing anything. Like, he hasn't been able to cast
Maybe they can kill Skeeter. He's on his own.
He's got Mage Slayer.
He's already blinked away.
It's really tanky. All 5 heroes on BetBoom clustered. Here comes Malrine. That's just a Zeus ult to scout everyone full HP on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, BetBoom can't start something from this position.
I don't even know if they have... Even if they commit absolutely everything onto Malrine, I don't know if he dies anymore at this point. They're going to need more items to be able to deal with this Timber.
Amar. I've got him with the X mark.
This is one they could perhaps catch.
Let's see if they can go for him. With the poke connection, I mean, the Fear's going to push back the 3 of them. Very nicely aimed there by Crit. Snaking, he'll get caught on the back lines. They'll burst through the Enchantress, but the question is if maybe Falcons can get back in on this. They can.
They are in.
Peter jumps in, the spear from Amar. It catches on towards Miro. As Malrine heads in with the Timber Chain, closes the gap, cuts down the Kunkka.
BetBoom's got to run. They're stunned, GPK.
Curse Crown's there. They just move forward. Malrine's ready to dive tier 2s. There is nothing that threatens this Timber.
And another catch.
The arena's there from Amar, just chaining these kills after kills after kills. I mean, Nightfall, he has got a Sunder available. Mantu as well. He's looking for the Dragon Tail, won't get it. So Nightfall manages to walk away, but again, it's just...
They can't get anyone. They get just the Enchantress. They wanted Amar, but Amar somehow tanks through all of it, survives till the end of it.
Turns around on them.
And that's the big first showing, it feels like, where BB has first turned up with all 5 heroes. They throw all the ultis, and all they get is an Enchantress.
Probably back to farming now for BetBoom then. They tried to do something there.
They have to farm, but it doesn't feel great either. Farming versus what Falcons has already. Amar about to have his BKB.
Let's see what the next play is going to be. Nightfall. Scardy a while away.
They can't fight. I mean,
Maureen, he's probably not going to die again this game.
It feels like it. Fully on the defensive posture now, BetBoom. Maybe just settle, going for your Tormentor, take what you can get at this point. But Falcons, I mean, they're ready to fight. Another smoke.
They certainly are.
Yep. Looking just to steamroll him. Seem to know where GPK is as well. They're pinging right on top of him. They're making the swing. 21 minute, they could look to go for those Wisdom Runes. They might just know exactly where they are.
Yeah, they could just blink straight in on top of it, feels like.
Maureen is hasted and is zooming over.
And this Tormentor's going to bring some of them a bit low on BetBoom. They will get it.
Can they get away?
Seeing if you get the catch, but BetBoom, they make it away.
Maureen?
Wisdom Rune will fall for them though. Falcons able to push forward, get the Wisdom Rune. Picked up on crit.
That was close. Imagine like 10 seconds or something like that. They could just wipe everybody. A nice strike there. BetBoom finally gets something going slightly their way. How's Miro doing on Aghanims? I mean, it's so delayed this game.
Yeah, it's going to come out of the timing where these...
They already have the answers.
BKB's on Amar, so he's not going to care.
And they're just tanky on the other cores.
They are, yes. He gets caught in a Torrent Storm. He's probably not going to care at this point.
Nope. Miro has to be very careful how he shows himself. Stave is behind him. They'll scout.
Sticking together as 5 once again, BetBoom.
Trying to get the D ward. Toronto, Tokyo.
They're themselves. Amar's in with a follow-up. They're going to look to burst through the gyro, but there's disruptions there from Stave. Amar puts the BKB. He'll be able to finish off the gyro. And now Miro stepping up. They're ready to go for more. Skeeter's in with the Dragon Tail, straight away on towards Stave. Miro goes for the TP out, the fear and the spears there from Amar and Crit. No escape for Miro. 3 dead again on BetBoom.
They're just cruising through this game. Snaking was even looking to set up onto GPK and Nightfall too. I mean, the pressure. Toronto, Tokyo, he knows.
What do you do?
He's like, what do we even do? Look at Snaking going toe-to-toe with GPK. The 5 position versus the mid laner.
What can they do?
It's just getting worse and worse. Arcane Rune now from Maureen. Shiva soon on the horizon. All right, a smoke out here from BetBoom. See if they can find anything.
Now looking for Snaking. He's got a full Hurricane Pike done.
Oh my lord.
He'll be able to push away. Cooldown thrown out.
And now his team is here to back him up.
Snaking's outrunning it. The Thunder God's Grasp popped, but barely does anything at all. They just turn, destroy Toronto, Tokyo. Nightfall, he's going to get caught by Skeeter.
He's gone.
The stun. He's gone. The question marks are flying out here from Amar.
I think BetBoom knows this is done. They can't do. Toronto Tokyo just like walked in and looked at hands off keyboard or something. Falcons just absolutely insane.
Skeeter dropping some words of advice here.
I mean,
they feel that it's over.
Okay.
What does that even mean? Well, BetBoom. He probably is. They do tend to mute each other, some of these teams, before the games. Getting called out here, Skeeter. And looks like Toronto may be right. I think he's got them all on mute.
More than likely.
Yeah.
A ward right on top of Toronto, Tokyo.
And
oh, okay.
Timber Chain won't get him, but the
But everything else will.
That certainly will. And same time in the middle mark. Actually won't get the catch here with the arena. Whoops. Like GPK was able to jump out in time. 20-5, 16k lead.
It's Nightfall trying to get some farm, but he's not ahead of the Mars, not ahead of the DK, not ahead of the Timber. The rest of his heroes is answered at this point too. Now he just really does feel like smooth sailings for Falcons, as Snaking the position 5, taken out the tier 2 top by himself. No fear from him. I say the position 5, but he's pretty much a 3 position right now. What do you do?
Dire's top tower is
He stays taking the entire tower.
Yep, they just don't want to approach him.
Nope.
I mean, BetBoom, If they go for a fight, they know that they're probably going to lose it.
Yep. I mean, Miero, he's set up. Okay, Sneh is very alone now. 5 heroes rotating for him, and he gets the Hurricane.
He's already backing off. And Miero's not able to get the initiation in time.
That is just brutal.
It's going to take some...
Massive throw.
Yeah, some sort of crazy mistake from Falcons on the high ground push, it feels, to see this game having any sort of hope for BetBoom.
And it feels like that just never happens. Even when they're behind, they're not making that many of these mistakes, if any. Yeah, they're just cruising. They're just everyone's chilling around the map, and we're playing on their own now at this point. They don't feel like they feel like they've already solved all the answers they needed to in this game. As the TB, he's still getting some farm. Maybe on the last Iascati timing when they get it, maybe they try to go for that hopeful fight, but it is quite hopeful. That the Aghanim's finished for Miero. All right, so Ags on the Kunkka plus that. I mean, they can hope and dream that it'll be enough. Another Thunder Gods just to scout. Can't do anything with it.
All they're going to see is really the insane amount of items that all the Falcons heroes are picking up.
I mean, items and levels, right? Malrine level 19. The lowest level on the side of Falcons is the highest level on the side of BetBoom. Snaking level 14, Terrorblade level 14.
Tower's being taken. I mean, BetBoom, they're starting to kind of scramble out of their base on this top lane. They've been able to push it all the way around. Getting some sort of farm. I mean, Nightfall doing his best to just keep up there with the cores of Falcons.
He's trying. But yeah, level 14.
Falcons, they're ready to heat things up again. The smoke's out.
Yeah, they're like, oh, they got the top lane pushed out. Let's send them back to the base. Snaking, looking for Save. Save has a blink. Will be able to blink TP himself out, but Miero.
They're going to search through the tree line there. Indeed, going to get the catch on the Kunkka.
Another easy kill.
Torrent Storm indeed not going to do a whole lot, and the TP not a chance with that.
If I call you mate, I don't mean it literally.
Falcons can just do whatever they want on the map. Aghanim's about to be finished for Skitter as well. Level 18 already has been pretty much invulnerable this game. Add that on top. Toronto Tokyo will be able to get himself away at the least. They're farming what feels like 10% of the map on the side of BetBoom compared to Falcons getting just 90% control.
Yeah, I mean, as we've seen in the series, Falcons' efficiency is insane when they're behind, and when they're ahead, it's even more impressive. They just
Dire's top tower is under
maximize perfectly, and they just don't get punished for it. BetBoom, they can't stop them from getting anything on this map. Falcons, they can do what they want right now.
And they completely constricted too, right? Like the Wisdom Rune's not even able to get grabbed here from BetBoom. They were able to get the one Tormentor earlier, but I think they're not going to have that chance for the next one if it even lasted that long. 21k just keeps growing more and more and more for Falcons.
Let's have a look. Looks like we've got a bit of a live, spontaneous giveaway, I imagine, from the crowd as Purge just walks out and gives one of those Intel i9s to a lucky viewer there. Congratulations.
That's pretty high.
Well, there you go. That's
nice.
Easy.
Toronto Tokyo, I mean, trying to steal like a Wisdom Rune or something here. They're just trying anything they can do to get at least a little something.
Just to be clear, if I call you mate, I don't
mean, again, they're just trying to sneak out on the map.
But they're just getting so much more farm, and yeah, they just have all the answers in the world for poor Nightfall when he does turn up. I mean, he's got Scotty, but it really just doesn't feel like it's going to do absolutely anything to almost any of these heroes. Amara, full Satanic. The 3 cores are unbelievably tanky, and the 2 supports are pretty unhittable.
Yeah.
You know, Snaking, very farmed, hard to kill with this Untouchable, and Crit's just going to be playing in the back with Shadow Realm.
And maybe if Nightfall's able to get the BKB ready before the next fight, he can turn up and mildly threaten one of the heroes, but
no damage at that point then, right?
That's probably the extent of it.
Yeah. As Roche to fall. Falcons playing it clean.
Let's see if they want to take it to the high ground with this one. Aegis on Skeeter.
Feels like they sure can. Feels like they can do pretty much anything on the map.
And looks like Amar.
Look at that.
Is he going to find him down here?
Ooh. Oh! He does! Hello.
Oh, we're going to get a tip or some more chat for that. Indeed, there's the XP. All right. He's having a great time here, Amar. He's having a whole lot of fun. I'll tell you, in this game 3, I said game 1, game 2, they were focusing him pretty hard. This game, he's only died the once, 4-1 and 4.
And he gets to play his Mars. So
He
he's
does.
always having fun, of course.
He's in his element right now.
All of them, of course, on these Grandmaster heroes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, Falcons
just
very much feels like they can kind of play with their food right now. They can draw this out as much as they want.
Yeah, even the illusions, they come out to try to get some farms. Snaken kills them in 2 impetuses. Nightfall unable to even get that growth that he desperately needs in this game.
They're starting to close in on the base.
They've got all 3 lanes starting to get pushed in. No damage onto Malrine whatsoever.
I mean, Miro, he tries to step up to set something up. It will manage to get the boat off, but Amar's in with a jump. Gets the arena out to 2 of them. Save will protect himself with the destruction. Miro trying to escape, but Save gets cut down by Malrine. The arena keeping Miro trapped in. They'll get the 2 of them. It's a double kill for Malrine. They're onto the tier 3.
Onto every single one of these lanes. Splitting the illusions up, sending it top and bottom. This feels like it's time for Falcons if they'd like to close it out.
I mean, we'll see if maybe Betbin want to try and pull together one final attempt with the full 5 of them.
They don't have their boat or torrent, their most important one as well. Falcons too good.
The mid-racks are gone.
Top as well. Getting pressured.
I mean, they'll have everyone back up in 20 seconds, Betboom, but what does it matter at this point?
They're just gonna tickle these cores. Maybe try for that smoke, kill 1 hero and GG. That's what it feels like is Falcons. Snaken continues to sieging the tower by himself.
And Amar's ready to close it up in style. He's got his Basher.
Oh yeah. They'll play it safe. Back up for a second, wait for DK form in about 15 seconds. Falcons can do whatever they please.
Falcons. Got Amar.
Ooh, a shield rune. I mean, these cores can't die, and now...
you throw that on top of Malrine.
They don't take any damage. I guess he's gonna probably get it purged off anyway, but whatever, he's invulnerable. All right, Nightfall. How close to BKB? The one timing that Nightfall he kind of can have. Yeah, he's about 200, 300 gold away.
The Tormentor. Oh, GPK, careful. That's the Thunder to keep GPK safe.
Holy moly. But the racks, it's dropping.
This will indeed be, by the looks of it, a second set.
They can't even put up a fight.
Nothing to be done.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
All that's really left for Falcons is to just deal with the bottom wave. I mean, they've got top and mid coming in, so they could even just force the high ground on the bottom side. Get those mega creeps.
Oh, this is going to be really sad when Nightfall pops meta and just tickles heroes.
We're going to see one fight.
We're going to see one.
When he gets to turn up and try and do something.
And try. Is there tidal wave at least? No tidal wave on Miro. I was like, it feels like pull into fountain kind of situations. But there is also a Mars in this game, so there's potential for Falcons to even dive fountain at this point.
Still many minutes, though. Just the 1 minute left on the Aegis. Not that it matters.
Not that it matters.
He's ready to go in Aegis or not.
Yep. Just making them suffer as much as possible, it feels. So tip on to save.
Getting a final bit of banter out before the game likely closes up.
Yeah, they can't even send any illusions outside. Snake just clears them, takes them as well.
Tower is under attack.
So you have it ready. All right, BKB at the ready. Skitter on the front. Illusions just poking them from behind.
I mean, if they do something, they're probably going to want to wait until at least the Aegis is out. 20 seconds. They're going to try, but at the same time, Marine's jumped on Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo jumps away with the Ogre Steel Totem. They'll get back for now. Falcons.
Illusions of their own.
And Snaking, he's just frontlining it. They're going to turn towards Snaking. See if they can kill him off with the boat combo. I mean, the damage is coming in. Thunder God's Wrath as well. Snaking, he will die.
They'll get a support.
They get something.
Cost them everything. That's every spell used to kill off Snaking.
I mean, which means the Falcons are likely to just be able to go in with just the 4 of them. And they're going to try it. Skeeter, BKB's pop, Mario, he jumps over towards save. They'll do their best to try and cut the Timberstorm. They'll catch him in the Torrent Storm, but do they have the damage? Nightfall trying his best to tackle this Timberstorm, but Mira caught in the brambles. He's out. They've got buybacks. We'll see if they even bother to use them here. As this game may just be over off the back of this push. I mean, the Marine's going to chill at the side. He's sort of trapped. Will be able to pull his way out with the Timber Game up. Just back up to full HP with a Casual God's Rebuke. They'll back off. But the damage continuing to be done here by Falcons.
That was the BKB from Nightfall to protect himself. All heroes on Falcons up, all grouped up still on bottom. Can keep this push going if they'd like.
They're holding, but only just, if even that.
I mean, the gold lead is just so tremendous.
I mean, yeah, this whole game has just very much been a highlight reel here for Falcons. On all 5 of their heroes, all 5 of their players.
All 5 of their cores.
Yep.
It seems
basically, yeah, this is the tried and tested 5-core strat here from Falcons.
Although Crit definitely taking more of a back foot, you know, playing this type of Aetherlines build, throwing the Bedlams and stuff like that. He's not some crazy hoodwink as Toronto, Tokyo. Hello. He does live.
He'll get away from this.
At the least.
Falcons. They're ready to push up. I mean, got the Manta, at least on GPK. Maybe he can get some sort of creep cutting going, push out some waves. Not that his illusions are going to live very long, though.
No, probably not.
If any of Falcons' heroes sees them, they'll kill them off very quickly.
Last rack.
Range racks are gone. Only the melee racks left here on this bottom lane.
Falcons, all the BKBs coming back up. 8 seconds for Malrine, 10 seconds for Amar.
And Marine's in.
He's just jumping.
Making the space here for the illusions to push on to the barracks. They're going to throw everything down onto this Timber Storm, but the BKB's up. Marine's able to pull away with the Timber Chain. And Nightfall attempting to step forward here with the Metamorphosis. But Skeeter is just continuing to beat into the barracks.
He's got BKB.
They're going to push him back with the Tidal Wave. They'll bring him a little low, but he's able to walk away. Back to safety. They can reset here, Falcons. Not at risk of losing any of their lives.
And they can just wait till mana ticks out. That was, again, everything expended pretty much from the side of BetBoom. They'll have BKB at least on Nightfall, but yeah, no meta for him to hit any of these targets. 20 seconds until Roche, if they'd like to be very safe on the side of Falcons. And why not?
I think they're enjoying this team. Falcons.
They're making them suffer, you know.
Speed this up. Absolutely, they're having a whole world of fun here.
You know, we've heard Aoi a couple times in the past. You know, he might be a sweet, loving guy, but we have heard him say he likes to make people suffer in Dota quite a bit, so.
We've certainly done that to BetBoom, not only this game, but this series.
Yeah.
The way that they dealt with Game 1 and Game 2, masterfully so.
Just continue a chokehold on this game. I'm surprised it hasn't ticked to the 100% win probability, by the way. I keep checking. It's been at 99% for about 20 minutes, but...
It feels like this guy's waiting to take his drink for 20 minutes. Come on.
Wait a minute, his cup's empty.
There we go. He just likes to make us wait. And they won't make us wait anymore here, Falcons. Skeeter's in. Save's gone. But they really could just continue to tease around with them. Yeah, Skeeter's got 5.5k gold ready to spend.
They could buy whatever they'd like. He's queuing up like 10 different... I keep seeing him change his items that he's got queued.
Maybe just pick up a rapier to finish in style.
Why not? Rax dropping, glyph available.
On this, it's going to be the Mega Creeps. The Mega Creeps are out.
Full AC now too for Amar. Why not? Keep that absurd scaling going.
Is there any items that BetBoom's closing in on?
They'll have a break, at least on Nightfall. That might be the biggest one. The Silver Edge, if it comes out, to at least try to focus down a target. But I mean, look at Malrine. That says the state of the game. And I mean, it's been like that for 20 plus minutes, 30 minutes or so. And it's Toronto, Tokyo.
He's not getting out. Oh, maybe he could. No, yeah, it blinks up. Bash is there as well on the right click.
They're just having fun with their food.
There we go, back to the all chat.
It's back. Took a moment.
Now Skeeter, he's in. Gets in with a jump.
Miro's
straight on the Miro.
Controlled.
The chakrams are out from Maro. Miro will be able to turn and get the boats off, as he will manage to run from this. Nightfall turns with the Metamorphosis towards Maureen. They bring him down to half HP, but yeah, no Toronto Tokyo for 40 seconds. Doesn't have buyback.
I mean, Maureen's 25.
Catch him in another Torrent. Nightfall has got BKB if necessary. Definitely feels like he needs a whole lot more than that now. The arena's out. They've caught save. He's gone. Maureen's over towards Nightfall. The second tier 4 to fall.
They're just hitting the buildings at this point. Snaking wants out.
And they'll call it. GG is called. Falcons. They'll do it in 3 games in a row straight. 3-0. Taking out Bedboom. They're just too good right now, folks.
They're way too good. I mean, this game wasn't even close.
It was not.
They smashed it from the draft. They got all their Grandmaster heroes. Amar playing as Mars to perfection. Maureen, I mean, this was a pretty perfect last pick Timber, so I felt like it just cruised through the game, had all the solutions for what Bedboom had, played super aggressive, stole the stacks. It felt like the inevitable was absolutely concluded at 15 minutes.
Just insane, this team. This is not a weak point of this team.
No,
every single one of them. Skeeter, Maureen, Amar, Crit, Snaking, just on top of the world. And we've seen them do it in previous tournaments, coming in and getting the 3-0 smackdown and doing it here in front of this fantastic crowd live in Birmingham. I mean, this has got to feel fantastic for them, folks.
Yeah, this is, look at them, you see it on their faces. They know how well they played, Snaking, leading the charge. Unbelievable stuff.
Here we go. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, Team Falcons taking the victory here. They'll take home $300,000 US, 6,400 EPT points. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your ESL 1 Birmingham champions, Team Falcons!
Let's get a few words from your boys here.
Let's get a chat with you, lads.
Congratulations, Mr. Skeeter. Oh, you're filming right now. Oh, yeah. A little gift for the Insta. Well done. Skeeter, any words out there? How's it feel to take this championship?
It's very great, actually. First time winning ESL event. We did a lower bracket run. We had one scrim. We got our mid player. We had stand-in.
Absolutely dumpster this entire series. One of the best up-and-coming players that I have seen in a long time. Any words out there to all the new fans?
I don't know, support me.
Amar, I think you're one of the crowd favorite players to watch. Do you feel that energy when you're playing, that the crowd are watching everything that you do, and does that give you a lift?
Every day it has been becoming bigger, and I hope it becomes back like 2 years ago when I would kill someone and all crowd would go insane, and when I win also like some normal series. So yes, I feel the crowd and it's very happy to see you guys support us.
Thank you, Amar.
And of course, the big man himself, Mr. Snay. Sir, your team, your everything here. Is this just the beginning for Falcons? Are we going to see even more coming out? What's next for you guys?
I mean, it has to be our teaser. Once he escapes the NA jail, just like me and Crit, he's next.
Okay, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Falcons! What an incredible event, Varian.
Slacks, has been a brilliant event. I've had a great time. It's been great working with you as usual. Just want to say thank you to all the people that have worked this event.
point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Count to 10 and I'ma let you go. Maybe you'll surprise me. You never know. I can be forgiven. I can give you loving. Baby, make the gamble and I'll let you know. You talk, honey. I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby. Betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. Let me tell you where it starts and ends. Creeping your way in, but you don't know who I am. I'll get you believing I learned from the best. I came here to tell you you can save your breath. You talk, honey. I'll make you sing, baby. You keep your secrets, but I'll break it down, break it down. 'Cause I've been there, baby. Betrayed by every lover. I know the game, you're all the same. You think you're winning, baby. Don't be a fool, don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me, playing it cool, playing it cool. I know you're nervous, honey. You think you're special, don't you? So many came before you. Don't be a fool. You ain't got nothing on me. You ain't never fooled me. You won't never wake me. You will never fool me. You ain't never fooled me.
watching all the stars rolling, the grass is staining. Met you at the park with your friends, waiting till the sun went down. Smoke came out and you turned thin. Call me when it's 10:30. Sneak out of your window again. Burning rubber on the pavement, bottom of the bottle again. Thinking of where you went, laying on the floor again. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. It's alright if you call me. It's the summer, we were 18. It's easy come, it's easy go. We should be together, never say never. I'm back on tour again, wishing I was in your bed. You know it pains me. Your every face I see in the end. You're in the crowd, you're in my head. In my dreams you chase. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting. If you want it, I'll be calling. You're the one who keeps me honest. I'll be waiting, I'll be waiting for you, babe. It's easy come, it's easy go. Back when we're together, back when we're together. You know that I can't let you go. We should stay together, we should stay together. But if you talk to me, and in the secrecy, what's behind that little smile that you're giving me? Oh yeah, come on and tell what you want. Where are your fantasies? Know you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Ooh, I gotta make you mine. I gotta make you mine. Oh, what you want, what you want, what you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. What you want, yeah. Make it mine, make it mine, make it mine, yeah. No, you wanna be with me. I gotta make you mine. 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 Bring it on, baby, come